when I offered that I would recognize somebody? Is it Mr. McDonald? Yeah, I felt like I was going to come back to you. If you have to enforce Mr. McDonald, I'll give you the floor. Sandy, you know that?
I'm working on it right now.
Okay.
For some reason, you yell at my lights back. I will be forwarding actually personally. I'd like to take off favorable A and B. Those amendments from 12 meeting minutes, and there's nothing that was found in our revision that request was in Texas election code.
Okay, so the simple motion, how's the audio? Are you guys hearing me? I feel like I'm quieter than I used to. Maybe I'm more than How's that? Okay, so Sandy, Ms. Kent's motion is to remove AE yellow from the table and put it back for discussion. Is that correct, Ms. Kent?
That is correct.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor of putting it back for consideration say aye. Aye. Those say no. Okay, it's back in front of us, Ms. Kent.
Ms. Kent, were you going to just take it back to the original language? Is that true?
That was my intent, to put it back to the original language. Never changed. Never had delivery with the last known address and delivery of the executive committee. That is 7 days prior to the date. Stage 14 is 7.
Is your amendment in multiple parts, Ms. Kent? It's sort of complex. It's just changing the 14 to 7.
Exactly.
All right. There's a second. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I think this falls, and you'll help County Chair, there is a time crunch to control it, but also stated within the Texas election code. And so I think you will vote for this.
Mr. McDonald, would you want to
Mr. McDonald, since I was speaking in favor of this amendment, it keeps it very clean, it doesn't mess with anything to do with the chairman or the date of which the chairman takes office. It's purely to speed up the opportunity for that chairman to call the executive committee to organizational reform and to get control. And this since this will fix their situation to be able to put someone on the ballot.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mr. White.
Yes, I disagree. We did report through Roberts and everywhere else that all the governing body is the decision of this body on this rule. So there's no other conflicts on this.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. McCartney.
Greater Barriers 81. So this, by changing it, if I understand correctly, we're changing it from 14 days to 7 days. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
So the incoming county chair would then be able to call an organizational meeting up to 7 days in advance of August the 3rd of this year.
Starting August the 3rd, and past 7 days, including to call an organizational meeting, ready to start business within 7 days and 14 days.
So the earliest that they would be able to have an organizational meeting would be August the 10th.
Correct.
So in that case, the folks up at CD4 would not then be able to participate in the August 8th election. I'm just looking for clarification on that. If it's the election code is such that there's no way for that to happen anyway, I'd like to know what that is.
It's not actually election code, it's RPT rules. The Texas election code states that the incoming, the RPT rules is what we're referring to because the Texas election code states 20 days after the runoff is when the new term begins.
7 days is a suggestion to perhaps fix this after deleting the incoming. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is an incoming.
Do you want to keep the incoming, Chris? Mr. McDonald?
Like I stated, remove was and reopen as in the word, the original language as it existed in 2018, and now the only modification will be in the very bottom section regarding persistent making regardless. It was to go back to the original 2018 language in its entirety, and just change the 14-day notice in the bottom section to 7 days notice.
Understood, thank you. So, Ms. Kent, is that correct that we would revert to the language in black text and that we would just add the 7 days?
That is correct, however, to answer Fred, I don't know his last name, but to answer Fred, 7 days is, that's an RPT rule, or organizational meetings that we're changing, it has nothing to do with tax selection code. So if there were a move or a motion to change that 7 to a different number, that would not affect the law. So you could change that to say 675.
And Ms. Kemper, I remember no objection to anything, we had several people looking at it, and I didn't hear anybody find anything that would prohibit us from going to 7. Is that correct? Does anyone have information to the contrary? Okay, so the motion on the table is to go back to the language of black text and add the amendment on the floor is to add 7 days as part of that. Understood? Does everybody understand the motion? Any other discussion on the motion? Let me get Mr. Hoffman and I'll come back to you, gentlemen.
Information inquiry. This is more of an administrative nature. I noticed that there are German handbooks that the German have to do this. This is more of a technical change that we're making. Who is in charge of making sure and updating the handbooks, or should they be even removed?
You raise a great point, and I think it's on the members of the committee, since we represent our respective SDs, to notify the incoming SRIC incoming, if I may use the word incoming. The incoming SRIC will be elected later this week. Make sure that they're apprised of the changes to the general rules of our action, the action of the permitting committee, and ultimately the action of the convention itself, so that they can operate. They can be flagged and understand where these rules have changed. So you raise a great point. You have a point of inquiry, Mr. Borkoff?
I have already answers, Mr. Chair.
You're looking at us for answers. And the answers on them.
As an SRC member that has served on the committee that has updated the German handbook. All right, that is actually asking a little more. But we start off with the handbook. Recently adopted rules from the last convention, and we've religiously what needs to be updated line by line by line. And of course, that is vetted line by line. So I guarantee you, if we're doing everything that comes out of this convention, we'll slip the cracks, and it will be the next year.
Thank you, Mr. Borkoff. The original text. Mr. Blank, yes.
Maybe without seeing on the document what you were saying, going back to all of the black text, and it appears that we're making a new.
Yes, we're going to read the section of it, so we'll go back up on the block doc here. I'll start with the parenthetical. So the term of office begins 20 days after the primary runoff election according to subsection 171.2C of the TBC, and then the language with the amendment would read, the county chairman shall be responsible for calling the meeting.
What I'm having issue with is the 7 days advance of their term.
That's incorrect language.
Well, actually, you raise a great point. Since all of this red is going away, the proper place to do the adjustment is a few lines down, and it's indicated there already be at least 4 teams that start agreement, and it says 7 days prior to the date of the game. That would be the correct place to do it. And, I'll consider that within the scope of all of this. If not, we could just do it anyway. So all that really text is, if I'm following this McDonald here, you guys preserve the semicolon. So pretty quick.
Without that semicolon.
And this next one will include the semicolon, so I think her too. And follows and verses. All right, so we're on the amendment. Any more discussion on the 7 days? All those in favor, raise hands. All those opposed, raise hands. Motion carries. Thank you all for working to make a technical fix on this. We've got through it. All right. Floor is open. I would suggest starting at, I think we got through 9, 10, 11, 12, 9, 10, 8, 9, 10, and we started going out of sequence, so maybe we can pick up around 10 or 11. Anything on 11? Anything on 12?
Chairman, I would make a motion on 11.
Mr. McCarty?
Everybody is to provide some minor change just to clarify the very end of the E. It says, officer preacher shall prove serviceability in convention of party at any level throughout the year. Believe that ought to. That's more. It's not that better reflected, I think, to the rest of the year. Throughout the year is a little bit.
So we would strike throughout and insert for and rest. That would be rest of the. So we're striking.
I believe that matches up with language that's in another.
Yeah, thanks for bringing in our consensual lack of consistency. Okay, so the motion is a simple one, pretty non-substantive. Unless there's objection, we'll go ahead and take it to a vote. All those in favor of adoption say aye. All those opposed say no. Thank you. Anything else on 11? Mr. Ackerman.
I've offered, as I read through these documents, I look for readability in this section, which is, again, addressing challenges. I thought about section 44 century, because anytime there's a investigation about a matter, I thought maybe all the disciplinary actions that could be taken should be in one place. So my recommendation on amendment would be to add C and say, refer to number Rule 44 section in this section.
I would suggest that that's out of order because Rule 11 is already tied to Rule 27 and the provisions of a challenge for specifically to the credentials of an officer of the convention at the state convention. So just a little bit of personal information on that. Having been on credentials before and working with the credentials chair this year a little bit, I think 11 and 27 are so intrinsically tied to each other that I would be very hesitant to bring a link to 44 in. Is there a second? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. Anything else on 11? Ms. Thomas, thank you. Test your mic. You get it.
This is number 11. This is about the roles of going on. So I was wondering when we will be releasing those, such as the proxy votes, the voting record.
So if I understand the question correctly, it's when are we making it supplementals? Is that the element of no necessary element of the I'm still awaiting information because I don't need to waste the committee's time debating supplementals that we think we're within the constraints of what we can do, and then all of a sudden the technical aspects of what has to be done in a virtual convention makes us have wasted our time. So I'm pushing us forward. You know, I am deleting those. I had wanted yesterday to address those early on today. And, we will get to some of them if we don't have anything by I would say 2 hours, 3 hours from now. We got to start looking at the supplementals and figuring out which ones are going to be untouched.
So, rules as you said, I thought,
On RPT rules or on
we're going to consider those as functional for virtual.
We'll keep in mind any rules that we would suggest to the permanent committee in the general rules have no governing authority over this week's convention anyway. So the only thing we can do is suggest temporary convention supplementals to the SRAC for their adoption tomorrow at 3 and 4 o'clock. Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Ms. McDonald.
Chris McDonald, from the same point of information. When crafting supplemental rules, we would be addressing not only the operation of the digital platform, how one may be recognized, and limits on delay, further as well as outlining possible limits or timeframes of nomination speeches.
Traditionally, all of those topics are addressed in the supplementals. I would be surprised if they were not proposed to us, and I would suggest that the committee consider those topics for adoption. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Okay, we're back on general rules. We're around somewhere around 11, so floor is open. We have one, Mr. Flynn. 12. 13. 13. Mr. Russo.
Mr. Chair, I have a concern with this. In light of what we have under 13B, and might be elsewhere, on the board attending, do we have to clarify online or however the requirements of the convention? In other words, attending in person or online, or is attending clear and concise? I feel like an online presence.
The gentleman's concern would be important for 2022's convention. If it's, we're under the constraints of the current rules for this convention, so if there's a way to interpret something that we're allowed to interpret in the supplementals, that would be the place to do it. I would suggest that the members of the committee personally flag that consideration to be aware of it. Okay, very good. Thank you. Mr. Townsend.
Greg Townsend, District 67. On 13, rule number 13, alpha A, there shall be no quorum to convene or continue a precinct convention. Should we put in there required quorum required?
I think the word quorum is defined as a requirement already. I think there may be a certain. Thank you. Anything else on 13? All right, we are looking now at 14. We did have something on the table. Give me a minute to. I may have received some clarification on this.
Mr. Chairman.
Stand these for about 30 seconds, please. Say what?
Sir, I'm having an amendment for Bill 14A.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, it would be in the third from the end sentence that begins with notice of it operated as it is. Notice of any meetings of any temporary committee or subcommittee of any county or senatorial district convention shall be posted on the website of the county party as any 1 day prior to the date of the meeting. A motion would be to add, quote, and or Facebook I just wanted to be everything, because some counties don't have a website, they only have Facebook, some only have Twitter. So why wasting it all social media?
Does anyone with, I guess, technical knowledge on internet things, would a website with that umbrella sort of allow, like, posting on Twitter, like if you're on this site, a URL perhaps for a tweet, would that be considered a website post? That would be social media. That wouldn't be a website.
Mr. Jerry,
Ms. McKee?
I have Mr. McDonald's preference for online. Let's leave it online.
So would that, Mr. McDonald, to clarify, I'm just trying to, before I get any further, I want to make sure that the motion is clear. If someone is suggesting perhaps an alternative, I guess we can handle that as an amendment, since I think they're trying to accomplish the same goal. Mr. Barr, do you have something relevant to that?
I think I would say more social media because after that it says the county court. So just to say online and the county court.
So they would have to go to the whatever county party's Twitter and see that post, or their Facebook, their official Facebook, and that would be sufficient notice under the suggestion. Okay.
So I should come in.
Mr. McDonald.
Get my opinion.
Oh, that's correct. Let's get a second on the Engler amendment. So we can open it up, and I'll allow Ms. Engler to speak to her amendment, and then I'll recognize Mr. McDonald if you have a
I'm just going to make it to begin with, I'm going to say more social media, I think that's a good suggestion, and I think the intent is clear, just that whatever you have, we want you to do it all, whatever you have. That's
Just to say digital platform. Instead of website, just the digital platform of the county party.
Pardon me, a digital platform.
Okay, how about posted on every digital platform of the county?
Here.
I just want it to be everything that they've got. I don't want them to tweet every single
If you want it to be all inclusive, like if they have a Twitter, Facebook, whatever, then they have to post it on all of this in zero.
like that. And so if we say every digital platform, I think that's the one.
We did change the motion a little bit, so is there any objection to having the motion be the red words on the screen? Okay, hearing no objection. Yes. Mr. Flynn, you're recognized.
How about every digital platform that is already established? Because I mean, people can put new platforms up all the time, and now you're required to go to any platform. It's
Every digital platform used by the county authority. And then would that be your concern? Ms. Engler, would that be your concern? So every digital platform used by the county party, they have to either change our amendment to this year. Is there any objection to that? No objection, okay. So now the amendment as modified for presentation will happen without amendment. Mr. McDonald, is that the most concerns? Do you have a separate amendment? No, sir, okay. I think we may have
my first message,
the ones about that year.
yes,
So we're going to
I'm sorry, I appreciate that. But I guess for information, as last chairman, I frequently send out personal emails and stuff, but not always. Are you saying that personal email that I would send out to the party, but I have to include it every time?
I don't see a requirement for that in the rule. That would be something, if that's something you would like, we can consider that separately. So, no email here. We have, if people want to do an email, that would be a separate requirement. Ms. Nikki, do you have something?
Point of information.
Yes, ma'am.
So, in Mr. Barton's case, would it be appropriate for the county executive committee to simply include in their bylaws what their official platforms are for official communications? And that was all pretty much here, so.
I'm hearing a new position on the county party, which
I'm not saying you can post it, this is just to address their concerns, as long as their bylaws stipulate what their official communications are, then it doesn't matter so much what we
there are people that their digital platforms are X, Y, and Z. That would protect them under the requirements of Rule 14. On the other hand, I think reasonable people, I think, okay, well, we haven't used this one in 5 years, it's not one that we use. That would be a compelling argument to me. Like, okay, the current party has not used this digital platform, therefore it's not a platform being used, and you can't say we didn't post it at all.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Kins.
Sandy Kent, SBA team, I'd like to speak against this. I think it's a little onerous for some county chairs today. Maybe in the future, everyone's going to be like a on social media. Some don't do it all. I think looking at the website or social media gives you a broader space to get your message out. And we'll argue those out for including something a broader debate rather than just say specifically digital. I think that would be better.
Thank you, Ms. Kins. Mr. McDonald.
As regards to speaking in favor of the amendment, digital platform refers to communicating as the broadest possible definition of whatever digital platform that the county is using. So if they only have a website, they can use it. If they have Twitter also, they can use both. If they have a Facebook only, Facebook is fine. But if they have Facebook, Twitter, and the website, then yes, they can use all three.
Then for clarification, Mr. Chairman, could you eliminate the word every?
That would be an amendment, because I think the state's intent was that they couldn't just put it on Facebook if they had a Twitter also.
That would change it, but then you would have to start.
The floor would be open if you want to make an amendment to that effect.
And that was one of the clarification. I wasn't sure how that would work.
I would read every as all the ones they use. So you're not making an amendment to that point.
No, I was going to clarify that.
Thank you, Ms. Kins. Mr. Wright.
Mr. Chairman, Dwight Ryan, C3. So with this, in effect, discourage counties from exploring new platforms because every time they hey, let's try Instagram and see how that works for the party or whatever, then all these added other things they have to do every single time. Just, you can tell us that, I mean, you got a lot of different things. Every when I took over the party, even the static website, there was a four-hour party allocated to the party. You used to really totally revamp and went another way. So, I mean, it's really this exploration of digital.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Ms. Alvarez.
I'd like to speak against this motion.
Can you all hear her?
There we go. I'd like to speak against this motion. And I know within our county party, just due to the cycle of different chairs, you look in Dallas, we had 5 chairmen less than 40. And we have, within our county, we have a number of accounts that are open in the Dallas County name that we no longer have access to, and therefore would not be able to get into to make his notice to meet his requirement. And I suspect that Dallas County is not the only county with excessive digital platform accounts that they no longer have access to.
So just throwing it out there, does the committee think that it's a common problem for counties to have sort of legacy platforms or graveyard platforms that are no longer used by the current leadership? Mr. Barney, who's going to be recognized?
More of information. First of all, Chairman, yes, I agree with your statement. I do think that legacy sites are a problem for us to have access to. With the change of leadership, everything else as we move over. But what I was also going to say is, if we leave it at that, I was just reminded that the RBT will post our meetings on their website as well, even if we're not maintaining our own. We can submit those to the RBT to have
not there, even if we're not maintaining a website. So we do have a meeting for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me get Mr. Barr, then Ms. Ziegler, and then Mr. Wright. Can you hear the mic closer to you?
Make a motion to amend this language and add actively being works platform and use.
Can we do that without objection?
Yes.
Is that an objection or? Hearing no objection, we'll have the word active. Thank you. Ms. Ziegler?
Our neighbors in District 21, I just want to keep the same concept in context. Remember, we're only talking about the notice of a temporary committee or subcommittee for your CD or county, SB or county district conventions. It's not for everything that the party ever does has to be on everything you have. I'm just saying that for conventions, you need to put all the notifications on whatever platforms you have. I'll say why. We have a website that is so horrible nobody would ever want to go to use it to try to find anything. However, our Facebook is where everybody adds. So if you say you post it on our website, that practically serves no function because no one wants to look on that messy thing. You're going to want to go to our Facebook page. So I'm just trying to say everything you've got, and it's just for the temporary meetings. I agree.
Thank you, Ms. Ziegler. Dwayne Wright, would you have something? Oh, got it. All right, are we ready for the amendments as amended? All those in favor of the amendments of adding every digital platform actively used by and striking the website of? Raise hands. All those opposed, raise hands. Motion passes. Okay, 14, anything else on 14? Let's start with Mr. Blank.
Just point of information. Right there, the next sentence it says, if meeting, 1 day prior to the date of the meeting. And then it says, if it's not posted as prescribed. The question I have is, 1 day, does that mean a day before the time earlier in the day? Is that the limitation? Or if you post it 2 days before, is that without outside the parameters?
I want to say that maybe some of the lawyers know more about this. Isn't days defined in Texas statute, like inclusive and exclusive and all that business? Does anybody know? Like, okay, if I'm having a convention on Saturday at 9 a.m., can I post it Friday night at 11:59 p.m., or would I have to post it by Thursday at 11:59 p.m.? I think that's, there may be some ambiguity in here. Can anyone provide clarification on that? Or Mr. Norwood? Sorry. Mr. Townsend gives information on that.
Well, what's up with that means they're open to the public, correct?
Open to delegates and alternates elected.
Just as we saw in the open meeting requirements of 72 hours. To apply for it.
Correct.
So I'm not sure that you're bound by any.
Well, I suppose, Mr. Phil, and my question to you would be trying to figure out if 1 day, what does that mean? Does that mean 2 minutes before midnight strike? Or does that mean a 24-hour period? Perhaps there's ambiguity for somebody who's trying to run a convention and afraid that they can't have a meeting now because they didn't post sufficient notice. Ms. Hagler?
Mr. Chairman, I would make an amendment saying at least 1 calendar day. Would that make it more specific?
I mean, you can. I don't know that that helps.
Mr. Chairman,
Who speaks?
hours, 24 hours.
Okay. Who's that amendment?
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion is made to strike 1 in parentheses 1 close parentheses and add 20-4 at least. So go ahead and strike the 1 parentheses and add at least 20-4 open parentheses to 4 close parentheses. Is that accurate? Is that how you want it? Because
And I was also trying to think if the day comes on like day after Sunday,
picking up was like a holiday.
then
Thank you for that. Something you do after. Thank you. Yeah, that would be, you could propose that as probably number two, I think. It may be more language that's necessary, but. Did you want to add the additional holiday exclusionary language? Thomas?
is there a situation where if you don't go back to square one?
Well, 24 hours, 24 hours. I think that may be looking for a home just because our conventions can't be on particular days anyway. Like, there's already block out on Good Friday and things like that. And then other concerns, we rank through them. All those in favor of striking, I guess, yeah, we're just on the striking one day and adding at least 24 hours. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Yes, we can. Perfect. Anything else? Mr. Brusso?
Under section B, add the word after amateur video recording, add the word or live streaming indicating the all-down sessions for meetings and any other state convention for the member.
Can we make it live stream?
Yes.
Do you prefer live streaming or live streaming?
Live streaming. It's up to every chair's discretion.
We'll do live stream without objection. Thank you. Discussion. Second. Second. Discussion. Mr. Russo, would you like to speak on it? Are you ready to all those in favor say aye? They say no. Thank you. Next. Chair, next, Mr. Payne, you might leave one spot.
Strikes. 14A is impossible to adjudicate. I come from an urban county with 3 Senate districts. And imagine temporary committee meetings going on with 3 conventions at one time. My amendment would be to say, senatorial convention shall be posted on the preferred digital platform as decided by the CDC of the county park. Let them decide how much of a burden you want to do. Think about, you have in Tarrant County a level of 3 nominations committees, 3 credentials committees, 3 resolutions committees. How are they going to have access to the digital account? Fundamentally, you cannot follow this rule. And that's my issue with it. It is not practical to actually follow the rule. And you would encourage people to be violating the rules by not disclosing every single account. No, by the way, let's think about password security with the accounts. Mostly it's going to be the chairman of the party in the county is going to control the password on the social media accounts. And he's not going to have control or have the time or wherewithal to be able to post all those notices.
So let's get your specific amendment in yours, please. Sure.
Fast forward to where it says senatorial district convention shall be posted on the preferred digital platform, comma, as decided by the CDC.
So after county party, so after county, so keep the comments in there.
And we would strike every digital platform actively used. And the idea is what level of notice does the CDC want to take on, and can they follow? For one Senate district county is not so much of an issue as it's going to be for how many Senate districts are in Harris County?
8.
Okay. So Tarrant County is even about compared to Harris County. That's 8 committees, notices, for each condition.
And you were adding words to Mr. Tate, if we've got that, just say it.
Shall be posted on the preferred digital platform, comma.
So Let me try. So I think you can do the red later on. The preferred digital platform, okay. Oh, you have another color?
Yes, as decided by the CDC. So my thought on that is, as they're organizing temporary conventions, they would make the decision as part of this, part of that process.
Underline it, make it red. So, adding the words on the digital platform as decided by the CDC, and then striking every digital platform actively used. We could also strike through county party. You want to end it if county party is okay. The CDC got the council. So the only reason I think we got here, this became challenging because we can't get rid of the things that we're changing from before, so for record purposes. Notice of any meetings of any temporary committee or subcommittee of any county or central or district convention shall be posted on the preferred digital platform, as decided by the CDC, if any, at least 24 hours prior to the date of the meeting. Is that James? Okay. Is there a second? Discussion. You have the forms to take if you wish.
While I appreciate the intent of the rule is to give notice to people, it's totally impractical to follow in reality, and I don't think we should be passing rules that cannot be followed, that are impossible to adhere to.
Would a secondary amendment of adding an S to platform again plural, would there be any objection to that?
No, because
Well, the preferred digital platforms.
very nice.
We can do that.
But again, that was the idea. But that was the idea of putting, as I said,
You're right,
as decided by the CDC. If they want to post it to Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, LinkedIn, that's their decision. They follow the rule.
Okay, so without objection, we'll have the parentheses as on platform, and then we're back to the date proposal. Call the question. All those in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. Please proceed down. That's more than 2/3. Okay, so now on the tape, proposal as amended. All those in favor raise hands. All those opposed raise hands. Motion passes. Thank you. So I guess you can get rid of the stuff from the previous amendment that is not superseded.
Mr. Chairman, I see you might have a paper.
Ms. Hager?
Did y'all think to maybe strike out the words with any? Does it make sense?
No, and I read the if any part of it, and maybe you need to get it somewhere else because you may have a county party perhaps that has no digital platform at all. So
It's not going to work.
you're right, it needs to move. Do you have a suggestion where to move it, Ms. Hager? After platform, perhaps. Platform, parentheses, that's clerical. It's clerical. And I don't think, yeah, and we'll strike that other thing without objection. Okay, we're back to 14. Go once, go twice, on to 15. Maybe down. Well, wait for it to scroll on its own, and it's scroll on its own. It's not moving. Sorry. 15. Who wishes to reorganize? Mr. Driver.
I just like to know how the person must identify himself. Driver's license and straight on the road.
I say, I would suppose that in its current working, it's up to the discretion of that sort of hours. But we'd be open to an amendment.
This is not what's stated by, unless it's true, photo, Texas,
list A of the this would be more than the voting identification. This would be the one starting out. It's starting out from asking about identifying. So I guess it's pretty. Let's see. Well, where's some of the other credentials? Does that change that? I don't know how different conventions work in Harris County. This policy that any good way of thinking about it.
It's the duty of the secretary of the convention to register them. So when they register, they show their driver's license or state ID. They get their credentials, their badges.
So that they have to show those have to show their IDs and their badges that they're people before the convention.
It's like in the office, some set their badges.
And we do that in purchasing credentials too. So the motion is in order.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Mackey?
I would suggest that we need the clarification B, and then I can imagine that our credentials, these credentials have our picture on them, our photo ID. And I understand that there can be some concerns with people just taking off their credentials badges and handing them to somebody else. So I would suggest that possibly the clarification be that they identify themselves with whatever photo ID they use to gain the credentials, whether that's a passport or whatever the party on the convention is using.
And we're still watching a second. So is there a second? Okay, so now it's alive and open for discussion around it. Did you want to bring those up formally? Mr. Chairman, Butter,
Just another thing that we have people testifying here before they're badged. And so we need to keep in mind that we might want to have someone identify themselves who has not yet gotten a delegate or alternate credential.
is the point raised, Mr. Evelyn, that we may want to do that verification as part of our suggestions was to show your delegate or alternate credentials? Because I don't think we asked anyone. I guess we asked them and we looked them up. We took their word that they were, they said they were, and then we looked at their list and said, okay, you're on the delegate list.
Exactly. So my point is that whatever you decide here will apply for, before they do the badges and not because we didn't require that. We got a different set of procedures.
And it may be different from convention to convention or committee to committee. I think all the people who testify introduce themselves to at least one member of the committee or was known by someone else. That's not who they say they are. If you've got a small county, perhaps that issue may go away too. I've gotten a lot of hands up looking at border there. I see the border there. Let's get order here. So I think I saw Taylor, Thomas, then it was Edge, Russo, Tate. Ms. Taylor, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I speak against the amendment. I believe that if you start looking at the regular convention, you're having active caucuses and these thousands of people are going into a big convention hall and you've got your high school age sergeant arms that are there at the door and their job is just to say, speak your badge, please. I don't see that we're going to be asking them for everybody to pull out the driver's license off their wallet so that they can see it. So I think we're making this hard. It has to be a person has to identify themselves. So if our committee wants that to be in our supplemental rules, if we want to see your driver's license before you testify, we can put that in our supplemental rules. But I don't think we have to show a photo ID before you can walk through the door and get into a caucus meeting and get into the floors from work. That's what those credentials mean, that you've already gone through that process. So I think just show your identification. If it's credentials, if it's a driver's license, if it's a CHL, it doesn't have to say what it is. You just have to bring the one.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Also thinking about how to benchmarks, we're in our caucuses, we have, and we appoint sergeant at arms in our caucuses. What we elected, we nominated and elected these delegates that are in our caucuses with us. So we know who they are. We know very well who they are. So we don't have to identify them with photo ID. We just have to identify that they have their credentials on them. And then when they come to the main assembly, we set in our caucuses. We're setting them amongst each other. So we know who each other are, or we should.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Mr. Lee.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make an amendment to the amendment to replace the word Texas with the following. So, Texas Convention, either convention, credentials, or government issues. So they agree, they identify themselves by either convention, credentials, or government issues.
Okay, are you sort of in Texas too?
Yes. I can Texas and replacing that one word with the cities.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rand. It's the secondary amendment. Discussion on the secondary amendment. If you want to speak to your motion.
I think this clarifies some of the points that we made. The convention, that's the first thing you ought to ask the board, the convention ID. So someone walking around with just driver's license, when you're trying to find someone who's lost, I'm not sure that's just the limitation. So I think either we're not worried, we're trying to give somebody else that doesn't have it anymore.
Okay, I guess this may reset the deal, but I have Mr. Russo and Mr. Tatum on the original. I'll give you priority on the second round.
My doesn't change.
Okay, so we're going to continue on the amendment first, and then we'll come back to the primary amendment.
I think the intent of this discussion would be we go into these meetings. We have people walk with each other and have to identify, and you might be able to kind of share that, identify this person I'm bringing in, that identify them as well. If you're going to require it, sometimes I don't have that. My idea is I got a credential. But if you're a guest, you might not be doing that verify to the convention. The chair might identify them as your guest. So I don't know that I think that this is limited, but I'm not going to support this.
Thank you. Mr. Tate, if you want to be recognized.
Actually, I'm against the original amendment and the update amendment. So you tell me what you want.
You can speak to it.
I'm against anybody that's not an officer of the state asking for a photo ID. They don't have the privilege under the law to ask for your ID, and I don't think we should enforce that in our rules. It's as simple as that. I mean, I do many things that people think they have a right to ask to see your ID, and they don't. And so, they can take your driver's license and personal information, and that can lead to identity theft, and yeah, it's not like you think all that. But it happens. I worked for a bank, I worked in finance my whole career. It happens. And fundamentally, it's my right not to have to show my ID. I'm not going to show my ID if I don't have it.
Thank you, Mr. Tate.
I am against that particular motion. I appreciate the concern, which is why I spoke up, and I can understand where it's coming from. I think at the end of the day, it's something that needs convention is when you don't have to self-police, which is what we're talking about. If this passes, I guess I'll have to slide my other ID in my boots, because that's stuff that plays I'll have people when I'm walking around.
Thank you, Ms. Ecke. I'll give Ms. Kent and Mr. Bergman separately.
Second, SKG, call the question.
Okay, the motion to call the question, not debatable. All those in favor let me clarify. Are you calling the question on just the secondary amendment, or on the secondary and the primary amendment?
No.
Okay, so that will take care of that entire thing. All those in favor of moving the previous question on both, raise hands. All opposed, raise hands. And the previous question is called. I call over my questions here. Motion before you would have you. Okay, I guess we do have to vote on the amendment first, the secondary. So first we are adding in the convention credentials or government issue and striking Texas. That is what's before you right now. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Those are louder and better, please, so let's do hands. All those in favor of the secondary amendment, raise hands. All those opposed, raise hands. Motion fails. Back to the amendment as not amended. So now this would be worded by Texas Photo ID, the addition of word by Texas Photo ID. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Motion fails. So 15 is back to black text only. Those board open. Mr. Chairman. Black board is 17. In the large one, yes, exactly. Most of the time in these rules, we see delegate, delegate shall, delegate should. This one we have person, which is then identified as himself, himself/herself, just for clarity. Would you say this self-identified? Yeah, something like that. Which do you prefer? I'll let you choose your. I'll be doing those. I think that's correct. I'll refer to. I'll ask the delegate to. I'll ask Mr. Elwood to. Oh, no, yeah, I think it's better. That'd be good. Mr. Elwood makes an excellent point. So let's do this one first. Oh, I will just do that himself/herself. Okay. Motion is to add /herself. Is there any objection? Is there a second? Is there any objection? Okay, so let's debate it as an amendment. It has been seconded. Yeah, it was seconded. So it's live for debate. Did you want to speak to your motion, Mr. Elwood? Oh, sure. It was just to clarify because we're asking someone to identify themselves, and this is the word in the rule. And you go to a female, and she says she's not covered by the female. So it's just to clarify the wording that anyone who's asked to identify themselves identifies themselves. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, what's recognition? I'll take you in order. Mr. Chairman, I'll take Mr. Breyer, then Mr. McDonald, then Ms. Hickey. And I'll try to group with themselves, themselves. And then we would be interchanged to any person. We could say those who present who would identify themselves. Any person who must identify themselves. Any person must identify themselves. We kind of made our way through education. We learned the alphabet earlier today, and now we're learning that. So this is fun. Mr. Breyer, did you want to suggest any persons must identify themselves? Would that be your preferred one? Excellent. Is there any objection to doing that all together or moving on?
I wouldn't object, but I just going to ask if you say any person present in any convention must show identification must do so. You got the pronouns.
That's an alternative. So yes, now we've got a parliamentary example. Yeah, hang on. So Mr. Elwood moved the themselves language once we decided did you move the herself and then we modified into themselves and either in the persons.
I would go on in favor of the striking.
No, I like that. Is there an objection to the withdrawal?
Objection.
Okay, so, yeah, we'll go to the substitution. We'll do, and then actually it would be any persons present that themselves will go out of the agreement. And then, Ms. Henke and or Mr. McDonald had you guys have the same pay. Ms. Henke, would you want to propose that? What you can do actually is just copy the whole entire thing and then put it like below, and then we'll do the second one below, and we're not tying ourselves in knots here. Ms. Henke, you recognize.
Any person present at the convention must show identification when requested.
So adding show identification, striking identify themselves, and then it remains the same. What is organized? Okay, so let me read both, and maybe there's not any debate. We can just go to a vote unless there's objection. Okay, well, we'll have to debate that. I didn't make sure. I've been told reading consensus this last week, and that's usually pretty good at it. So, the substitution would be any person present at any convention but show identification when requested to do so by any sergeant at arms or any officer of the convention. The original, as amended, would be any person present at the convention must identify themselves when requested to do so by any sergeant at arms or any officer of the convention. So here's how we'll do this. We'll have any other perfecting on the first one, any other perfecting on the second one, and then we'll take a motion to substitute, and then we'll take a motion to adopt if whether or not substituted. Ms. Hagler.
Just on the second one, any person is supposed to have a passage.
Ms. Henke, without objection, any objection? Looking around all the room, no objection. So there's objection, without objection, okay, so without, Chairman makes the difference. Back to serious work here. The first one, any other amendments to the first one? Any other amendments to the second one? This one.
I was just going to check because the word identification is very different than identify.
You can have an amendment to the secondary, the substitute.
Yeah, it must be identified because identify is a verb and O is an action. And identification is an actual object. And so therefore it changes everything. So therefore identify is appropriate. Identification is an actual showing and identify.
Okay, let's consider the effective one. Hang on. The effective one is for Russo proposing to take us back to the original language, and then that kills the necessity of the substitute. So now you've got me going in a circle here. I think I want to have a vote on Mr. Russo's, and if that's accepted, then the substitute becomes out of order at that point. Information. And then, let's take this one. And if Mr. Russo's amendment, if his motion fails, then we're back to the substitute, the question of the substitute, Mr. McDonald. Walking in.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, because the original, we're doing all our edits in either straight through black or in red, so Okay, so is everyone clear how we're going to approach this? Since we did get ourselves in a circle to the party?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you can bring the party as one. I've got a suggestion for possible edit that might make it more clear. When requested by any subordinate arms or any council convention, anyone present must identify themselves.
Because we're getting too complicated, let's see where we are after we vote on Russo, and then we've still got potentially still have the substitute, and then we'll be back to whatever we decide on 15th generally, and we'll vote on order stuff. So, are we all clear? We all follow? I'm sure I can do that. Alright, the motion before us is on undoing the show identifying and reinserting the identifying self. It undoes the substitute. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor, raise hands. Hold on. Clarification on the vote of someone wants. We are voting on the second alternative to undo the alternative and make it must identify himself. That would be the effect of voting yes.
Debate on that issue?
I asked if you were ready for the question and there was no objection. So,
I thought we were talking about the first one. I apologize. I'd like to debate that issue.
and I had already started the vote. So, okay, so we'll proceed on the vote. All the raise hands. We were raising hands on yes to the amendment on the second one.
Mr. Russo?
It undoes the strike through and undoes the strike through and gets rid of the red on the second one.
And it gets rid of the red?
Mr. Chairman?
Correct. Who's asking?
For Mr. Chairman, Sandy Kent, SK18.
In the blunt.
I want to clarify the second part where Mr. Russo did the amendment. Basically, we're changing show identification to be the word identify.
Himself.
So if we vote yes, then that
If you
means
vote yes, it will
to
read must identify himself.
And therefore, it would
If
be.
you vote no, it will read must show identification.
Thank you.
See what we do.
Point of order.
Is that Mr. Benny?
Yes, would not just voting on this amendment do the same thing?
Right.
So why are we doing the voting in the reverse?
Well, we're in the middle of the vote, so let's just vote.
That's why I made a point of order.
Point of order is not well taken.
Should I appeal the decision of the chair?
I'll second that.
I appeal the decision of the chair.
I second.
Okay, the decision of the chair has been appealed. It is. There was a second. It is debatable. It's not amendable. Okay. So, Mr. Benny, did you want to speak to your appeal?
Well, I just think we're doing this backwards. I mean, we have an amendment, and then someone made an amendment to the amendment to get rid of the amendment, and then we're voting on the amendment to get rid of the amendment. I think that's totally out of order.
Anyone else want to speak to that? Okay, are we ready on the vote on the appeal? So the motion before you is to sustain the ruling of the chair. If you vote yes, we'll go back to that. If we vote no, then I have to figure out where we are. So, all those in favor of sustaining the ruling of the chair, raise hands. All those opposed, raise hands. Oh, it's close. So the opinion of the chair has been overruled, and right, so here's where we are, I think. We now vote on the first set of language. Okay, so we're back on the number 1 as amended. It would read, any persons present at the convention must identify themselves when requested to do so by any sergeant at arms or any officer of the convention. That's the question before you. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor, raise hands. All those opposed, raise hands. And motion passes. All right, so the second one is gone. And we're back to 15 as amended. We've disposed of all the amendments, so the floor is open to 15. If not, we'll move down to 15 capital A. All right, 15 capital A. Anything? 16. 17.
Can we go back to 15?
Yes, you may.
Mike McDonald.
Mr. Chair, I believe that literature may be freely distributed in any form, including digital. So I was going to say to be freely distributed. I just think that because we're going to an online form, I think that we have to clarify that it may be in any form or including digitally. So I think at this point, I'd say it really in any form, in any state or convention or county senatorial district commissioner's office.
Okay, let's get the amendment up and make sure it.
In any form, including digital, or just in any form?
Yeah, well, let's get it up there. Then we can ask for a second.
Yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, who wants to speak to your motion?
Just basically, I think with the digital format, we just need to make sure that it's not paper or something else, but in any way to distribute to our convention, that's all.
Thank you. Mr. Wright?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak against this Dwayne Wright SC3. We could paint an ad on a rock and throw it at somebody if it's in any form. So I would.
It's under other copies.
I would say this is a little extra. I mean, I get the times we're in, but literature distribution is pretty self-explanatory.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wright. Mr. Chair. Mr. Townsend? Ms. Avalos?
Yes, I'd just like to speak against this amendment as well, and just that if it's digital and people are sending out emails, there's no way we can check that, retract that, and so forth like that. So I just don't see that it's possible. I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the last sentence in 15A is must be removed. How does one remove it? A digital communication that's already been sent? Is that the concern, Ms. Avalos? Okay, I'll go to Mr. Townsend. I think I saw Mr. Offerman and Mr. Bergsma and Ms. Hagler or somebody in the other line spot. Let me just go this way. Makes it easy. I'll get you all. Mr. Townsend.
I want to speak against this. I get enough emails, more than I care to get, especially a lot of trash. I also get enough mail from candidates. I don't think that I need to have my personal email account become the depository for all this stuff. I like to call it
Okay. Who did I say next? Mr. Offerman.
I find it ironic that we're putting, I'm against the motion because when we went through number 15, nobody said anything about identification in electronic convention. And so I think we're opening up a can of worms. Therefore, I'm against the motion to reference anything electronically until we get some more information and we can make some intelligent decisions.
Thank you. And I'd remind the members that these rules are just suggestions for permanent committee, so it wouldn't affect 2020 convention in any way. Who did I have next? Ms. Hagler or Mr. Bergsma?
My turn?
Yes, Mr. Bergsma.
Call the question, please.
The previous question has been called. All those in favor of Proceeding to a vote on 15A amendment, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Question before you, ready to vote. In any form, addition of those words, all those in favor say aye.
I'll just say aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Motion fails. So red language is gone. All right, floor is open. 15A, capital A. Anything else? 16. 17. Oh, let's wait. Scroll down. 17. 18. 18, capital A. Now we're on to...
Mr. Chairman.
Who speaks?
Jack Barcroft.
Mr. Barcroft.
SD 24. I have submitted language, and I don't know if it should be Rule 19 or Rule 18B, technically, but I was hoping, since we're in the section that applies to all conventions, that this may be the germane place to add this rule. If we can get it on the screen.
What manner did you submit it?
She's got it via email.
Do you have it, Austin?
Yes.
All right. Remember,
You want to share the language with us and we can figure out where we can put it?
That's the language.
18B.
On 18?
B.
So this would be a new Rule 18 number B, is that correct, Mr. Barcroft?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We would make a new 18B.
In its current wording, I'm going to rule that it's out of order because I can't, a convention in 1 year can't bind their decisions on convention in a future year. So conventions are not like law where you can say you're banning someone from life. A convention can only ban you from the convention itself. So as it's worded, I'll let you propose an alternative if you wish.
Yes, sir. The goal here is what Ronald Reagan would say, peace through strength, right? So, yeah, trust me, verified. So at the last convention in 2018, it was the very first time we were able to use electronic voting devices. It was a historic move, and there was a delegate by the name of Patty Gibbons that testified in front of one of the committees that earlier that day she had grabbed her neighbor's clicker who had left the room and voted twice with two different clickers, therefore committing voting fraud. And she just brought that to the attention of the committee to let them know that it was possible. Of course, we knew it was possible. But there was no repercussion for anybody who knowingly committed voting fraud. Now that we're about to do a virtual convention, the question came up last night on the SRDC phone call, what if a delegate is logged in and someone else is pushing the buttons behind the computer? Well, at the moment, there is nothing to deter them from doing such. So I would hope that this body would help me try to come up with some sort of language to deter voting fraud. And I do understand what you're saying about we cannot govern future convictions. But at least that's the intent of this person. And if anybody else wants to help with that, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Townsend, do you have a fix potentially? Because we still have this potential motion that hasn't floated down to the ground yet.
I do. I would like to see that goes into supplementaries versus being here and now, if at all possible, because that would be ruling on what's going to happen with the virtual.
It may be appropriate to put something of this form in two places. However, credentialing is covered in the RPT general rules, so
also there is
pulling someone's credentials, I think, would be appropriate to mention in those rules. I don't know that you can do it in the supplementals if you're not authorized to do it in the general rules, because it has to do with credentialing. So
But
you
just
have a
for
list,
future information as well, so there's also a new point that has been put in that takes care of this as well.
I have an amendment, Mr. Chairman.
You have a fix to the thing that hasn't floated down yet?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's see if this will work before we get it on the floor. I know that there are hands on this side, but we don't have a motion yet, so. Mr.
You can
Barcroft.
outright have their future credentials revoked for life, which I really love because that sounds so like we can actually enforce that.
Then you don't have to strike through it because this language
Oh,
isn't
okay,
allowed.
we'll delete it.
Yeah, you just delete that.
And the next word would be banned from all future conventions that year. Is that more equitable?
I have no issue with that, so I would rule that a proper motion at this time.
Second.
Anyone know if that would be a foul of election code? I mean, we do say that if someone there's a kind of a parallel thing in here from Rule 11, I believe, that if a convention official intentionally breaks an RPT rule and they go before credentials committee with a challenge, it revokes them all the way upstream for the rest of the year. So, anyone see any issue with that, Mr. Wright?
Mr. Chair, Dwight Wright, C3. The only question I have, I guess, goes to clarify that. It says if you're banned from all future conventions, so that means the current convention that you're fraudulent in, you'd still be okay to hang out? Because it does say future.
Well, is there any provision in RPT rule currently, posing a question for the committee, is there any rule, I've seen people credentialed at the state convention who I didn't think should be credentialed, and they were given credentials on something other than a challenge, like okay, here's credentials, here you go, and then my caucus had 2 extra people that hadn't been elected. I had no recourse for that. Because there was nothing in the rules that could say I can undo their credentialing once they're credentialed. So I don't know whether it's possible to do that in theory. Yeah, I don't know where that leaves us. Jack, go back to Markov because I think you're supposed to be
24. If this is the wrong place and the wrong time and the wrong verbiage, I will not waste our time on it. Just please be thinking about this as we continue our process today.
And we can certainly revisit it if you guys want to work on it. If you want to withdraw it,
I will gladly withdraw.
We'll do that without objection. People with hands up, do you have stuff that's still
I was
open?
just going to ask the general question, who's the judge, jury, prosecutor on such things? And do they have the right, and do people accused of this have the right to face their accuser and have it arbitrated in a fair manner?
So, to be proven was a question for that sort of trying to resolve that off committee now. Mr. Wright, do you have something new, or are we still on 18, the hypothetical ATV that doesn't exist?
The hypothetical that doesn't exist anymore.
I will indulge you a few seconds on that.
We have to be cognizant of the fact that there was one Houston mayor one time, not so long ago, that thought our temperature could take a delegate out of our midst. So sometimes there's Pandora box things that go on with revoking credentials that they're really careful with.
18 capital C, if your temperature is above 104 degrees Fahrenheit at the time that you enter the convention hall, we can yank your credentials. Just saying. All right. Floor is open for Licardi.
Just to speak to the questions you asked earlier, if there's any precedent for that language as far as the length of time, 044, I believe, has a time certain period that it's up until the next convention. So perhaps in working through the language, we could make it be applicable to the current convention cycle as well as the following convention cycle, expiring at the end of the next. So,
although isn't that with that's with the candidate censure?
Sir?
Is that with the candidate censure?
No, I'm just saying for this hypothetical
but the
rule that's been withdrawn for the moment.
The analogy you're drawing is to
in Rule
44, I believe, it takes place through.
I think they may be apples and oranges because 44 has to do with public office holders and not delegates.
Right, I just meant
Okay.
looking at the time frame.
So, yeah, they can consider that, certainly. All right, we're back to Mr. Dunny.
Yeah, point of information, wouldn't voting for someone else already be covered in our no proxies in district and state conventions rule?
You know, this actually raises a point that has given me pause, and that was the very thing that I cited. I don't know what the solution is, because essentially, once you credential someone, their credential, there's no way to yank them if they hadn't gone through a process, because you have to challenge delegates, you know, however many days before a convention. So that may be a very complex solution that we're not ready for, or maybe we are, but you know, be considering those things as we go forward. Maybe we can touch it later, Mr. Dunning.
Isn't there a provision where a sergeant of arms can remove an unruly delegate from the convention?
Is that under Roberts, or is that? I don't know that there's anything in RPT general rules that states that, nor in, well, we don't have.
Well, I know we can do that. I mean, a unruly delegate is yelling and screaming and, you know, doing something crazy like waving a bottle of gin around or something.
Robert's rules of order.
Yeah, I'm looking at Roberts here to see removing an offender from a meeting.
The vodka is okay.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jerry
Vanderlyn?
I can't tell you exactly where it is in Roberts, but I've read it just recently. You know, even if you have a sergeant at arms, you know, all he can do is really encourage the person to leave. He can't grab them and, you know, haul them out into the parking lot.
Point of order. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking at section 61 under discipline of members in yes. Roberts.
I'm deferring to Ms. Head.
Yes, the sergeant at arms can then be sued. The sergeant at arms can then be sued.
That was trying to.
The offending member can be required to take reading from, well, I guess I'll just give you a page number. I think all the editions are the same, 647 in Roberts. The offending member can be required to leave the hall during the consideration of his penalty, but he should be allowed to present his defense first. Let's see what the penalties are. Expulsion from membership requires a 2/3 vote. I don't know if that applies to a convention situation too. Who speaks?
Bergsman, SD 20. Can we move on? I think we've decided not to address this anymore right now. Can we go through the other rules?
Yeah, if there's no objection, we'll move on. Okay, we're on anything else on 18A? Moving down to 19. Can't touch 19 anyway. Number 20.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. McCarty?
you said 19, capital A is not something that we can make any modifications to.
Well, there's only 119, so.
There's 19A.
Rule 19A.
If you're looking at temporary and emergency, is 19A a temporary and emergency? Remind me what 19A.
Permit electronic precinct conventions.
Oh yeah, that's temporary and emergency. That's in the trash can for us, unless we bring it up.
Okay.
I mean, we can't anyway because it's a permanent state executive committee rule.
Okay, that's fine.
Is the text that you have, is it designated permanent state executive committee rule, or how is it designated?
Chairman, 19 is permanent state executive committee rule. 19A talks about permit electronic precinct conventions. And I believe you mentioned that in your...
Okay, so that would fall under the, we didn't take it up in the original, like yesterday's motion of, we were looking at the general 2018 rules plus 19A. Okay, so let's see what this, with 8A, thank you. So, it would be in order to move this, Mr. Licardi. So you're basically taking it out of the temporary and emergency and putting it in the suggested permanent.
Correct.
Yes, that's in order. Are you making that motion?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll direct Ashley to just grab from the web doc Yeah, you're following, okay. So this would be a new 19A for permanent, to set it in stone. Is there a second? There was a second. Would you like to speak to it? You may
Yes.
proceed.
So the way that it is worded currently, it says in the event of a state of emergency as declared by the county chairman or state chairman, a precinct convention may be conducted through use of electronic meeting services designated by the county chairman. And I think there's a period after that, but I'd like to change the period to a comma and add, or in the case that the county chairman fails to act by the county executive committee as a whole, or just by the county executive committee.
Yeah.
What was your edit?
Designated by the county chairman, period, new sentence, and state the new sentence.
No, it's a comma, not a period.
Mr. Chairman?
Not
Mr.
at the
Murphy,
end.
You talking about the end?
Is it immediate, or can it wait a few minutes?
That's part of this.
Okay, you may suggest. If Mr. Liccardi yields, would you yield for a suggestion?
Yeah, I don't see the need to say in the event that the chairman fails to act, just say, or the county executive committee. You can just have that.
Well, at that point, there's a potential for some back and forth there as to who has the precedence. The county chair, according to the existing language, has the right, authority, responsibility to take the action indicated.
So I'll permit Mr. Bergsma's on an amendment if this becomes,
Okay.
yeah, I'll remind me, I'll come back to you, Mr. Bergsma. So let's get Mr. Liccardi's motion up, and then I'll recognize, and you already spoken on it? Or we're still working on the language?
Not
Let's
entirely.
get the text down, I'll let you speak to it, and I'll let Mr. Bergsma make a motion.
So basically, if the chairman doesn't take action, the executive committee is allowed to step in and move forward to take care of the business that needs to be done.
What's the language?
What's the language?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I was behind. So at the end of the existing comma, or in the case of the failure to act of the county chair, comma, by the county executive committee.
Let's say county chairman, consistency,
County chairman.
and then capital C, capital C.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Mr. White?
Dwayne Wright, 3. Currently, does the executive committee have the authority to set a precinct convention?
Yeah, they have to set the dates and locations, if I'm remembering
I
right.
think that's the executive, well, that's the county chairman and his committee that he forms for election.
Mr. Kent, can you tell the committee what
That's
you
the
remember?
primary committee formed by the chair,
Exactly.
and it's his appointees.
So it's the primary committee that has that responsibility?
No, I'm saying that's what they're talking to, but that's not the same thing, so that's why I was questioning.
Well, I guess this is only designating the permitted, this is only permitting it to be electronic. After it's already been, Okay, well, we'll debate it as it is. If we find a technical defect later, we'll bring it back. But just be looking at election code, yellow election code quizzes, make sure that this is all lined up with that. So, did you finally get to speak to it? I know we kind of went back and forth. So now I'll let Mr. Bergsma make his amendment.
I'd like to amend, and by striking out the language in the case of the failure of the county chairman. And instead substitute or the county, well, just leave it then, and strike that, and then we do it, or the county executive committee, like that, I've got it there. Yeah, we need sorry. We need the.
So unstrike the.
No, yeah.
Second.
Okay, so we've got a second on the amendment to strike. Did you already speak to your amendment, Mr. Bergman? If not, you may.
Well, it's just not necessary to have any kind of heat in this. Just we're doing a procedure. You know, maybe the county chairman just forgot, or maybe he doesn't want to do it. But give the county executive committee the right to do this. I see no problem with just saying either or. I'd like to take some of the temperature down on a lot of our rules, and this will do that here.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on the amendment? All right, so let's vote on the amendment. The amendment before you is to strike, in the case of the failure to act by the county chair. Amen. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. A lot of votes on that one, but the ayes have it. So the words in strike through are now gone. And now we're back to the entire language as any discussion? Mr. Flynn, then I'll get Mr. Martin.
A stated emergency, in the event of a state of emergency has declared by the county chairman. Is that pretty subjective, or do we just take the chair's word for it that it's a state of emergency? As such, is A is feasible and B is not?
I would read that to mean that county chairman decides there's an emergency and calls one, or the state chairman decides there's an emergency and calls one, and by either trigger, then the precinct convention could be authorized by services designated by either of those bodies. Okay. The other discussion? Mr. Tate.
I'd like to propose an amendment to the title.
Oh, Mr. Marty, I did promise you first, and then Mr.
Go ahead. Sorry, we're in the title, we're just talking about preventing electronic precinct conventions. I think this also should include our county or SD conventions.
That would be appropriately placed elsewhere since it's under precinct convention section. Yeah. Mr. Tate.
I'm concerned about the way that this rule is drafted because I feel like there's not much guidance on what a state of emergency is. If anybody's been on the SBA website recently or the FEMA website, there's a whole lot of emergencies declared in this country every day and very limited things. And I'd be concerned that a rogue individual could just change the way that they conduct conventions in their county because they feel like it, that they want it to be virtual and not be in person. And somebody who values an in-person convention, that just gives me a little bit of pause. And maybe there's a limitation we can put on that in some form or fashion. And maybe it should be the county chair and state chairman say that there's an emergency. You know, so there's a little bit higher test than one individual deciding that the entire county goes virtual.
Are you suggesting that in the form of an amendment?
Yes.
So tell me
get rid of or in between county chairman
and insert and.
Replace with and.
Can we do this without Ms. Thomas? Did you have discussion or something else? Okay, so I barely heard you, Ms. Thomas, but I think you said that you would object to just going and doing it, so you wanted to speak to. I think Mr. Tate has spoken on his amendment. Am I correct? So, Ms. Thomas, did you want to speak on Mr. Tate's amendment? If so, you may proceed.
Did it get a second? No.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Ms. Thomas.
So I don't want to speak on this one, I want to speak on the original.
Okay, let's dispose of the amendment first then. Remind me, I'll come back to you, Mr. McDonald.
Chris McDonald, SDC, speaking against the amendment the amendment is a conjunctive in law, that means that you would have to have both of them to do it. If you keep it as the or, that means either one can do it. But if you throw a and in there, and now they both got to do it.
That was the point. That's the point.
Well, no. The original was so that in the event the county chairman failed to do it, the state, it could be done locally.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. The amendment was in order, so people can vote for or against the amendment, and we're ready to do so. Mr. McCarty, are you on the amendment?
SB1, I'd like to offer an amendment to the amendment.
Not much in scope there, but you can try.
It's instead of where it says on the last one, last line, instead of county chairman or the county executive committee, I'd like to make that county chairman, comma, with the approval of a majority of the county executive committee.
Point of order.
I would say that's out of scope. I'll ask you to hang on to that. So let's get back to the tape. The substitution of and for or. Ms. Thomas, did you seek recognition?
Point of order.
Oh, okay, so it's gone. Anyone else on and versus or?
Sandra Kent, SD18.
Ms. Kent, you're recognized.
I'm against this amendment. It seems as though experiences with county chairmen have left a bad taste in people's mouths by law, and I've gone through the Texas election code. This is the purview of the county chair to call these elections. In the event of an emergency, the county chair or the state chairman could call an emergency with the electronic. This is to give us more latitude, not to tie everybody's hands. Let the county chair do what they need, and if they don't, then go back to the new Rule 8K or whatever, Jay.
Thank you, Ms. Kent. Anyone else on the amendment? Mr. Riccardi?
Yes, Mr. Craig Riccardi, SD1. Sorry for my testimony earlier that was not for me. I'm in agreement with Mr. McDonald because, again, the or and the and, or means either one. And we can run into a situation in Texas where there's certain parts of Texas that may not be having an emergency, whereas others could. For example, a hurricane on the coast. The rest of West Texas, Amarillo, El Paso are just fine, and they don't have an emergency. So the state chair does not issue an emergency declaration, but the local chair would in that situation. And so we need the flexibility. Just leave it as or.
Thank you, Mr. McCarty. Anybody else on the amendment? All right. All those in favor of striking or inserting and, raise hands. All those opposed, raise hands. Motion fails. So back to or. Any other discussion? Mr. McCarty, did you have an amendment?
Yes, Craig McCarty, SD1. Mr. Chairman, that last line where it says by the county chairman or the county executive committee, I'd like to change that after county chairman, add a comma, with the approval of, and then strike the word or.
I didn't think you're ready.
Okay.
Is the comma, was the comma there already? No, the comma was not there. Okay,
No,
so
we're
that's part of the addition. Okay, is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so it's a lot. Do we have it right on the screen? You have to strike the or. You want to speak to it, Mr. McCarty?
Yes, Craig McCarty, SD1. I'm just putting this in there like this because, again, out of our experience and the experience of several others, if you have a county chair that is out of the country for a number of months and unavailable, the executive committee of the county needs to have the flexibility to be able to act. This would just legitimize the actions that an executive committee would have to take in the absence of the leadership of the county chair on an exceptional basis like that.
Thank you. I don't know, Mr. McDonald.
I just wanted to information. Point of information, Mr. Chairman, as we go on SB6. Given the verbiage here, how would one call for a meeting to get a vote and approval of the county executive committee if the premise is that they can't meet in person due to an emergency?
Thank you. That's a point for the committee and their decision. Okay, so we're back to
Mr. Chairman, Mike Burks, Mr. Bergman. So what we're saying is, with the approval of the county executive committee, that I have no problem with that. The problem I have is you've taken away the possibility of the county executive committee doing it if the county chairman doesn't choose to. The way that sentence reads, it says the county chairman can do it with the approval of the county executive committee. And I have no problem with that. But it no longer allows the county executive committee to do it on its own.
Thank you, Mr. Bergman.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, if you want, I'll go ahead and withdraw this amendment.
Okay, we have a motion to withdraw. Is there any objection? Okay, without objection, it's withdrawn. So now we're back to the new 19A. I don't think we've amended it now, right? Oh, Ms. Thomas, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Leslie Thomas, SD 23. I speak against this motion. Up until 3 weeks ago, none of us were thinking about virtual voting. We haven't even had really virtual voting. Let's get through this before we start putting this in our rules. All of us said, if this goes through, then you will have county by county, SD by SD, maybe precinct by precinct, different types of votings, different methods, different platforms, and I think that we should slow it down and wait till we get through this so that we don't create unintended consequences. We've gone how many hundreds of years without having electronic voting? I think we can survive to the next convention.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
And if we do need it, the chair can always arrange it, like he did. Call the SRC together, and we make emergency adjustments.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Mr. Townsend.
I'm going to speak against this as well. I'm unsure why a county or a executive committee would even declare an emergency. Usually that's going to come out of either the governor's office, the president of the United States. So that's why your fact that an emergency has occurred for even putting this into motion. I don't think that anybody other than the governor or his appointee designee or the president of the United States should be requiring any kind of emergency. If you have a tornado, that's a destructive area that the governor will call that area an emergency for that area. So I'm going to vote against this.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. Anybody else? Mr. Tate beat Mr. Flynn by about 0.3 of a second.
Well, I was always a good sprinter. So, I'm going to speak against this motion for several reasons. I think ultimately, in the long run, the party is going to adopt a rule like this. I think now's not the time. The way that this rule is written, what I think is going to happen is counties and senators are going to start doing it differently. There's not going to be any consistency. And it's going to be free for all, which is going to cause all kinds of problems and confusion. I think now's not the time to pass this rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tate, Mr. Flynn, and then Ms. Patrick.
Yeah, I'm speaking against this as well. Thomas made a great point in that if there is an actual emergency, the SRC and the chairman sees that as an emergency, they could easily put this in. It wasn't easy, but they were able to put it in that emergency that was visible. My concern is that a state chair or a county chair could easily just declare an emergency because maybe they have an opponent that might be a little more strong than they would like, and it would be easier for them to defeat that opponent by simply declaring an emergency and then making it easier for them to win re-election or anything. This is just wide open for fraud. This was actually put in by the SRAC in the actual environment that we're in right now. And there's no reason that if we can become in an environment like this again, that the SRAC and the state chair can make that happen. But if we've got 240-something county chairs to make this decision, any one of those can make a declaration just because they're scared about being reelected.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Flynn.
Mr. Chairman, Sandy Kudowski, 18. Can I ask him a question?
Yes,
Part of
ma'am.
that, and I didn't hear all the conversation.
Address it for me and yes.
Okay, Chairman, I kind of caught the back part of that. However, earlier on when we had our precinct and county conventions, precinct was not affected by COVID-19, county was. We had to wait for the SRAC to make this decision. So that kind of put strain on the county. I understand the worry about it, but I also understand had we had that option, we would have had a lot more flexibility. So is that discussed?
Mr. Flynn, did you want to respond to that?
I believe that they're flexible enough to get it done. You did get it done. Everything you needed done was done. I don't think we had any problems across the state with this rule that was created by the SRAC to make everything work as smoothly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ms. Patrick.
I concur with that, and I would like to move the question.
Motion, previous question's been moved. All those in favor of moving the previous question on 19A, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Okay, we'll proceed to a vote on new 19A permitting electronic precinct conventions. All those in favor of adopting the new 19A will raise hands. All those opposed, raise hands. Motion fails. So you just delete the whole thing. Okay, anything else in this section? Number 20 is open now. Number 21. Who speaks? Mr. Barcroft? Is that you? I just... Advantages and disadvantages, right? We don't have to run it. We don't have to run microphone around today. On the other hand, I have no idea who's talking sometimes. Did someone seek recognition? Okay, 21. 22.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Kim?
Sandra Kennedy, 18. I had one of our county chairman write a note about Rule 22. He was concerned about the timing of what is in here. I believe it was number 3. 22C, number 3. He had questions about that. If you can clarify this for me to take back to him, I'd appreciate it. Third day after day, the precinct convention, and then it goes down to the 30 minutes of adjournment. He said if it's 30 minutes, he said it takes an hour to drive across this county. I just want to know if I can take some information back to him about that.
Okay, so let's just read it and see what it says first. So you're looking at under transmittal of records electronic, is that correct?
Correct.
Electronic delivered to the county chairman's electronic mail address or other website designated by the county chairman for this purpose no later than the third day after the date of the precinct convention, if not held on the same day or day immediately preceding the county or senatorial district convention. If the precinct convention is held on the same day or the day immediately preceding the county or senatorial district convention, the permanent chair shall deliver the record within 30 minutes of adjournment of the precinct convention.
Exactly.
Okay, I have a weird question that ties into that. So say you...
Mr. Chairman, if that's a special case, it's like Hill County, they'll have a convention, the precinct convention in the morning, and then right after that, they'll...
Yeah, I understand that part. I'm wondering if there's a conflict with 2 days after. Like, okay, if you had a precinct convention on a Thursday, wouldn't you have until Sunday to deliver those records, and your convention might be Saturday? and it wouldn't fall under this? Is that the problem you're
I
identifying?
think that's the question he had. He said it just made no sense. Please ask about it.
I think you can make a motion that fixes that, and the committee can decide if it's a problem. I'm confused by that based on my Thursday, Saturday, not having to turn it until Sunday, a day after the convention. That's a little confusing to me as well. So I'm open for an amendment. If you've got one, Ms. Gibbs.
I honestly do not, because I had the same problems. I couldn't really answer the question.
Chris McDonald, next moved to amend.
Yeah, we got one. Mr. McDonald?
Sure. If you would,
I feel the word penultimate or something.
I feel the words that
Or 3 days before or something.
Shall initiate at the very bottom before 30 minutes. Shall initiate delivery of the record within 30 minutes of the jury. So that means he has to start the process, but he doesn't have to be there in 30 minutes.
Hang on, and we may be talking about two different potential problems. We technically don't have anything on the floor right now. I think.
Mr. Chairman, put that in last.
Hang on, Ms. Thomas, so just I'm clear on where we're going before I say if it's germane or like. I thought, Mr. McDonald, you were going to fix something else, but she technically hadn't offered anything. So, I'll take your motion. Did you have two problems, Ms. Kidd? Were you identifying two issues?
No, it was the confusion I had, the confusion a county chairman had, and I think we just got the solution with his verbiage. If you would allow me to put this up as a motion.
Well, I recognize Mr. McDonald for an amendment. So if he's got something that addresses it different, I'll take him and come back to you.
I'll yield to Ms. Kent since this was her deal.
Thank you. And if you've got it still open, if you've got a slightly different concern, just bring it back to us and we'll take it, Mr. McDonald.
Okay, then let's see, then it would be not later than the third day or within 30 minutes before the commencement of precinct convention, whichever is later. Earlier. So that would be delivering the information to the permanent chair within 3 days or 30 minutes prior to county convention, whichever is earlier. It gives it a little bit more leeway and it tightens it up, I think. I'd say 30 minutes prior to the start of the county convention.
So, question for somebody who has knowledge of the counties that do it the same day.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Thomas?
We put this in last year, last convention.
Oh, and was there a second? Is there a second? Ms. Patrick, that's an affirmative. Okay. Ms. Thomas, back to you.
We put this in last convention for the rural counties that have their conventions on the precinct conventions on the same day that they have their county conventions. And if you track the language, there are two things going on. One is for the same day of conventions, the precinct, and the other one is for meeting before on other days. So if you go to the first Rule 22, you'll see right at the end, it's not held on the same day or day immediately preceding the CD or SD convention. So that language tracks. That was to protect those one county. And then at number 3 is the same language. The precinct convention is held on the same day or immediately preceding. So those languages are just, that 30 minutes is just for them to physically walk that information over to the county chair. They're already in the same location when this convention goes on, when those conventions go on. The SD, the precinct conventions and the county conventions are all together. So I hope that makes sense. This wasn't my motion, but I just remember it very clearly from 2 years ago, and I'm familiar with the county. I worked with the county this past time that actually did this.
Thank you. And Ms. Kent, can you verify that we didn't miss something in the wording? Was there a whichever is earlier, whichever is later, or something to that effect?
Yeah, within the, whichever is earlier is missing after convention,
So
whichever is earlier.
convention camp, comma, whichever is earlier, comma?
Exactly. And I understand what she's saying, but I think the verbiage meshed them together, and they need to be separate in the end.
And I did allow some progress, so let me make sure I throw the whichever is earlier without objection. Okay. Ms. Patrick, do I see you wish to speak? You may.
Well, it's a thought forming, but to say or within 30 minutes, I think, or no later than 30 minutes prior to the start of the county convention. The whole point is that if they're the day before, they could be in separate locations. But if it's that day, it's probably not the same day. But as long as you have it 30 minutes before the county convention starts. So I would propose an amendment to the amendment that we, instead of saying or within 30 minutes, we say or not later than.
So within gets struck and inserted, get the words no, not later than get inserted. Is there a second? Second. Discussion. Ms. Patrick, do you want to speak?
If Fernando Trevino.
Let Ms. Patrick speak to her motion if she wishes, then come to you.
Well, we've just, we've done this in our county twice now, and it is kind of funny when you're reading the script and there it is, and you had to have done this 3 days ago. But we just need it before the county convention can begin, and I think it has to lay on the table or lay for observation for 30 minutes after the precinct chair, the precinct convention, and so. You got to give it 30 minutes, so, but you also could give it more if it's the day before, as long as you have it by 30 minutes before the county convention begins. You should be good. And whichever is earlier in that case probably can be stricken and doesn't need to be there.
Okay, Mr. Trevino?
Are we sure it's still in the right spot? I'm a little confused by this first sentence that we're ending. It's talking about precinct conventions that aren't on the same day, but it seems like the discussion has been around when the precinct convention and the county convention are on the same day, which is the next sentence.
Are you looking at the section that's not indented right before D, perhaps?
No, so in that section 3 that's being amended, like,
you're talking about
read
right
that
here.
sentence and then the sentence after it, and there are two different time periods, but the discussion seems to be around the second one, not that first sentence.
Move this down here.
So, okay, let me understand. Are you proposing a solution to the?
I'm trying to make sure it's in the right spot, because I don't quite
Oh.
understand, like, it sounds like the discussion is separate from.
We want it to be in the right place.
Yeah.
Right. So, permanent chairman of a precinct convention, just looking at C in its totality, shall transmit to the county chairman the written record or electronic record. You can do it electronically within 3 days. You can do it by mail. You can do it in person.
And so that first sentence is saying in person if the precinct convention is not on the same day as the county convention. Then that second one, the second sentence is where it mentions 30 minutes because it's on the same day.
Yeah, so you've got like, if we're establishing a 1, 2, 3 under not held the same day,
that's what I'm saying.
It almost becomes unclear that in 3,
like, why would we
you're back to addressing both situations.
Right.
Although I would argue that number 1 gives you both. It says if it is held on the same day, you do this. If it's not held on the same day, then you do that. So 1 is giving me an option for both.
I just think where we're
2 is only for those not held on the same day or right before. And then 3 is,
Yeah, the first sentence of 3 and the second sentence of 3 are two different scenarios. And it sounds like the 30 minutes is only a problem in the second scenario.
If you took out that last part of the 30 minutes
Yeah, Ms. Mann, go ahead.
of the precinct convention, that would take care of that confusion because it would be centered around a new verbiage. Within 3 days or 30 minutes prior to start the county, and then move everything after that off. It's just a way to, it's a deadline to getting records from one place to another, whether it's the same day, same place, or not.
okay, so based on Mr. Trevino's point, Ms. Patrick, did you have any suggestion as to where, do you want to keep it there? Would you propose that we move it?
No, I think it fits better at the end with the removal of,
So can we, of course, that affects the primary amendment. I think you had a secondary amendment. So let me throw it to the whole committee, since moving the whole sentence and then deciding how to write the sentence affects everybody. Is there any objection to moving the stuff in red and the stuff in red that's struck through, and then dealing with the strike through where it should be? Okay, there's no objection, so let's go ahead and put it where Mr. Trevino is suggesting, and then we'll proceed without objection. So give us a solution, Mr. Trevino, for where you want all the stuff in red.
So looking at the second sentence, so I guess where it says have to deliver the record, and then you would add there not later than 30 minutes prior to the start of the county convention, so you would cross out the rest of that. Yeah, and then you would delete the rest of the sentence.
Does the new delete that you're suggesting affect both the primary amendment and the secondary, Mr. Trevino? Yeah, okay, so there's no objection. We can deal with that, and then if the amendment side, we'll just bring back the language where it is. Okay, do we know where we are? I feel like people are getting tired in the last few minutes.
Yeah.
They're real quiet. You guys want a 10-minute recess in a little bit? Can we get through this one? Okay, let's keep going here. Okay, so the motion before you is to strike or within, and whichever is earlier, and that's on the amendment that is the stuff in red that's not struck, plus the stuff in black that's struck. Are we clear? So we're voting on Ms. Patrick's amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries. So now we're on the red without the strike throughs. And including the, whoa, was there a semicolon there? Well, I'll have to decide if the semicolon is part of the strike through for the copy, right? Okay. So, yeah. What number is this? Give me a second, please. What's the number of the rule?
the guys who need a rules committee minutes.
Whoa, is there a semicolon there? We have a lot of quotables today.
22C3.
No semicolon.
That's not a semicolon.
Oh, it's a promise with a strike through.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely. Even better. I think that's not a comma, that's a comma with a strike through.
Another thing that's consistent with it is number 1, the last sentence number 1 is what the last sentence number 3 was, so now they conflict with each other.
Oh.
But it sounds like the intent was that so long as you get it there 30 minutes before you start your county convention, everyone's cool.
Okay, so we're on the amendments on 3 as amended. Are you ready for the question? And does this affect yours, Mr. Trevino, or can we fix it? We'll fix it. Okay. Let's vote on the amendment then. All those in favor of adopting the new language in 3, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Okay, so now we've got the amendment. You have a fix.
Yeah, so to be
You have the whole.
consistent then, I move that we make that same amendment in section 1. So after shall deliver the record, it would also say not later than 30 minutes prior to the start of the county convention.
So can we just kill everything from within to convention and then insert in one, in number
So
one?
one where it says insert that where.
So at the end of number 1, we're striking everything after
record.
After record. So starting with within.
Yeah, right.
Hang on, let's get it, and we'll get to the point. So striking within all the way to convention.
And then replacing it.
And then replace it with the language we read from 33. Okay, and there was a second, right? And someone had a question.
This would be interesting to know. Does this then, if it's the same day, then is the county convention has a set start date, does this then mandate a termination time for or the senatorial one, if the last one starts a set start date, does then automatically mandate a termination time for the prior?
I'm not sure.
If they have to deliver at least 30 minutes ahead, then they would have to terminate the convention at least enough time to.
So in other words, okay, say you had a 10 a.m. start of your precinct conventions and a noon time start on your county convention, and your precinct convention went long and it was 11:45. You've now like affected the start of the county convention. Is that am I?
It seemed to me you're under mandate that you have to terminate the precinct convention in order to meet the deadline of the other
That may be a problem. I can see that, Mr. Range. You have a valid point. Ms. Patrick, do you have a fix?
Well, I don't know if I have a fix, but so there's a couple ways you can do it. We call our county convention to convene 30 minutes after the last precinct chair ends. The last precinct convention ends. Or you can set it for later in the day. I mean, it varies.
So in your county, Ms. Patrick, you make the call of your same day county convention with the time limit that starts at the adjournment of the last precinct convention. Is that correct?
Correct. But we're small and we do it all in the same place. So it's just.
Does that alleviate your concern, Mr. Hinge? If that would create a sort of a mandate for those counties that do that to be aware that you can have precinct conventions that run long, that they would have to adopt rules that accommodate that. Excuse me.
Well, they were mandated to do that. They were mandated to do, she said, you don't start the other one until the stuff arrives, or you have to tell the other one, you be here by this time or that's what it is.
Mr. Chairman.
Who speaks?
Mike Birchwood, C20.
Mr. Birchwood.
Who speaks? Yes, well, I can sing to you instead. But anyway, this requires some common sense behavior. You cannot legislate in this rule every circumstance involving precinct conventions and county conventions. And we recognize I have precinct chairs that their precinct conventions go to doomsday. So we held our precinct conventions on one day, our county convention on another, because I know the personalities of our people. But I think the county chair should be given the option of just scheduling it, according to what he knows. We cannot possibly handle every contingency, and I don't think we should try.
Thank you, Mr. Borsman. Okay, are we ready for the question? So the question before you is the amendment to number 1 that would have it conform to similar language with the language in number 3 under C. Everybody understand where we are? All those in favor of the change to number 1, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. And the ayes have it. I think there was itching for a recess a few minutes ago. Is that still on the? I'll be open for that. Ms. Vanderland moves to recess for 10 minutes. We will come back at 3:58.
We've got 1 and 3, I just want to make sure on this one. So I thought we just voted on 1.
I thought we voted on 3, because I would have voted on 1.
Where it was earlier made no sense.
It makes sense now, but.
Okay.
I was sort of late. Did I say that?
I wrote this. I heard there was at least a drink vending machine down on the first floor. Maybe, yeah, first floor. But I haven't seen any like snack machines.
And what did it was through the normal, I didn't want to bug you later typing all that kind of stuff.
Yes, yeah. It's hard to do clerks.
Because I sent him this, I sent him this address, the Google doc.
Yes, I have some stuff on this and some stuff on this. My computer is using.
Copper stove. So I sent him this.
Is he finishing a submission like after he's pressing submit? That sounds stupid. Yeah, I know it's we just had a break, so it's
And then they found out.
Or anything you need, let me know. As long as I'm here, I will be. I appreciate it.
Can I just give him the email address? That'd be sufficient.
It's on the website. It's on the website and it's on the page. It doesn't require you.
Yeah, the one that, what's that, Blue and Blackman, that soccer. Let's get that water.
Yes, no, these are. All of these people.
Actually, for lunch for 7 hours, 30, 40 minutes. 11, but I want to start looking at them at 6.
All right, let's start again in 2 minutes. 4:10.
I think it was from the welcome email. I feel like I'm doing somewhere. Restricted.
Like, what are we doing?
CRC. Resolution.
Review.
Did I tell you I sent some qualified 2008 and 2012 credential stuff? Pages.
You want to send all of our stuff I remember a while back too. Are we sending her literally?
You like difficult ones?
So that the difficult ones, like, were decided by a cease and desist order before. So we're like, well, they beat us to it.
Okay, time is 4:10. We're back in. Let's committee members be seated. Okay, just a little bit of data on where we are. We've made progress in the last few hours, pleased to say, getting through a lot of general rules amendments. Yes, today we need to start working on supplementals. I'm advised that a lot of technicalities are still being figured out. We may have some language in 2 hours. I would maybe recommend to the committee that we go ahead and look at them in 2 hours. So let's continue our progress on the general rules, and if we don't have anything recommended on the technical side in 2 hours, we can open a discussion of the supplementals and get through the stuff that seems like it's consensus-y. That's a word. Of course, I've read consensus. I've read consensus-y wrong at least once today, so I'll. Okay, so we are back to the general rules, and there was nothing on the table when we recessed, so floor is open. I think we were around number 22, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Chairman, are you ready for 23? SD 12.
Yes, you may.
All right, I'd like to make a recommendation to add a new 23F. It was emailed to actually.
And before I get too deep, are there any people waiting to testify on anything specific in the 20s?
Anybody online?
Someone can monitor the document and be looking for motions on that when it's appropriate. Amy, are you watching that document?
I am. I know that there was, I was going to say, there's an amendment from Bill for 23A.
So Mr. Eastland has something. Is that the bill?
He does.
So we can maybe see. You want to organize a call from Mr. Eastland and just have him on standby, perhaps.
Okay.
Object to the consideration.
We'll take that motion when we get to it.
It's like having a mute button.
Okay, Mr. Inge, we're getting your amendments up on the live document. And it's on there. Can you check the wording?
I just shall I read it or just put it out loud?
Yeah, just verify for me that that's correct. I'm going to go ahead and add 2 thirds. So that'll be.
All right, I think it's right. No resolution or individual plan shall progress to the next higher level without receiving an affirmative vote by 2/3 of the voting members present, to include those members voting electronically when permitted.
Okay, is there a second? Is there a second? Okay, Mr. Inge, you may speak to it.
Great. We heard earlier someone in the audience come and talk about the experience they had in Austin. People try and talk about the blank and being laughed at by the representatives. The challenge is that I've spoken to our representatives about the platform and why we haven't seen more action on it. And it seems that it's so few. They get 4,000 bills a year or more, but there's so few of the things we think are really important and relevant seem to be addressed. And the response is that, well, first of all, we don't know really what the buy-in is on these. Maybe they got passed, but we've got a whole lot of people. Maybe they only marginally passed, and in our area, we may not have a lot of buy-in, and so we're really not that focused on it unless somebody comes and waves it in our face. And even then, we're asking, well, what really is the support for this stuff? And so we ought to have things in front of them where they understand there's a significant buy-in, and we need to address these things. And this is the way to determine that. If we've got 2/3 of the voting members saying this is important to us, I think it would far bigger message to our representatives and a better chance of getting them to actually focus on what we need done.
Thank you, Mr. Inge. Anyone would like to speak on this proposal? Yes. Mr. Dunning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Randy Dunning, SD 16. I rise in opposition to this because 2/3 is what we call a supermajority. And to have a supermajority on the basic business of resolutions seems to me to be excessive. As far as the addressing the complaints, I don't see how this addresses or provides any solvency at all for the results of a representative rejecting this. Because if he can reject 51%, he can reject 2/3. It's just as easy. But it places a burden upon the convention that I think is unnecessary. What I think we can tell our representatives is this was passed by the largest political convention in the world. And it passed that vote, and even now we've had plank-by-plank voting so we can determine and actually look at the actual support for any particular platform plank. So I think this is unnecessary. I think it produces an excessive burden on the convention, and I hope that the members of this committee will reject this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Dunning. Someone else to speak on the amendment? Ms. Hickey.
Yes, I'm going to share Randy's points here. All of our legislative priorities and most of our platform passed with 85% approval and higher. So 60%, that's not going to affect how our electeds consider their support of this stuff.
Thank you, Ms. Henke, Mr. Barkoff, and then I'll take Ms. Hinkler.
Mr. Chairman, it's well known that if one can make it onto the platform and introduce plank number 501, it will be passed and become part of the permanent platform, because we always run out of time when it comes to vote on a platform, and we're rushed at the end, and we're told if we don't approve everything right now, which would actually be about 80% or higher, then we're just not going to have a platform for the next 2 years. I don't think it's a bad idea. I think it's a good resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Barkoff. Ms. Hinkler.
Kathy Hamer to the District 21. I was actually going to, in the temporary rules, suggest 75%. So I know that some people are thinking this bar is too high, but I still think it's too low. Because if you remember when you were in school, if you made a 66 on something, you made an F. So if all they're doing is getting 66% to be able to be included in the platform, that's really not saying much. I think that it's actually a pretty low standard. Because I would have thought that you'd have to say at least 3/4 or higher. So as far as I'm concerned, it's not strong enough.
Thank you, Ms. Hinkler. Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, SD 28 Doug Offerman. I'm opposed to this amendment. I think it's putting a square peg in a round hole. The issue is how do we get candidates to support the platform? That's the elephant in the room. This only addresses that voting is the only way to do that, and history has shown that the testimony was that they don't pay attention, that the people running for office don't. So I think this doesn't really fix the issue.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. Mr. Wright.
And Dwayne Wright at State 3. I totally see what my counterpart's point is, and part of the, I guess, the confusion about the process is when you see rules and resolutions and all that come before the body, they don't get discussed by the body and they get voted through. And then for 2 years you're beaten over the head with just the will of the body, when the body had no input other than what the rules, the temporary or permanent rules committee did. And we've got input, and I get it from back here, but I think it's disingenuous to say it's the will of the body when there's no discussion or proper vote for the will. I see exactly what the point is here. What they're trying to do. I just don't know.
Mr. Chairman.
What's our explanation? Mr. Berger?
Yeah, I'm sharing some of the same sentiment here. I guess I'm speaking for the motion. At the last convention, we had, an hour and 20 minutes to vote on 300 planks. And there was no way, to do it. And then to say, well, this is the will of the Republican Party, when I only got through about half of them, and hurriedly at that. When I was driving home, my wife and I started going over them in detail, and went, oh, well, I don't think so. And so to say, I like this idea of having some mechanism for screening them out. There's so many, and I know that offends people here some, but 300, you may as well not have any, because there are just so many. If they don't represent having an opinion on every subject, like the platform has, makes it a failure to influence public policy.
Thank you, Mr. Berger. Ms. Thomas.
Leslie Thomas, SD 23. I'm speaking in opposition. Here's the reason. We formed the legislative party. This committee 4 years ago formed the legislative priorities committee, and those are our short ones. It would say these are our priorities. This is our essence. And the platform, that's our Bible, our book. That's our soul. And it is complex,
and it is deep, and it is storied. And I'm looking at these people with their, coming from all over the state of Texas in a pandemic. And I'm asking, and I'm walking through, I don't know if I've been down to the platform area and the legislative priorities. I'm telling you, there's just as many people there it's a good turnout, as if, we're having a convention here in 3 days in person. That's the amount of people that I'm seeing. And I'm talking to them, and these are people that are part of groups, like the Moms Against the Marijuana, California, My Texas. And, what brought them here to this convention? Well, because they have an issue that's impacting their life, and they have an issue that they found a place in the Republican Party that they have a platform to get out, and they can link up with fellow conservatives. So I rise against this. A majority is good enough. But like Amy pointed out, look at it. We haven't had okay, back up. 6 years ago and before, we would vote on the whole platform. And it would kind of be a four or five and a flurry on what we could get out, what we could get in a matter of minutes. And then the body was dealt with that document. But since, I guess, 4 years ago, we started voting plank by plank, and that has been a great instructional tool. And it's that everyone has to go through plank by plank and think about, do I support this, do I support this? And I know that in my committee, I'm kind of like in my caucus, I make sure that my people know what those planks are. And it's a learning curve. And they are anxious to know, Leslie, what about this? What about this? And we go through it. And they come away very educated, more educated than they have been in the past. So do not diss the plank by plank, and I don't ever want to get rid of that because again, it's way better than what we had before. And so what I'm asking you is and then the next thing is that look at the amount of votes that the planks passed by. I think I looked at it, the lowest was in the 60s. So, and most of them were in the 90s. So you can say that there is consensus there, and the Republican Party is together on a lot of core issues. So I'm just pleading with you to respect the people that put this platform together and know that they come, and I'm telling you, these people have been coming for decades, and then they're bringing in new people, and we're building a home because we have this platform that they can say, yes, there's a niche for me, and that's where I belong. So please respect the platform. Let's respect the platform.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. We have a potential witness who may want to testify on the platform. Is that correct? Is it germane to this right now? Okay, so I'm going to ask, without objection, that Mr. Stutz be given 2 minutes to discuss the topic at hand. Without objection, you may proceed.
Clint Stutz, SB3, I'm against this addition. This is trying to address something that it can't address. It's not the mechanism. What we have a problem with is electeds that don't view the party as something that guides them. We tend to be the thing they flick off their shoulder like a fly or something. And that's something we have to figure out. This is not the thing that hasn't figured out. Like Amy has said, I think the previous speaker, we have plank by plank voting, and we have those numbers to look at to see the approval of all those things. I don't know about anyone else, but I did at least skim all the planks before I voted on them. And I did not vote for everything. I voted against a whole lot of things. So if you're looking for something to beat electeds over the head with, it's really not the platform because they don't care. That is a starting point for a conversation with your elected, but it's not going to make them obey or do what you want them to do. You have to build a relationship. You have to make them care because they don't care by default. Some of them will laugh at you, like that guy told us this morning. They will laugh at you. I don't care. This rule is not going to get done what you want to get done.
Thank you, Mr. Stutz. Mr. Offerman.
Question for the justifier.
Sure, I'll come in.
So, looking at the rule amendments, you're from Senate District 3, is that right? Yes. Okay. So you had a non-judicial candidates must disclose the platform position or lack thereof at a time of filing for candidacy. Do you think that's the direction we should be going? Can you use your microphone? Sorry. Doug Offerman, SD 28. I'm looking over the amendments from your Senate district, and I see one of the amendments is non-judicial candidates must disclose platform position at the time of filing for candidacy.
That would be, it's like a checkbox type thing to me. They could go ahead and do that just to get through it. That's not them saying that they're loyal to the party and what we've set forth for them in the platform. In my opinion, it's just a checkbox thing.
Okay.
It's a nice sentiment, but it doesn't guarantee they even read the platform.
So you're not supporting that at all either?
I would support that. I'm just saying that's not going to fix anything.
Okay. Thank you.
It's a hard problem to even get our heads around. How do you get your electeds to care what we're doing here?
Thank you, Mr. Offerman. Thank you, Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wright.
Dwayne Wright, SD3. Mr. Chairman, I'll ask a point of clarification. Is censure based on the platform planks or the principles? Just for clarity.
Are you asking about Rule 44 censure?
Right.
Is that germane to the? I don't know if it's. I don't believe it's germane, and well, if we were just sort of tangentially germane, I would just advise the committee to read Rule 44. All right, so we're back to it's there. So
I have to scroll down now.
oh no.
Now you do when we get through.
I'll let you scroll down. Okay, let's get back to where we are. Any other discussion on this? Are you ready for the question?
Well,
Mr. Flynn.
sorry, Josh Flynn, it's 15. Looking at this, it's trying to create a higher threshold. I get that, whatever. But I mean, ultimately, any delegate can bring their own thing here, and just one person would come to and use the time with the whole committee. They can bring that stuff up anyway, with just one person. And the onerous 2/3. I mean, that's a great threshold, but who's going to calculate that? Some of the Senate districts have hundreds of delegates, and you got to get them to figure out a 2/3. So that's also another problem with this when any individual can bring one by itself. So I think this actually can make the state committees even harder, because as opposed to being in a box with all the other Senate districts, which can combine with other Senate districts, we're going to take this one out, and then we're going to have an activist come up here by himself and pull it up as it could have been dispensed with in a committee, but then they're going to bring it all up. I mean, I hope that makes sense. Does that make sense? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Anybody else on this? All right, hearing none. All those in favor of adding the language in F as proposed, raise hands. All those opposed, raise hands, and the noes have it. Okay, we're on still on 23. If anyone's got anything else, now we'll proceed to 23, capital A.
Mr. Chairman.
Who rises?
This is Daniel, you're asking for.
Right in front of you.
I would like to move, given how much work it's going to take to do the supplemental rules. I'd like to move that maybe we adopt the rules up to as we've done them up till now, and move on to doing supplemental rules. I'm concerned about that time.
Just clarification, do you want to adopt them and close them? Does it mean we could reopen them, or do you just want to table them for like as a whole, and then we can just take them off the table.
Let's table them as a whole.
Okay.
Everyone's amenable?
And that's already right now. That's not a time certain. That's the time certain is not. Okay. Just to be clear. Okay. There's a motion. There's a second.
Discussion.
Since it's a table, I mean, technically you can't make opening the supplementals conditional on that, although that would be logical. But since it's just a table, it would put the discussion of the 2018 rules in progress at 23 on the table for reopening at a later time.
Point of information.
Mr. Borsma,
Yes.
your voice now.
Yes. You had said just a while ago that we would have more information provided to us on the supplemental rules.
So
where are we on that?
Here's what I have. I have, they are not, the parameters of what we should be considering are not ready yet. However, in consulting with RPT parliamentarian, there are some supplemental rules that he and I both believe are, I think I used the word a minute ago, consensus-y. And we could make progress on those consensus-y ones. And if, I'm not opposed every hour or two to hopping back and forth. I think we can make progress on some of the supplementals. I don't think it would be fruitless. There are some that I think in the wisdom of the committee, you guys can say, like this is virtual convention stuff, let's wait on this one. But I will yield to the majority of this body. If the preference is to continue with the general rules for right now, then you want to vote against the motion to table. If you want to proceed onto some other item of business, such as the supplementals, then you would vote for the motion to table. Does that answer your question?
I would speak against tabling at this time. I also
would be a discussion on that would be not in order.
Thank you.
Okay, so everybody understands what your choice is. So motion to table, we go to something else, and we can revisit general rules at any time. Motion against tabling would continue us on in progress on general rules. Understood? Okay. All those in favor of tabling discussion on general rules, raise hands, please. Okay. And all those opposed to table, raise hands. Okay. So the noes have it for now. After some progress, you may renew your motion. Okay, so we're back to 23 capital A, if there's anything.
Mr. Chairman, may I, point of personal privilege, I'd like to ask this committee to consider that we don't have to perfect everything. There's some of the rules that we did a bunch of stuff with that were okay. And right now, just to get through it, unless there's something wrong with stuff, let's just go with it, okay? Because we won't finish if we spend 45 minutes perfecting every item.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Okay, so floor is open for amendments. 24. 25. 26. 27. 27 capital A is a permanent state executive committee rule, so that's purview and per our original motion of using the 2018 rules plus the single change to 8A. Hang on. Oh, okay, my note to myself here was let me see what you've got on your screen. This was changed. Okay, I didn't know if you can see my note to myself. Yeah, this was changed by emergency action, I guess, so it doesn't, we can't touch it anyway.
Are you saying this is not going to be on the rules that you're going to pass?
Okay, so let's think about this. Talking about print copy here. If the SREC changed under temporary emergency provisions, what Rule 1 says that it comes back to the convention, but the rules also say that anything that's a permanent state executive committee rule can't be touched unless the SRAC gave us permission to do it. Stand at ease for one moment.
Unless it goes away. Well, you'll be thinking about it.
Mr. Chairman, inquiry.
Ms. Hickman?
Is this one of the ones that's going to go away after this convention?
Yeah, and I'll just tell you, full transparency here, what my note to myself is, essentially, okay, we've got a situation where there's something that you can never touch unless it's given to you, and then you've got another rule that says, well, if SRAC touches anything, it goes away at convention. Okay, but I can't touch it, so does it go away automatically, and we print the 27A as the new, like, since we couldn't touch it anyway, and it was changed under temporary and emergency provisions, or does it go away on its own without action that we can't take because it was done under temporary and emergency provisions? Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Is it possible that we could just take the exact same language like they have it and add a new 27B so that if it goes away, we've still got it, because this is a good rule?
Yeah, except it wouldn't be under our purview to add anything that relates to that topic, because that's given by Texas Election Code to the SREC unless they delegate it and turn to us, which they have not.
Mr. Chair?
Ms. Hickey?
Can we add just this provision falls to the ground at the end of the convention with the new SREC?
I can't tell the convention or the SREC to do anything with it. I mean, we cannot as a committee. So I think it's untouchable. So we'll decide how it needs to be printed, whether it's printed as it is as of July 2020, or do we print it as of what it was in summer of 2018? We'll figure that out. But in the opinion of the chair, we cannot touch that. So we'll move on to 28.
Point of information, Chair, this is significant. It's ST18 Rule 27B.
Yeah, and there's a 27B now too.
Yeah.
You want to just read the topic, you don't have to read the whole.
Permit electronic county and senatorial district conventions based on the language that we adopted for the precinct conventions.
Well, that's fair.
So I'll just make a note of the text so that we've got a place marker. Can you tell me, Ms. Kent, if there's a PSECR indicator on the 27B?
No, there is not.
So we can touch it. I mean, someone could bring it to the table. It's not in the motion of the 2018 rules, but someone could create this 27B, throw it up on there. If it... Would you like to do that, Ms. Kent, or not at this time?
Not at this time. I was just curious whether we would be addressing that like we did the precinct convention electronic allowance. Can we revisit this at a later date?
Absolutely. All right, moving on. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, just as the maker of the initial, putting this on the floor. And being the maker of the person that put this all on the floor, unless this was on the 2018 rules, then I did not put this on the floor. I just put the 2018 rules and 8A. So if this is different from 2018, then that doesn't count. It's not shouldn't be here on this document at all.
Well,
What should be on the document?
If this was not on the 2018 rules,
Right, but at the same time, if what becomes the rules of the party is what this committee can contribute plus what exists as permanent state executive committee rules, what become the general rules of the party is the two together. So, I mean, it matters. It may not matter to us other than how it interacts with other rules in there. But I would suggest that it's important. It's just not super important.
and my thought, this should be on our document. What I'm saying.
And I would disagree with that, respectfully.
Point of
Okay.
information.
Mr. McDonald?
Chris McDonald, 66, point of information regarding the electronic precinct chair that failed, didn't it?
No, the amendments to it now.
I'm asking the chairman.
Which rule, Mr. McDonald?
The 19A to permit electronic conventions in an emergency, did that not fail?
Hang on, let me scroll up. I don't see a 19A in the working document.
Correct, so it failed.
It must have failed.
So I bring that up, point of information, that we've already discussed an electronic meeting and bringing that from SREC temporary rules to here, and it failed, so.
Right, in a separate, from precinct conventions it did. You're correct, Mr. McDonald. Ms. Thomas?
Point of clarification. What Mr. Flynn, I think, was saying is that the very first motion of this committee was that we work on the 2018 rules and not have the emergency rules that the SREC has put in there. And so that they should not be up there for us to work on. They should, if someone wants them, they can import that in, but they should not be from our working document.
Yes, that may be true. I would just advise the committee that we've got to make sure we don't lose it too, so it's kind of a note to self, just total honesty. It's like, don't forget to put it in. So anything in blue is not part of the motion, to be clear.
And I just looked at the 2018 rules, and it's already in there, it's still in there from 2018, so it was part of my original motion.
On the website?
No, from the rules that we have passed, from 2018. I'm just looking at the 2018 copy, 27A.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm out of order, sorry.
You're never out of order. Your remarks or motion may be out of order, but you're never out of order. Okay, let's move on. We're on 2018. Surprised. Okay, 29. Roll 30. Mr. Russo.
I have a request on 30. I understand that there's a small change on, I guess it would be report of resolutions committee and adoption of report and nominations, and to switch that, the order of that to nominations before resolutions.
Okay, so you're switching items H and I.
Correct.
Okay, the motion is in order. Is there a second?
Second.
And Mr. Russo, you have the floor if you wish to speak to it.
I think it's just a clerical change. It looks like previously in 16 it was the way that I'm presenting to you, and I'm just trying to get it back to the way it was presented. That's all.
Okay. Thank you. Discussion on that. Ms. Thomas?
Having been the chair of the nominations committee many times at the SD level, when the first order of business is that we vote to switch the order of the agenda, to have the nominations come second before the resolutions, because the nominations are always lagging behind resolutions. So, anyway, I'm thinking that that's the reason why that is there. That if they're like our SD, our resolutions are done sooner than our nominations are.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Mr. Dunny.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Randy Dunning, SD 16. I prefer the previous, or I should say the current status quo on this as opposed to the new ordering of the agenda. And we found that in SD 16, because of the size of the SD, the nominations report always does come out very, very late. And so usually we have long disposed of resolutions and we're still waiting for nominations to come out. So I think this order actually would delay the conventions in many of the larger SDs. And furthermore, there's nothing that quite keeps people staying in the convention until they can see their name roll across on the nominations. So it's also kind of a reward to keep the delegates in place till the very end. I know that may seem a little manipulative, but it is a phenomenon we've noticed, and so we prefer to have the nominations at the very end because it does encourage delegates to stay to the very end. So for those reasons, I'll be opposing this modification.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Dunny. Ms. Hagler.
SJ 21, Kathy Hagler. I just want to remind everybody that after it goes IJKL, read that last sentence. Provided, however, that such order of business following item C may be changed by affirmative vote of a majority of the delegates present and voting, and we often take advantage of that. So this isn't something we need to spend a lot of time on because you can change it by majority vote of whoever's coming out of the committee first.
Thank you, Ms. Hagler. Looking up something real quick, just from a historical perspective, wanted to see when it did flip, because it didn't happen in 2018, it didn't happen in 2016, but it did happen, so I'm narrowing it down. I've got 2002 here, that's my oldest one, and it was nominations resolutions. Mr. Liccardi.
Thank you, Greg Liccardi, SD1. In the 2020 RPT website, the downloads of the convention script, the county convention script, it does have nominations prior to resolutions in the agenda items. But I'd have to read through the whole thing. I do believe there's some language in there that gives some flexibility that if nominations is finished and resolutions isn't, noms goes first. If noms is still going and resolutions are done, resolutions goes first. I think it gives that convention the flexibility either way.
You're right, and that script may have never been updated since at least 2014 now as I continue my trek backwards. That said, are we ready for the question?
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor of switching to I being nominations and J being resolutions, raise hands. All those opposed, raise hands. And motion fails. So we'll revert to the status quo. Anything else on number 30? Okay, we're up to 31 now.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Hetke?
we have a commission on the amendment list.
Okay, give us the details of that, please.
Gary Teal has one for Rule 32 that's been on your computer. I can't open the whole thing online.
All right, Mr. Teal, are you prepared to speak on this? All right. All right. Do we have it electronically also?
Yes.
You can give us a electronic writing too, but electronic will suffice.
Thank you very much. I'm here to testify on Rule 32, which is the list of delegates. I know that we are a party that is diverse, but if you can generalize about us, we are older and we value our privacy. And I think it's both of those things that led us to the current regime where the list of delegates' emails are not available to anyone. I was helping James Dickey in his re-election campaign, and he has no access to the list of delegate emails to communicate with them. I've spoken to many people about the emails, and I've heard a lot of reasons that people don't want to be bothered. And I frankly believe that delegates should be willing to hit delete 20 or 30 times if that's what it takes. And I'd rather they open those emails from the people who have a right to get this. So I looked at Rule 32 and I tried to mark it up, and I just couldn't make enough changes to make it make sense. So I restated most of the things in here. Again, there's no specific mention in the rule of emails being excluded. There is some language about only the information that the delegate has proactively signed off on being available should be made available. But that you could argue that the phone numbers should not be made available, and the phone numbers are made available to candidates. So I would like to answer any questions you have, and I'd like to see a vote on this. If there's overwhelming opposition to this, then that's the end of it. If there is some interest in this, it could be that my draft is inadequate in many ways, and we could work on it and maybe represent it tomorrow or Thursday or whenever it would be most appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Teal. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Teal?
I do. Jerry Vanderlyn, District 13. Sir, I'm not sure why the emails are not available. Mr. Dickey's been sending me emails on a daily basis. So why are they not available?
Well, certainly the party chair can send email about the convention, although a lot of delegates have not provided emails, even in their when the SDs and the county conventions submit those schedules, sometimes those lines are left blank. And that's creating a crisis of some measure, because many of you have delegates who are not really aware of what's going on right now, unless there's a big phone trade going on. So the chairman of the party has access to the delegate registration information. The candidate for state party chair does not, and I can assure you from very personal experience that the campaign has not pilfered any emails. I will say that the argument in favor of doing things the way they're done now is that it rewards someone who has a lot of connections and a lot of experience with individuals, because what this does is it sets off a big effort to contact, I know who the permanent secretary was for that convention, I can get that list. And it sets off all of these trades. So you say, well, we can't get it for this campaign, but I know another campaign they'll give it to, so we'll request it in the name of the other campaign and then we'll share it. And I could make an argument that that helps weed out candidates who don't know how to play politics. But I could also make an argument that it's really a way for the establishment, meaning whoever is in charge right now, to exclude candidates who may want to send out an email saying, this is what I'm running for, these are the things I stand for, and I need your vote. And it's particularly bad this year because we're not all together. So all those people running for SREC cannot just go into a caucus and shake hands with people who they've never met before. I'm one of those candidates. I'll admit that I would like to have these emails. Whatever we do here today is not going to change the fact that I don't have them. So it's not really in my selfish interest. It's in my interest as a Republican to see that in coming campaigns, all the candidates who are legitimate candidates would sign a document. That's something that's not in the current rule. Once you've got the list, there's nothing in the rules that says you can't sell real estate with it. There should be. I would believe that there should be. So I'm really talking about the future. If I had the emails, I would share them with the two men who are running against me for committee man. I just think this is the way that delegates should behave. They should be open to receiving information from the candidates, and I think they should open the email and read it before they vote.
Thank you, Mr. Teal. And I would add, just for my own part, seeing how this process plays out in the real world, this sort of movement of information from a precinct convention up to a state convention, that we have ourselves in a situation this particular year that you may have people that end up not getting information about, virtual conventions just because there was a typo in how someone entered their name from a list that was received from a precinct convention. So, this rule is definitely an issue, and considering a fix might be a good thing. I said I would recognize Mr. McDonald, and then Ms. Hedke, and then Mr. Hagler, and then Mr. Offerman. We'll go and kind of go around the horn there.
Chris McDonald, SD6, to give testimony on the subject. This particular rule was taken up about 2 conventions ago by this body and ultimately crafted so that the party could collect all these things in addition to start collecting emails. So that the party can go to pushing everything out by email as much as possible to ensure that those persons that are now delegates can receive communications from their caucus leaders, ensure that they're prepared as such. We also wanted the opportunity, of course, for that information to be available to candidates if it was requested. However, when we got to the floor at that time in that particular convention, the body of the permanent convention really revolted and was very intent that no one could have their email at all, and they didn't want anyone to bother them. And ultimately, the only way we could at least get it past a floor vote of the general convention was that we put in there that we won't give it to anyone but RPT unless you check this affirmative box, that then we can share it with candidates, and then it passed. Now, I'll let some other member of this committee decide if they feel that times have changed and enough people are more electronically savvy and comfortable to see if you want to introduce something to be that would no longer require that affirmative link. But that would be the history on how this rule came to be and why at that convention, to even get it going, it required that type of affirmative link. And in the spirit of lawmaking, most all lawmaking is slow by process. Rules are the same way. It's in the spirit of incrementalism. We didn't get it that time, but we got this little piece. So I'll let this body decide if y'all think the general will be now ready for that next step to just open it up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Ms. Hedke.
I can affirm that as a candidate for state chair, I was told specifically by RPT that we don't get emails, period. Not, we have X number of emails who have positively affirmed and X number who have not. So at this point, where is the positive affirmation? What is being considered a positive affirmation? Because to put before a candidate that not a single delegate positively affirmed to share their email information is intellectually dishonest. Right now, there is nothing in the rule that withholds emails. Nothing. The word email isn't even in here except in A as information to be collected. 32B specifically states If you have positively affirmed that you wish to share information, period information. Okay, just information with the Republican Party of Texas with all contact info. As a candidate, I'm supposed to be provided all contact info. I have not gotten it. I have not gotten all contact info that was collected. I did officially ask the chair to clarify this rule. I'm still waiting on that clarification. So there's a days to respond thing that the chair has. We're sitting here under our own time constraints. But this is an issue. This is a big issue. And in a world where communication is essential, whoever controls that information has a very significant advantage over the grassroots. And as a grassroots organization, I'm going to suggest that the body needs to consider empowering all of our colleagues, because as delegates, we are all colleagues, and we need to be able to communicate with each other in an effective manner. So
I do realize that we took some testimony, and we've had some commentary on the testimony. We don't have anything alive as such in language, so if that's not to be brought before, then
you need a motion.
Then you need a motion.
So I will move that in 32B, we strike who have positively affirmed they wish to share information. Or all the way to where it makes sense.
Tell us where it makes sense to you.
And alternates shall be given a list of state delegates and alternates with all contact information. So all the way to the end of the Republican Party of Texas.
Okay. And I think you've spoken to the intent of that already.
Yeah, we have no positively, there is no method of positively affirming other than that the information was provided.
Thank you, Ms. Henke. I know, Ms. Hengler, you were in line a little earlier. Excuse me, Ms. Hengler, are you still in line?
You've already made my point for me.
Okay. Someone on this amendment? Is there a second, by the way?
I'll give her a second.
Okay. Mr. Hoffman?
I thought this question might come up, Doug Hoffman, SD28. So I called the Republican Party headquarters and said, I'd like to buy this list. Do you know what the market price is? $300. That's what I was told.
And is that list without emails?
I didn't ask that question, but I thought this might come up. You know, to pay $300, I don't know what they did. I guess my first question, Mr. Chairman, is for the testifier. Has there been any reason, Mr. Testifier, sir?
You want to ask me the question?
Yeah, I'll ask you the
question.
question. Okay. Has there been any other research on what other states are experiencing?
I'll let the witness testify. Do you have any knowledge of there's other states that have done this, or what other states are doing, or if not, then?
I cannot honestly say that I've spoken to any other state. I'm going to take this opportunity, which you have granted me, to note that the $10 per thousand and all of that sort of stuff is really out of date. It doesn't represent actual costs. Coming to the county office to review the records might have been appropriate in 1975, but and let me also say, Brandon with the state party has been very helpful. He didn't charge me any money to get a list of the delegates, and what he did was just give me a link to a Google Doc, and it's not a burden on staff to, again, have a document executed, given I had to swear or affirm that I would not misuse the data, and then I click, and that means that as things get corrected over time, it's all there.
Thank you, Mr. Teal.
Okay, so to finish my comment is there is a paradigm shift when it comes to people running for office and how they relate to their constituents. The old paradigm was shake a hand, show up at events. But since the technology has surpassed us in terms of contact. It's, frequent contact via email, Twitter, Zoom. We all know the Twitter thing. And this does need to be seriously looked at. But again, to make any changes, we are operating in a vacuum. We need more information. Thank you.
Ms. Thomas.
Leslie Thomas, SD 23. I believe we're conflating role A with role B. Role A has to deal with the permanent chairman of a county or senatorial district. They're the ones who can share the list. And it's the list that, by the extent required by the law, that we put that language in for their laws regarding what personal information can be shared. So that has nothing to do with what the RPT has, information that they have. And that was the one that needed to be positively affirmed. Now, that's just the administration of this rule, and that's something maybe someone could petition RPT staff to say, how are we positively affirming whether the delegates want to have their information shared. But, we have it in the rule, and they need to enact it. But I'm just hearing that you're conflating A with B.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. We have Mr. Bergsma, and then, I think, Mr. Bergsma, you're next.
Thank you. I personally don't have a problem having someone have my email address. I can block them if there's a problem with it. But out there, I can promise you, in our delegations, they still don't want people to have that. That was just 2 years ago, Chris, that you mentioned. And I promise you that hasn't changed. So if we need to be very cautious about requiring to release the data, because even if we took it to the floor with this rule, I guarantee it'd be challenged, and people would want to amend it.
Thanks. Mr. Barkoff, did you want to speak? And then Ms. Barkoff. Ms. Hagler, do you want to speak?
Okay. So with this sentence,
their precinct, their senatorial district, and their congressional district. That does not mean email and phone number. So whatever we're doing here does still not allow them to give you email and phone number. All it allows them to give out on this list is a person's name, address, SD, CD. It doesn't say email or phone number. I don't think it fixes what they're trying to fix.
Mr. McDonald. Mr. Chairman, may I speak to the intent of that?
Sure.
Chris McDowell, SD6, I served at the time that was authored. The intent was so that the requester could only get the information as it related to an office for which he would be eligible to run for in his political subdivision. So like say I live in District 129, I could request that list for 129, but I couldn't get the one for 44.
Can I also speak to that real quick?
Yes, Ms. Hunt.
If what you're saying is the intent, we wouldn't get phone numbers either. I've got all the phone numbers. It's only emails that are being excluded as contact info. It specifically says I have contact info for these people, not just the list of delegates. And in 32A, it defines emails as contact info.
And like, for instance, the list that we have that I guess sort of, I don't know if it becomes the temporary role of the state convention, but the list that I think Ashley and I have been using just to check people find who you don't know, it's probably the same information that you get when you request. So it has the phone numbers, but it doesn't have email addresses. So it seems like that's the standard for people who make requests. Anyone else on the amendment? Okay. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? Grab it again. I have several windows open here. Okay, we're on
32B strikeout. All those in favor, raise your hand of the strikeout. Let's get it. Okay, all those opposed, raise hands, please. And the noes have it. Okay, so that's the way. Floor's open for 42.
I'd like to move the document that I just gave to you.
Is that this one, if you can see it?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Teal, were you going to email that to us? You got it. We'll give it, send an electrons everywhere here today. We'll get it out in just a moment. Has anyone else seen it who'd like to second it, or who's not seen it who wants to second it? That's part of the discussion.
Jerry Vanderline will second it.
Okay, so it'll be up, and I'll let you speak to it.
I haven't received it.
Go ahead and speak to it while we're getting it out.
This is a more complete motion about amending this particular rule, and I'd like to defer to Gary since he's the one that puts that together.
Sorry, was that the end of your comment?
That's it.
Okay, I missed it. That was this right. Proceed. You get it?
Mr. Chairman.
Who's
Dwayne Ryan,
yeah,
Steve
Stewart.
Just for a little bit of clarification, Ms. Hedgate said that it was an arbitrary standard with phone numbers and emails. Just a little bit of background on that. There's the ICANN Spam Act and federal acts that regulate email sharing. Also, many of your contacts, like Constant Contact and a lot of these other services that house email addresses, actually have a term of TOS that really puts a lockdown on that. And if you share stuff without explicit consent, then they will revoke your right to use their service. And so it's a common practice in the industry.
It could be, but
Ms. Hedke or Mr. Teal, could we ask you to resubmit it? We're not seeing the markups on the document. Ms. Hedke, do you have any information about that?
No, my computer's charging. I don't got a cord over here.
Yeah, we don't have the text, so this is
We can come back to it if we need to.
we need to come back to it. Okay, without objection, we will come back to this as soon as we have the text available.
That's, it's going to be complete
And that's fine, but we do need the text since it is pretty complex. Is that, can you check with the clerk on the text, and if that works, then we'll go ahead and proceed with other stuff and come back to this as soon as we're ready. Yes, Mr. Russo.
I want to table this till supplemental law.
Yeah, we heard this.
Until we get it on, just wait till supplemental, I just want to table it.
Mr. Russo, we're ready for it.
I said move the deal.
Okay, so we'll table the open discussion on whatever number this is, 32, and we'll come back to it. So we have several things on the table, but that's on there. Ms. Thomas. Yes, there's a motion, so it needs to be seconded, and we need to vote on it.
I mean, is there a motion that we're tabling on the floor?
Yeah, it was Ms. Hedke moved the text proposed by Mr. Teal, which was seconded, and then we were waiting to get the text up on the screen, and we had issued with that, and so that's Mr. Russo then subsequently made his motion to table, which was seconded, and now we're ready to vote on it. All those in favor of tabling 32 discussion substitute until we're ready for it, say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no, and motion passes. So now we're open for business. business on 32 or 33? 33. And hang on, we've got did we pass the 33? The added number 5?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that passed.
Okay.
Information request?
Yeah, I have one on this side, then I'll get one on this side. Is it Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Ramsey, the chair of the Legislative Priorities Committee, has some suggestions for.
Yes, I saw that, and it's regarding the supplementals, and I told Mr. Ramsey, given my understanding of what it is to chair a committee, I asked him if he had a representative from his committee, or someone not on the committee who was, empowered by the committee to speak for them, to give us their recommendations for supplementals with respect to the needs of his legislative priorities committee. So I made an invitation to him this morning, and he said that he may want to come himself, and he said, let me know when, and I said, at a time when it's convenient, when maybe his committee is in a brief recess or something. So if he walks in and wants to testify on the items, which I think you may have also seen, that are in our purview but that affect the dealings of his committee, I will certainly stop business to hear from him immediately with the consent of this committee. Does that answer your question, Ms. Thomas?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. On the other side, there was one. I didn't hear who it was. Did I miss somebody? Okay, we're back to 33 or 34.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, Mr. Offerman.
Okay, so on 33B, there's a date that has been updated. Are there dates in the entire document? It's a simple question, but is there,
and that's a great
do we
question.
need to do this document for dates everywhere?
No, we don't, and here's why. So Ms. Hagler asked me the same question a week or two ago, and I made it a point that I would recommend to the committee that our starting point, the motion that Mr. Flynn made yesterday, is the 2018 rules. So all those things that are dates that were temporary or emergency, they don't exist in our document right now. You can always bring them back. So, you can take them out of temporary emergency and bring them up for discussion, but they're not on the table. They're not up for discussion as of right now. Thank you. 32, 33, 34. Yes, sir, Mr. Tate.
We back to 34C, legislative priorities. This is the one we talked about. I noticed on the website that the rules posted by RPT said that legislative priorities would present 15 to the convention. Our version of the rule says they'll present 8. And I raised that as a discussion point. Do we need to amend that and sync them up?
Yeah, I think I decided that I didn't have information on this, so let me put out a request for information for the members of the committee to try to do homework on a lot of things, and I had not gotten a definitive question. So the 2018 rules, I went back and watched the debate of the 2018 rules, and because of the time constraints of convention, I believe that they were passed without amendment. The only discussion during the rules report was to the order of business, actually. They had a discussion about that. So I believe that what was printed, the hard copy of this reflects what Mr. Tate brought up with regard to 33. Now, it raises a larger question as to, are we starting from the correct document? The problem is that, of course, as the website's been updated, they haven't, the documents don't always have a date on them that says this is the rules as of this date. And so, specifically, if I have Mr. Tate's, if I'm capturing this correctly, looking at legislative priorities under 34, Rule 34, the website says exactly what, Mr. Tate, on the number?
It says they'll present 15 to the
says they'll present 15, 34C in between 2016 and 2018, we went from 5 to 8, and then the website says 15. So does somebody recall whether, did that 8 happen at convention, or did that 8 happen during the SRAC term?
SRC.
Yeah.
Who speaks?
Maybe SD12, I know it wasn't at the convention, I was there, there's a great deal of debate, as you can imagine, over the length of the platform and the resolutions, and it was not 15 at the convention.
So it may have been Mr. Wright, and then I'll take Mr. Townsend.
Yes, the committee had settled on 5 because the argument was priorities are priorities. And the more you add, the less it is a priority.
So it was 8, and then the 5 highest. And then the language on the website, Fred, Mr. Tate says, what, 15, and then top half, or what does it say?
Top half.
Okay, so since we have reason to believe that it changed subsequent to the end of convention 2018, the language before us differs from the language that is on the RPT website, and since we think that's happened, we don't think that we've missed other changes. We think that we're using the right document as our starting point.
Point of information.
Mr. Hoffman.
Rule number 1 starts out by saying these rules have been filed with the Secretary of State of Texas together with statutes, etc. Shouldn't we not be going back to the Secretary of State and getting the latest version filed?
Well, it would have come from us anyway, so technically your point is well taken. We needed a Word doc to start from because we couldn't get it from the PDF. So I had the PDF from convention. I guess I can compare the PDF from, but the PDF from convention is what produced this document. And so
the SBRC does not file updates with the Secretary of State.
Oh, I'm not saying that. They may in fact do that. We're trying to make sure we have the right file for the motion that I believe would open this. If someone had a different motion and presented a different document as a starting point, we would have done that. But we've been operating under the motion that we were taking 2018 as a close of business plus the permanent state executive committee rule change to 8A.
But the definitive authority is the Secretary of State.
Yes, it would be. So if someone would like to make a request, we could certainly do that. Ms. Thomas.
Mr. Chair, Leslie Thomas, SD23. I don't know that we're going to, but should we go into the legislative priorities? I would ask that we allow the chairman time to testify.
Yeah, we can come back to it. I didn't realize that it touched both the supplementals and the general rules.
And I wouldn't mind letting him give me a heads up and I want to know what to do.
That would be acceptable if it's amenable to him. Mr. Townsend.
In speaking with, Derek Townsend, SD7, speaking with in-depth with Mr. Ramsey on this very deal, they're going to have 15 that they'll put before the body. They say vote for the ones that you want to have most of all at the top. If you vote for all 15, you're basically voting for none. But if you vote for one, then your power of that vote is going to be a little bit stronger. And that'll put you up as far as the number, because you're not voting for other ones, that one's going to come to the top. And so they're going to go back with the top 8, I believe it's going to be. But they're going to release you 15 first, then we will vote on the top 8 that come to the top will be the ones that they will set as legislative priorities.
Yes, sir. To be clear, that will be the recommendation, and it will be up to us to hear that recommendation as we put together supplemental rules for this convention. Temporary supplemental rules, I should say, for the consideration by the SRAC tomorrow. Okay, Ms. Hagler.
Mr. Chairman, in order to go ahead and say that we'd like for 34C to put that forward as a motion, that we would like to adopt it with the 8 resolutions in the top 5 as the new rule is?
You may. I mean, I guess don't think it would be a motion because it's the language in the document that was our starting point.
I thought the language we're starting with has 15 and then half.
No, we determined that that was not the language as of end of state convention 2018. We have reason to believe that that was language passed subsequently and then not. See, here's the issue. Like, you got it.
Yes, you want.
Thank you. Okay. Nothing left on that one. People are kind of on hold on 34, capital A. And actually, I wish Ms. Thomas were in the room. Do we know if she stepped up briefly, or I believe she had something to say on.
She went to go get
Mr. Ramsey. Okay. I'll partially make Ms. Thomas's point and let her reiterate it. She said that traditionally this committee is where you more of 38, especially 38 is the rule with national delegates, that in a presidential year, because we don't want to risk anything, that those rules are more appropriately touched in gubernatorial years. So just giving you guys a warning that there may be rules that, due to RNC restrictions on when you can change rules that affect delegates and or electors, those are things that we would be ill-advised to touch, although not all of the rules that touch national business necessarily fall under that recommendation. Okay, so 35. 36. Intentionally to blank 37. Mr. Trevino.
Fernando Trevino, SD14. I want to amend the word intentionally. I'm just kidding. Do you have the language that I sent you, Virgil?
I do.
Are you able to put that up?
She will.
Okay.
And go ahead and make the motion and get it on the table if the body.
Yeah, so I'd like to move that we have a rule pertaining to convention booths and applications. Pretty much what this one would do is that, those would be reviewed by the SRAC officials committee. If they were denied, then they would go to the full SRAC for, approval or appeal. I figured a convention that really doesn't have any booths might be a time to try to put in a rule about it.
Another question for Mr. Trevino. Do you know whether the SRAC resolutions and or rules committee under the SRAC bylaws permission that they can make recommendations to the temporary state convention rules and resolutions committees respectively? Do you know if either of those SRAC committees avail themselves of an opportunity to make a recommendation on this particular issue?
Yes, as in the conversation I had last night, so it could change. They were trying to figure out which subcommittee to throw it to, so had not seen any recommendations.
The answer to that is yes, and is it correct that it was the SRAC Resolutions Committee who sent that recommendation to the State Temporary Platform and Resolutions Committee?
Correct.
And did the SRAC Rules Committee make a parallel recommendation to this Temporary Rules Committee?
I don't remember that. I don't think so.
They didn't. So, on behalf of the SRAC Resolutions Committee, we made a recommendation that didn't have to go through the SRAC to the Platform and Resolutions Committee of State Convention, asking them to consider this. Rules didn't get to it, so they didn't make a parallel recommendation to our committee today. But it was up for discussion, so I just wanted the committee to have that information as we proceeded. So, amendment is up. Does the language on the board reflect what you said? Okay, so is there a second?
Second.
And Mr. Trevino, you may speak to your motion.
Yeah, so obviously this is an issue that has come up pretty often. It's not new. It's probably not going away. Yeah. So figured that we should have something in our rules that says how we as the SRAC are supposed to handle this before the next convention comes up. Figured that might one, save us some time, but also give us some guidance on how to handle these issues, and obviously give delegates an opportunity to have input into what that should look like for the next convention.
Thank
Thank you.
Jerry Vanderlyn wants to talk.
Ms. Vanderlyn, you may speak.
This is actually a point of information because I could have sworn we already had this in the rules.
I have a little information on that may give some clarity. Actually, there was a minority report that came out of the Temporary Rules Committee in 2018, and what happened was, due to the time constraints, actually it was our dear departed friend Clint Moore who went to the microphone and with the unanimous consent of all of the minority report, of which Mr. McDonald, Mr. Moore, Ms. Vanderlyn, you're on there, Mr. Flynn, Ms. Hagler, Ms. Thomas, that minority report was unanimously withdrawn, and so it was not considered by the convention. So it was the addition of Rule 37, which is this identical, Mr. Trevino, to the minority report in 2018? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Barcroft, has this been seconded?
It has.
Yes. All right. More information. I like it. I want to speak for it.
Here's the point of information. Let me, I got Mr. Barcroft is, I wanted to see where you were. So let me let Mr. Barcroft speak to it, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. Inge. Mr. Barcroft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you mentioned earlier, this does reflect exactly what we've been doing so far. I think it's a great process. It works. It allows us to make decisions between SREC meetings whenever there's a time crunch. It's very effective. We've done it. This is what we're doing, and we certainly be in this document. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barcroft. Mr. Inge, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. McDonald.
I have a point of information, and based on the answer, I actually would like to speak to the motion. But the question I have is, I have a copy of the SREC's recommendation that was put off the state's website. It was January 31. Is that what it's supposedly? Because the language in it doesn't match this language. And so is there something else that we haven't seen? That's the question. So I have that resolution in front of me, and they said that resolution, the SRC simply asked that we consider some rules, but it does not have this language that's in front of us.
Mr. Inge, you're correct. Yeah, I have I was the one who typed the resolution originally, and so it was just a recommendation. It didn't have specific language in there. Mr. Trevino has proposed specific language that was also proposed in 2018. So that's the language we're working from currently.
All right, may I speak to the motion?
You may.
All right. I'm opposed to this. I mean, the background of this is there was a great deal of debate. The log cabin Republicans came and wanted to put a booth in the convention. And there was a great deal of discussion about it. Really revolved around it. Not trying anybody the option to be Republican or vote with us or stand with us, but there are certain things they stand for which are very absolute contradictions to our platform and where we stand on various on morality, homosexuality, families, the definition of family. And therefore, it was decided that it really was not appropriate. The way this motion is structured, and it requires a 2/3 vote to be able to deny their application. Trying to get a 2/3 vote on just about anything these days is pretty hard, which means this is what the actually is guaranteed that they can put that in there.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald.
Chris McDonald, SC6, motion to amend by substitution.
Okay, motion in order, possibly. We have the language.
Yes, I emailed it to you and Ashley.
Okay, so what I'll suggest for Ashley is just creating just a paragraph underneath for
A separate paragraph.
correct. And well, it's not up there, but let's see if there's a second. I'm told.
Vanderlyn seconds.
Thank you. I'm told that Mr. Ramsey is in a brief break, potentially, and is on his way. So without objection, when Mr. Ramsey gets here, we'll take that up.
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion then, if I may. It would read as applications for booths and displays at the exhibition hall venue at the State Republican Convention shall be reviewed for approval by the SREC Officials Committee in accordance with the preamble and principles of the platform. The denial of the application may be appealed by the applicant and the approval may be appealed by a member of the officials committee to the full body of the SREC, which shall consider the application at their next meeting. A two-thirds vote of the SREC shall be required to deny or approve the application. The ruling of the SREC officials committee shall be final if there is no scheduled meeting before the state Republican convention, period. And speaking to this, the language that the gentleman had presented was the language from that committee report that, as a member of that body with our beloved colleague, did withdraw. I kept working on this in the background, and this is a perfected document that met concerns of both sides, both for and against, in order that we could have a formalized process put forth. I'll state that the person who is usually responsible for convention arrangements said they would greatly appreciate having a rule to follow so that it's not just arbitrary. And this rule allows there to be both a two-thirds requirement to approve, but also a two-thirds to deny, so that each side is balanced. And that was the big deal we got caught up on last time, so I'll submit this one for substitution.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald.
Second.
Well, we got a second from Ms. Vanderlyn. Mr. Flint, questions?
Just a point of information. Mr. McDonald, it's a 51% to 49%. What happens? On either what?
Nothing.
So it's not denied or accepted?
Yes. Well, it wouldn't be thresholds of others.
Okay, so an application is submitted. There's a majority vote of the officials committee. If it's approved, an officials committee may appeal the approval to the full SREC. Yes, and if it's denied, the applicant would then be able to appeal to the full SREC. Is that, am I reading that correctly, Mr. McDonald?
Correct.
I see that Mr. Ramsey, is that you behind the mouse? I'm going to move that we suspend business for a second and allow Mr. Ramsey to testify for no more than 5 minutes on the, we're giving you 3 extra, Mark. No more than 5 minutes on what this committee, what our committee needs to know from regards to number 1, the RPT general rules, and number 2, the supplementals. And before you start, I won't take this out of your 5 minutes, Mr. Ramsey, but can you recall whether the SREC moved 8 to 15 during this last biennium? Yes, we did. We did, and I don't believe that was noted when we amended the RPT rules, and so it caused kind of a question mark for us. They didn't know if we amended on such and such date. But given that, we identified that was done, and
before we go into that, it was definitely done this time. I actually recommended we go to 20 because of what going to 5 because of the last.
In other words, it wasn't done by the convention, was it?
No, it was not.
Okay. So was it done under temporary emergency provision?
Yes.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm going to yield before you now and just talk to us about platform and about rules regarding legislative learnings and supplemental rules regarding legislative learnings. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you very much. I've heard some various confusion out there, and maybe that was what caused the confusion, is whether or not we can change this or not. We did change this, and just to bring those of you on the Rules Committee up to speed with what the rationale was. As you know, last time, 2 years ago, it was dropped to 5, so we only had 5 legislative priorities. But because it is extraordinarily difficult to take 300 or so platform planks effectively and review and figure out what the top 5 are, what actually came out of the Legislative Priorities Committee last time
was there were 5 that were called 5, but what actually happened was if you split them up into something reasonably comporting with the Texas Constitution's single subject rule, we actually had 11. My son counts 12. And that made it extraordinarily difficult in terms of trying to describe to legislators what we actually wanted to do, because you couldn't actually just say, we want this pro-life priority done, because it actually had about 3 or 4 different parts to it, and there was even some vague language. So we did a couple of things to try to remedy that this time. The Legislative Priorities Committee is brand new. We're off to gangbuster starts, but we're still learning. We're still trying to improve things. So we did 2 things to address that, not just one. The first thing we did was to realize that we probably can't get to 5. In fact, I would implore you not to lower it below the 15 that we've been operating on, because frankly, our entire committee has been operating under the principle that we're going to have up to 15. Frankly, we may not have a full 15. And then the delegates get to vote on which ones become the actual priorities. That is extraordinarily powerful from the standpoint of going into the representative office and saying, you know, it wasn't just a committee of 32 people that did this. It was, these were the top 8 picks for rounding up, which is one of my suggestions, of the Legislative Priorities Committee. There is the issue of rounding. We recognize that when this was changed at the SRAC, that you could have an odd number, you divide by 2, you get something 0.5. Everyone has kind of accepted that we should round up, again, kind of in the spirit of what we were trying to do. Let's see, what else on this? If you were to do something different than this, frankly, it would set back our Legislative Priorities Committee. I'm not whining here, I'm not a whiner, neither are they. I've got a fantastic committee. It would probably set us back about 6 or 8 hours. And since we are attempting to leave in time for most people to get back to their virtual SD meeting, that would be very deleterious to what we are trying to accomplish, and I think it would kind of do us great harm. I would ask that even if you are of the mindset that we should have something less than 8, we're only really talking about going from 5 to potentially 8 when we really had 11 last time. Even if you're inclined to do that, since the committee is old or new, and we're trying to improve things rapidly as we go from term to term, that you would consider this an experiment to try it this way. And one last thing I would add, if I've got any time left, is that on the voting, the preference, I've talked to many people, some of your colleagues in the schools committee, the preference for how we handle the voting on this is to allow the delegates, this may not take a rule change, but to allow, in the supplemental rules, allow the delegates to vote from anywhere from 0 all the way up to 15, and vote for all 15 of them. When I present these, I will advise them that if they vote for all 15, they're effectively not voting for any because we're taking the top half. If some of them choose to vote for 1, then that effectively puts all 15 votes into that one blank and makes that one essentially the only thing they're interested in. I think all in all, that's a better way to do it rather than tell them to do 7 votes or 8 votes or some other number, because at that point you start risking questions of undervotes and overvotes, and you cast out that ballot, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And at least for this round, experimental as it may be, they could allow them to vote from 0 all the way to 15 at their discretion is the proper way to go. I apologize, I don't have exact language from you, but these are pretty simple. I don't know if the chairman has shared this letter.
I have not had a chance to do that. Okay, I'm actually going to go ahead and read it, just so that we're all hearing it at the same time, and chew on it all at the same time.
And I'm only addressing the supplemental rules. The other comments on permanent rules, whatever you want to do with those.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ramsey. Are you needing to go back for the same or?
No, I'm certainly willing to answer questions and,
okay, let me read your letter. It's pretty short, so I'm going to get through it. It's a bit here, and then committee members have questions. I'll take those until you feel like. Sure. Okay. So this is from Mark Ramsey, as chair of the temporary legislative priorities committee. I recommend supplemental rules if needed that provide for delegate voting as follows. Number 1, the LPC will forward up to 15 priorities to the full convention delegates. Number 2, the delegates will vote on 0 to 15 of those, with all votes or non-votes being valid. Number 3, the top half, rounding up the events and the odd number of priorities submitted will become the official legislative priorities until the new convention replaces them. Additionally, you may want to consider whether preparing the ballot propositions for the primary election should reside with the SRDC Legislative Priority Committee rather than the historic placement in the SRDC Resolutions Committee. Additionally, you may want to consider language in the permanent rules that would make more permanent financial and committee meeting transparency currently standard, such that financial reports and projections be located online public, and that committee meetings, except those in executive session, be live streamed and recorded audio visually. Similarly, there should be no prohibition on photography or videography for non-participant observers of a non-executive session committee meeting. Last, should the topic of platform length come up, and I'm not suggesting it should, I believe it should be a rules committee imposed limits, not one imposed by the platform committee as an independent partner. Should we ever do a similar vote as we are doing on legislative priorities for platform lengths and resolutions? I suggest that the preamble and principles in any resolution to be all up or down votes with remaining lengths be limited to the top 300 as measured by percent yes versus percent no votes. Should this prove workable, reducing the number in the future incrementally might prove to be a benefit. I believe such arrangement will make up the platform efforts we seem to spend much time on and can be spent much better. So you hit a few topics there. Sticking with the LPC priorities, number of early questions. Does anyone have, Mr. Wright, do you have a question for Mr. Ramsey?
Can I add one quick thing before we go to questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, the second part of what we did to try to remedy the 11 de facto priorities we had last time, when we had these compound priorities, we also put a rule in that you may have noticed that requires that we do stick to a single subject rule. So we don't have a compound priority such as the one that was going to ban taxpayer-funded lobbying. That, oh, by the way, is also going to prevent the state from collecting union dues. Those two do not pass constitutional muster under the Texas Constitution. If there was a bill that did both of those, it would be brought down in point of order. So we put a single subject rule in there, and that by itself is causing some nationality. But I think it's a good nationality over the legislative parties.
So not like our Rule 8 where you never, as of this point, you never Rule 8-0. Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Wright, you had a question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, one item C3. This is actually just a point of clarification from the chair. Is this the same voting style that's being suggested that we voted against yesterday?
Remind me of the ranking. No, I believe this is different, Mr. Ramsey. Am I correct?
Correct. This is not ranked voting. This is where we're simply going to, it's like a pull-out.
Is this called cumulative voting? Or is that something different? Approval voting? So if I vote for 3, I'm basically giving each of the 3 5 of my 15 votes. If I vote for 13, I'm giving them each 1, which is effectively giving them 0. Mr. Johnson, make sure that works.
But no first, second, third.
It's not ranked.
It's not in order.
Mr. Wright, did that answer your question? Mr. Hinge?
Maybe just to Mr. Ramsey, that's just kind of an example. We had 10 voters, we had 10 votes. Is it possible that say 3 to get together and say, hey, we want to put all 15 votes, all 4 on this, and all the other 7 spread their votes evenly? We may not bring the votes that the majority possibly we may have 45 votes there's a greater value on majority was value, but really the majority is what's that's important.
That is theoretically possible when we're looking at 9,000 potential weighted votes coming in. I think it's just as probable that those other 7 would come to similar conclusions. And in the end, when you round it all out, I think we would end up getting the top 8 best picks of the convention. At least that's our current thing. On a small scale basis, certainly that's entirely possible. I don't think it's very probable.
Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. Looking around the room, anything else from Mr. Ramsey? Yeah, Senator Rodriguez.
Senate District 1, thank you. Mr. Ramsey, we've got 2 different documents that we're looking at. The document that appears you're referencing is the one from the website, in which the language includes the 15 submitted priorities, the top half. But the document that we're working off of your rules has a different set of language where it specifies 8 and 5. 15, 8, and 5. No, sorry, not 15. Just 8 and 5. 15 is on the one from the website. So I guess one clarification, Mr. Chairman. Which one is controlling?
Oh, it's controlling this committee is because the motion was what we adopted in 2018. We're on the 8 and 5, and so if we wanted to go to the 15, that would require a motion.
And that was the reason we did this in the SRAC, was to try to bring it to y'all's attention and to make the supplemental rules comport with that.
Mr. Chairman, Lord Cannon, you're 64. Is there a way, I like what Mr. Ramsey's letter, but there was a lot of digest here.
Yeah, well, you know, actually, that's not what the committee seat. But you know, the lead board is actually board of pleasure.
And I have a question for Mr. Ramsey.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm just thinking out loud, right? There's a lot of people from subjects like that work in office, but I wonder if this range anybody around, usually the range is better thought. Is that going to guarantee that we're going to have a portion of selection priority for the foreseeable future?
Is that good work?
Is it going to guarantee we have something like abortion? I can see something, you know, there's certain issues we can that you're not going to put all 15 votes on. You know, not saying it's not important, but I can see that, right? I can see something like abortion, anything on abortion. I can see a sizable percentage of the entire congregation's capability. We're betting everything on black, so to speak, right? All 15 of the votes go around. But I guess you'd say that it's good. Pretty trickle down as either that being number 1 was tied up.
Yes, it's my opinion. I mean, delegates are going to do what delegates are going to do. But this may come as a surprise to many of us. Many of us got into the party over pro-life to begin with, and that's clearly one of the top priorities. If you look at things like ballot propositions that we have done, you do not find that abolishing abortion or going with a different strategy for minimizing abortion, you do not find that actually gets more votes than some of the other topics, such as property tax relief or ending taxpayer-friendly lobbying. That's certainly possible. There's also a possibility, very real possibility, that by going to this single subject rule, we could come out of our committee with two potential priorities. One that deal with abortion, one which might be what you might consider a complete abolition type priority. Another one might be a more incremental step, say a heartbeat bill or a Brenda bill or something of that sort on the way to abolishing. It could end up that we can't agree on just one. We have both of those on going forward to the convention, and in that case, I think the possibility is it might not make the top 8.
So that's what top 8 is all about.
Right? People are very passionate about these issues. Yes.
Just add a proposition on our ballot, a ballot policy or something that by a lot of votes. So I'm kind of trying to figure out where
I think maybe you should restrict ourselves from trying to make it easier. That's, I'm trying to
so I have a very question. I'd like to share it. Okay.
Sure.
When we first did the legislative priorities, I thought it was really brilliant because it gave 5 things we want to focus on, right? And I'm just curious about this, so I'm trying to think through it. Are you concerned, or how would you address something that's a concern that by increasing the number, if you're diluting the number of priorities, right, where you give people, the joke is if you get, the whole joke is $10,000 for a 50-page brief and $50,000 for a 10-page brief, right? Are you worried about that, or do you push it?
No, actually, I'm not. And for the following couple of reasons. First of all, again, when you look at how the priorities have been structured in the past, we have fooled ourselves by saying it's only 5. It has not been only 5. Okay? So we've been trying to promote more than 5. In fact, last time it was 11, arguably 12 that we were trying to do. So if we go with this 15 divided by 2, if we even send 15 forward, there's a chance we send less than 15. If we even send 15 forward and then pay, that's actually a decrease from what we were effectively trying to do last time with this single subject. The other thing I would share with you, as having chaired the legislative priorities SREC committee last time, is that people show up to prosecute their particular issue, and they don't show up in general to prosecute other issues. So if you go and allow us 8 instead of 5, for example, the people that are passionate on those extra 3 will show up to testify on those extra 3. If you cut it down to 5, we effectively lose those people that are passionate about those 3 and only retain those that are passionate about the 5.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. McCarthy and Mr. White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greg McCarthy, SB1. Mr. Ramsey, so let's make the assumption that there's 15. You get 15 votes. Does that mean that they can technically, look at more of a nuts and bolts of how this would work in practice, where they're actually voting today? It's not just a check mark for the line. You're not selecting 8 out of 15. You've got 15 points. And you can assign those with any combination. Is that correct?
Well, not exactly. Maybe points is an imperfect analogy helping you to try to understand it. The way the ballot will be, it will be, do you approve of this priority or not? Okay? They can completely, with no rule change whatsoever, they can skip one. Okay? They can just put a no vote on it, they can skip it entirely. I just want to try to make sure that we don't end up with requiring that they vote on 7 or 8 or something that might necessitate some perhaps expensive post-processing to make sure that when they undervote and overvote, those kinds of issues, okay?
The reason I'm asking that is because there's new computer-based training a lot. Choose the following, and you get 15 options, and you can only choose 8. It limits you. You can only choose 8 or fewer.
But our current voting system, if I may, does not allow for that. In fact, what we're really proposing, we just want to make sure that there's not any discrepancy in the rules, is precisely what we've done successfully in the past 2 conventions with the line-by-line voting on the platform plans. We get people skip blanks on that, all that kind of stuff all the time. So we're really not changing anything from that. We just want to make sure that you don't put a rule in that will say they can only vote for 7 or they can only vote for half or something along those lines. So they can fall down or they can game the system. They can try to game the system on the platform side of it. I mean, it's any different.
Will it prevent them from an average delegate, a normal delegate, from saying, I'm free for all of these, I want all of those to be priorities?
That's okay. That's okay. Then the legislative priorities done a good
job of picking those, but effectively their vote wouldn't really help discriminate any past that. Like if they voted for every single black one, that wouldn't convey a whole lot of information in a computer sense.
Yeah, so Mr. Martin,
Yes, 2583.
If, as a practical matter, you move from 5 to 15, and the understanding is 5 to 8, 15 is easier for me to do the math. Just bear with me. If we have a set number of resources that we're applying to priorities, which is part of the verbiage of what was going on in the party with, these necessary resources. I say 15 because the math is easier. We would use 1/3 of the amount of resources to each priority over 5. Or do we assign a certain amount of priority? It doesn't matter how much priority we have. How does that affect the resources?
Effectively going from 5 to 8 or 15 or 20 or even 100 doesn't really affect burden in terms of resources on the party. That's really maybe infinitesimally small. It's a matter of do we actively pursue that legislation or not. And so that's largely done by the SRAC, the LBC committee, and volunteers and professional organizations. That's
next was Henke, and then Ms. Taylor was, Mr. Opperman. So Ms. Henke first.
I'm going to take a minute to let the delegates that are here testify also. They've been waiting on this issue, but I actually respectfully ask that they be allowed to testify on anything right now because they get another committee and all of their time. They've got a time limit on what they can say.
Are we almost done with Mr. Ramsey? Because I know he has a committee to get back to. Does anyone understand what Mr. Ramsey's asking in this committee? Okay, Mr. Hoffman, do you have something for Mr. Ramsey, or do you have something else you want to start asking?
I was going to ask a question about just how everything works with this email.
Okay, and I'm going to take a moment of personal privilege and ask Mr. Ramsey to come to the front for just 30 seconds.
Can I make one little personal comment on behalf of my committee?
Yes, sir.
Yes, this rule is also intended and would greatly be appreciated to try to break what sometimes are log jams on particular issues by the committee. Where the committee last term spent untold hours on just a couple of issues. And by doing it this way, it lets us pick what are the most important issues, but maybe not the final wording if we can't agree on it. Send that to the delegates, and then it makes a much more powerful statement to see which one of those goes out on top. It would be greatly appreciated by the committee.
Would you come to the front, please?
My math.
Don't you? You're a free citizen. So I tried to find you yesterday morning, and this committee opened with a statement about your predecessor. And his effect on both your committee and ours in platform. And I have something for you that I want you to have sent. Do you want testimony from Wayne? Yes. Okay, so, name of Steve County, go.
Faith Leslie and Steve Town. As much as I appreciate my colleague, my biggest friend, Mark Ramsey, I have served on platform for the last 2 convention cycles, and I was involved in helping get the first legislative priority passed. And yes, it should have always been one priority, one subject. I totally agree with that. But the purpose of the committee is to do the work of the body. You guys know this. We platform has thousands of resolutions in place that come through. We whittle them down to 350-ish. Yes, there are people that are passionate about it, that come there and testify, and that's really cool. But release it into the body, and the body, there's a number on vote. On legislative priorities, they have roughly 300 or so. I don't think it's a huge ask to go to 5 or 8 from that number and have the body vote them up or down. If they know about them, if they don't know about them, there are so many subjects that come through our committees that people are completely uninformed about. And they hear hours of testimony on this, so they might think it's a good idea, and then it goes to the body and they're like, what is this? I have no idea. But with the weighted vote thing, you're right, it can be rigged. There can be a minority of people that decide they're going to give those 15 votes to their one issue. And then the rest is, so I would ask this committee to please limit the number, 5 or 8. Please dispense with the idea of giving it to the body for a ranking vote. Let the Legislative Priorities Committee do the work of the body, and then let the body do the round. Thank you.
Chairman Dan, you have a lot of questions for the witness. Yes. Do you, is what you're saying mean that you are not in favor of Mr. Ramsey's proposal?
That is correct, ma'am.
Thank you. Member delegates to testify. Any objection? 2 minutes. Any testimony?
Eric Blake, SD 22, Thomas County. I am the one that spoke yesterday with a recommendation using Rule 7 to introduce the concept of range voting. What Mr. Ramsey described was approval voting. If you want to compare the two, rangevoting.org shows that approval voting is nearly as good as range voting, but not quite. The difference is whether you vote yes or no, which is a 2-question or a 2-answer for all 15, or 0 through 15 for all 15. And you get slightly more information with 0 through 15 and must be in the system. If we're not in the system, you can choose range voting instead of approval voting. But I am in favor of the overall idea of putting it to the body and using approval voting or range voting, whichever you choose. I am in favor of the idea presented by the Priorities Committee of putting it to the body and choosing the winners based on the body's sentiment, because the committee is a limited group with limited time. They can't pick for the body.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. 2 minutes for the next witness. Any objection? You may proceed.
Jim Culliston, SD1. I'm a delegate. Approval voting, the way to game the system. A tactical voter will pick exactly 8, because there are going to be 8 final choices. Someone who votes for a 0 does not impact the outcome. Someone who votes for 15 does not impact the outcome. We're worried about what if they vote a lot of times. They've just made themselves irrelevant. The correct strategy to vote with maximum of your preferences expressed is to vote for just 8, because that's the total number. This is assuming an unweighted approval vote. We are going to be doing a weighted approval vote. That skews things somewhat, but that's the basic way that this system can be gamed. If a large group of people get together before the vote and decide which 8 they are all going to vote on, that can form a block that is able to overcome people who are not so organized, and several of them may vote for 10 or 15. Every additional vote beyond the 8 is giving a vote to some other organized block. Does this answer the questions about how I asked Mr. Ramsey to please train the delegates and the Legislative Priorities Committee that that's how the correct way to deal with approval voting is. One note on range voting. Range voting is not possible. The Message Pulse software does not handle range voting. We cannot do that this year with the tools we have available.
Thank you. Mr. White, did you have a question?
Yes, Tony Ryan, SD3.
Sure.
I had a question, and I appreciate you being here for the past couple of days.
Thank you.
My question goes to, should the voters be worried about voting strategy, or should they just be placing an up and down vote on their belief instead of all of the tactics? I mean, I think introducing tactics into the way we vote and the way we vote block and all that, I don't know if that's a true representation of the body. So.
The main trouble if you introduce a complex system is that there will be voters that do not understand the complexities, and they will accidentally dilute their vote. A lot of people in my county are older, and they like the committees to help do the decisions, and they vote approve on all 300 platform planks every year. They just sit there and fill out all the bubbles, yes, 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 yes. So they end up not voting against anything, but that is a preference, and they are expressing it as they desire. They want what the committees put forward to stand, and those nice old women are voting to push every platform plank above the 60% threshold. So with the top 15 priorities, if you have a voter that does not understand that they should tactically choose 8 only, and they vote their actual opinions, they will either vote yes on the ones they approve of, or if they disapprove of any, they will vote no. So what we are gaining from the honest voter is anyone they don't think should be a priority, they will vote no. That is going to, because the legislative committee is honest, because they are pushing out the 15 that they think are the best possible, the honest voter that says, well, I don't think this one's very good, that's going to sink that one. That one will never make the top 8, even if just 10% of the body has a little bit of a iffy feeling about one of those. Approval voting with an honest committee pushing an honest set of questions is going to be everybody's very high on the list, because most of your honest voters are going to like all of the ones. So the tactical voters that pick only 8 will be discriminating, and they'll be, what they're expressing is disapproval of the ones they don't think are priorities for the top 8. So it's a good system that does not punish the honest voter that doesn't understand the complexities too bad, and it's also a good system because the complexity is not high. If there's 8 choices that are going to be the final choices, you approve of the 8 that you think are the top 8 legislative priorities. You can explain that in 5 words. Voter who hears it will say, okay, they might not understand math, and it's complicated to look at how approval voting can be gamed or messed with if there's blocks or if you have waiting or whatever. But in general, range voting is easy on the voter, very difficult on the software. On our software, it's impossible. And approval voting is pretty easy on the voter and also very easy and transparent on the software. If you have a fight about how the voting went, it'll be pretty straightforward to look at it by eye and see whether somebody made a mistake.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Thomas?
You said that range voting is not possible with this system. How do you know that?
I asked Mr. Ramsey, and I have also looked at the Message Pulse independently before I came up here because they had announced it in one of the July meetings. So I am of the belief based on.
Where did you see it at?
I just asked Mr. Ramsey.
No, you said you looked at it personally.
There was a July 9th update posted to the convention website where they mentioned that they'd be using Message Pulse for voting, and so I went to the internet and investigated the software.
So you know for sure that we can't use that by looking at. You read the code?
The code is not available.
Okay, so you read the parameters of what's
There-
available?
There are some feature lists and things like that, and none of them mentioned the range voting feature. They have weighted voting support, they have proxy voting support, which we will not need for platform, and they have several other things, but they do not specifically say range voting. And then when I talked to Mr. Ramsey, he double confirmed they don't have range voting in the software at this point that we are actually using.
Appreciate the information.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Any other further questions for the delegate? Okay. Thank you so much for your information.
We're going to go back now, if there's no objection to Rule 37 proposed earlier, and I believe we had a motion and a substitute, so...
Mr. Chairman, just a point of information.
Mr. Eberly?
Yes, just to follow up what Jonathan said. What happens if an exhibitor goes up for the vote and it doesn't meet either threshold?
So by my reading of it, if it met the, and you're talking about the McDonald substitute, yeah. So if it's approved, then an officials member could appeal the approval to the SRC. If it's denied, the applicant could appeal.
Right, I'm talking about if it was approved by 55%.
Doesn't matter. It either was approved or it was denied. Like for the purposes of, does that make sense? So there are, what, 9 voting members on the officials committee?
Okay, so we're talking about the initial vote is just...
The initial vote is just a trigger for an approval or a denial.
Okay, so that's a simple majority.
That's a simple majority of the officials committee.
And then the overrule is...
The overrule would be a 2/3, correct, by the full body of the SRC.
And if I may?
Yes, Mr. McDonald?
Yes, sir. What it does is, the way this actually works is staff approves these things in accordance. It's not done by any body at first. So staff does the approval or denial initially. Then, if it's denied, of course, the applicant can appeal. But also, we need an opportunity if we had a staff member approve something that a member of the body didn't like, then the officials committee, which is the head of our SRC group that we've elected to run things when the SRC is not around, then if they see something that they think is out of kilter, then they can appeal that approval. And so either way, it has to get the 2/3 as required. So it created a check and balance for each side. And this was the way I was able to get kind of the right and the left within our party to meet in the middle to have something that can work.
And just as a clarification, the initial round is done by staff, by tradition?
Yes, the staff typically approves or denies in accordance.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask who speaks. Oh, Mr. Barcroft.
Jack Barcroft, SD24, is a member of the Officials Committee and the State Convention Organizational Committee. I want to let you know that the information received is outdated. The process that we use today is that when staff receive applications for booths, they are immediately forwarded to the Officials Committee in its entirety, at which time the Officials Committee members respond with, I have no problems with this list, or I have concerns about an individual applicant. At that point, if there are no concerns, then it simply moves forward in the process.
Would that be considered, Mr. Barcroft, if I may, would that be considered an approval if there's no objection? It's kind of an approval by no objection?
Correct. And if there is an objection, then it goes to the entire Officials Committee for
So if it's flagged, then it becomes an agenda point for an officials meeting?
Right.
Does that change the technical needs of the language on the screen? Either?
It does, because, staff's not approving anything. But ultimately I'm going to vote against this because I think it just begs.
Could we take care of the substitute so I don't get myself tangled in a knot that Mr. Dunning has to call me out on? Can we take care of the substitute first, simply, and then we can deal with those potentials? Okay, without objection. I have another request, and then I'll get to you, gentlemen. We have a delegate from Senate District 15, Harris County, Louis Larada, and he's asked to testify on 37. If there's no objection, we'll hear from him for 2 minutes. And I just identified you, so.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
One of my delegates.
Just get this microphone a bit. Oh, it's not that short. I'd like to thank this body for time and time again addressing these rules, and I know it takes a lot of thoughtful deliberation. And I know that the ultimate scope of this is that we want to have a clean, transparent process, and we want to be able to accept people into our party that meet our values. And I think that any rule that passes in this committee has to meet that objective. That being said, if there are committees, or if there's official committees that that are passing or rejecting an applicant, we should know about that, because these are issues that continually be brought up by people in my district. And Senate District 15, it's a very diverse district. It might not be like your district, but we have conservatives. And I can tell you, in my race as a state representative, we were achieving about 35% conservative voters in that district. So we need every conservative voter that we can get our hands on. So I think by opening up Rule 37 to be more transparent, letting people fully deliberate this, and letting people in the delegation know how we're voting on this, we can start to unpack, what our real reservations are about allowing people into our community. Because I got to say, I believe what Ronald Reagan meant, that we are conservatives all together. We may not agree on every issue, but we're conservatives, and we have to protect each other's values. We have to protect our religious values. If we allow groups to infringe on their personal values and their beliefs, we are opening the door for far greater trouble, which allows other people to come in and start infringing our values in our churches and our places of worship. It's a path we don't want to go down. So I think it's worth considering making Rule 37 clear, transparent. I read the amendment. I'd like to see that tightened up a bit, but I leave it to the committee to use their best judgment and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marotta.
Ms. Vanderlyn.
Ms. Vanderlyn, you have a question for the witness?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Mr. Marotta,
Yes, ma'am.
could you be a little bit more specific about, because it sounds like you're wanting to be very inclusive.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So get specific about what you mean about inclusive.
Well, I think that we know that this has to deal mostly with a certain organization that's been seeking approval for some time now. And whether we believe in this organization's personal mantra or values, I think they speak conservative language to me when they come and vote in our elections. And it isn't reflected in all of the Senate districts because Texas is diverse, our Republican Party is diverse, our rural and our urban districts are diverse. But I can say in my district, our inner city districts, we're hurting bad. And if we can't hold the line in the city, they're going to come into your districts. So we need help, and I think it's okay to talk openly about what these organizations represent and what they're trying to do and what they're not trying to do. Because I sometimes hear that they have an agenda and they're leftists. I know these people, and I have to disagree. I don't agree with their lifestyle choices, but I agree where we stand and where we go. So that is what I'm trying to get at. If there are other groups in the future that seek similar approval, I hope that we'll vet them, we'll treat them equally, and then if we deny them, we will put that on a roll call vote so people know, who voted that way, and we can talk to those people later, because this is a body that depends on communication and intra-party communication between all of us, even the factions. We have to communicate. We cannot be separated. We cannot go into November fraction and easy targets for Democrats. So that is my principal concern, ma'am. I hope that answers your question.
I have another question.
Yes, ma'am.
Because what we're talking about here are vendor booths. We're not talking about being a delegate.
I understand, ma'am.
So this dichotomy that you're proposing here doesn't really exist. In other words, when somebody's doing a vendor booth, one of their, they're either there to make money or they're there to recruit.
Ms. Vanderlyn, are you in debate, or did you have a specific question for Mr. Marotta?
Well, I guess I'm in debate.
Okay, well, let's constrain debate to debate.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Did you have a specific question for Mr. Marotta, Mr. Brusso?
Mr. Marotta, when we see things, what about the inclusion with the application and filling out the platform review form that might be for candidates to be also with, as a consistency, to see what all businesses, not a single booth, but knowing what all vendors stand for? Would that be fair?
I think that would be fair.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions that are questions?
And if the committee would like to talk to me off record, I can speak to her.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Marotta, for your time. Okay, so we're back to, is it on screen? Okay. We've got a motion to substitute. So, Mr. Inge, you have the floor for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. PPHSD12. I'd like to amend the proposed amendment in two different places. First, to put the word strict between the word in and accordance in the second line. Of course, if I
So we say in strict accordance with the preamble and principles. And then at the very last, I'd like to add a sentence that said, all such votes of appeal shall be by open record.
Is there a second? Discussing Mr. Inge, if you want to speak to your motion.
Yeah. It said the purpose of the booth, whoever has a booth, is to promote, sell a product, to promote their ideas. And the concept here is that the one that's brought this issue up is those who are with a homosexual lifestyle. And we promote that as a direct contradiction to our principles and our platform and everything we say we believe about family and sexuality. So it would be completely contradictory to everything we stand. That's why we're losing. So when you talk about how many thousands, or actually tens of thousands of Christians do not vote anymore, is because they look at what we're doing is our party today. If you go back and look at where the Democrats were in the 60s, we today are really the Democratic Party of the 60s, and the Democrats today are the socialists of the 60s. We're continuing to slide because everybody keeps saying, oh, let's just turn the other way, or let's try and get along. And so we're, for the sake of the power, we're throwing away principle. And we cannot survive by trying to be everything to everybody. We will soon become nothing to anybody. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Recognition?
Me.
It's hard, you know, I hear it like here.
I understand. I'm going to speak against the whole word strict because put that in there. Every single one of our electeds are out. They have all done things in opposition to our principles, our basic principles. So I'm going to, and the reason we don't have a lot of Christians voting is because our electeds are not adhering to our principles and nobody wants to vote for them. So I'm going to suggest that the word strict accordance, or just be taken out. Because that makes pretty much nobody eligible for a booth in this vendor hall.
So, hold on, I have a problem seeing the shading sometimes. So, Mr. Inge's motion on the amendment.
Point of order.
Hold on, let me see what we're doing here before I can know what the heck we're doing. Mr. Inge, what exactly? I can't see the shadings. Was it the single word?
A single word on the second line.
That's at the bottom.
A sentence at the end.
Okay, so Ms. Hedke, you had a secondary amendment to Mr. Inge's amendment?
I didn't think I could make an amendment. Yeah, so it's too deep already. I would urge that we vote down and come back and keep the
Okay, so discussion on the amendment to Mr.
Correct. Vote this down and come back and put that roll call vote back in.
One information.
Did I have, you guys all popped at the same time, so I feel like someone's going to follow Rule 11 on me here. So.
I was after her.
I'll take Ms. Haler because I've known her longer.
She's point man.
I'll take Mr. I've known you a long time, Mr. Burge.
Yeah, I saw you when you were getting autographs at a national convention. But anyway, I have a point of inquiry. What does open record mean? I mean, if we're putting in a rule, what does that mean?
Point of information, maybe a roll call vote?
What did the mover of the amendment intend with open record? Will you clarify what that meant for you, Mr. Inge? The question is, can you clarify what you meant by open record?
I meant there should be a public record. In other words, no secret vote. I think everybody needs to see how people vote.
Would that be better achieved maybe by phrasing shall be by roll call vote?
I'm open with that.
Okay, we'll do that without objection, just so that we're not. Okay, Mr. Bergman, did that help your concerns? Okay, and then I had lots of hands pop up. I see Mr. Barcroft, and I know there was some on this side. Okay. Who's the gentleman? Mr. Larson?
Pearl Virginia, would it be in order to divide this question?
How do you want to divide it?
Well, with strict on one side and the trailing language for the openness, the roll call vote on the other side.
Is there objection to doing that?
I'll second. I would object.
Is there objection to doing that?
Just repeat just to I would object to dividing my motion. I'd rather have a vote on the whole thing.
Okay, so let's take see if a motion to divide is debatable.
Mr. Chairman, I think a motion to divide just requires a request.
Okay, so we will.
That's how we handled it yesterday.
Okay, we'll take it separately then. So we're pretty deep now, Mr. Barkoff, you're recognized.
So is this becoming its own discussion? This
So we are on. Let's constrain it to the word strict for the time being.
Seriously? Since in accordance with the, okay. So in regards to the word strict,
I mean, I'll come back to it if you would rather talk about something else.
it's superfluous. And I also want to make sure that the entire body understands that today and in our previous booth policy says that individual groups and entities that intend to distribute literature or information that is contrary to the RPT principles may be denied space at the discretion of the RPT. So we've already got a litmus test for potential booths to begin with. That word, this entire substitute, is counterproductive. There was nothing wrong with the original submission. I hope we get a chance to go back to the original submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barcroft. Had people on this side. Mr. Moore. Come back to this side.
So I support this amendment. For different reasons maybe than other people, as Daniel, you're asking for. There is a big push in a lot of these things that we're considering to become much more openly, for lack of a better word, democratic. And as political philosophers have said throughout time, democracies always commit suicide eventually, right? We're a republic because we delegate things to smaller groups, the same way, in a business, they delegate the day-to-day decisions. The board of directors delegates the day-to-day decisions to a CEO. Because you shouldn't, I can't imagine how complicated it would be on the floor to delegate all these things to the general body. That is why we have committees. And so let's not overcomplicate this thing. Let's not try and be a direct democracy. That's why we have committees. That's why people come out to work. That's why we're here. Imagine trying to do rules with the whole flipping floor. It would be a disaster. So,
32 and 64 have been interesting numbers for Zoom meetings and in-person meetings.
Exactly. So let's let the people do, let the officials do what we elected them to do, the SRAC do. If it's transparent, let's let them do what they're supposed to do, and we can examine it later and complain later.
Mr. Offerman, and then I'll come to Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's D28, Doug Offerman. Well, as I look at this, I have to ask the question, is this about discrimination? Because if it is, we're going to fight a losing battle. The Supreme Court has announced several times about discrimination. And there was a result of the last two Supreme Court justices being appointed has all but put a nail in the coffin. And this is a moot point. Why do we want to? I appreciate Daniel and yours impassioned plea and said we just need to give them authority, but we're already losing ground. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'm really ready to say we need to put this in place if the final rock is going to fall.
Mr. Chairman, could you add Jerry Vanderlip to the list of people wanting to speak?
Yeah, so we've got a lot of people that want to
All right, so I'll finish up. If anybody has any testimony about the Supreme Court effect on this, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's go Thomas, someone on this side. I know Mr. Yor wanted to respond to something. Was there someone else too? Ms. Thomas, will you yield your turn for a question?
I was just going to ask, Mr. Chairman, I was going to ask the speaker, or excuse me, Mr. Offerman, if he saw a difference between something that discriminates on the basis of law versus something that is a free association of a private association. If he saw the difference between, discrimination under law versus a private association choosing to exercise its First Amendment rights to convey messages and principles based on its beliefs.
Yeah, I'll allow Mr. Offerman to respond, and then we'll move on to Ms. Thomas.
There have been numerous court cases on that, and yeah, they've been handled fairly. I appreciate you bringing that up. I'm still of the opinion that, I don't have any alternate amendment at this point in time. I am also, I don't like the roll call vote because privacy in ballots is a fundamental right of people as well. So I'll give it some thought and some prayer, but I don't have an answer for you.
Okay, we're going to go Ms. Thomas, and then Ms. Kent, and then Ms. Hickman.
Mr. Chairman, Leslie Thomas, SD23. We are making party rules that most of us personally will never have to implement or never have to be subject to. So what I'm encouraging this committee to do is to give deference. Listen to those people who actually have to do this work. And I would like you to listen or remember to Mr. Barkoff, who's on the officials committee. He explained the process, explained how it's handled, and I want you to know that there has been 0 complaints since there were complaints before the officials committee took it over. But since the officials committee took it over, there have been 0 complaints. The formal rule works. So instead of us micromanaging the work that they do, we see that there was a rule, the first rule, and that it works, and that we don't have to manage them further. I'm talking about the rule that the SRS passed, the first one of those.
That's not a rule. That's not the existing language.
Well, did we pass in the SRS?
He's told you a process that is unwritten.
Okay. So I asked you to follow the process, the rule that reflects that process.
Over the years, there's more than one organization that we're talking about. There's the whole issue of gay rights. There are Republican pro-choice organizations. There's also the marijuana folks, that there's issues with that. And the Muslim Americans. So we have a policy of Republican property taxes and the difference between a coalition and an auxiliary.
issue. There's something maybe you're not going to agree on. So I think that the answer to this is exactly what Mr. McDonald has proposed. And let us let our elected officials take care of this. And let's be careful who we elect to the SRC.
Thank you, Ms. Engler. Mr. Moody. Thank you, recommending SD60. One of the things I keep hearing on this is about the Supreme Court decisions. Well, I have no respect for such Supreme Court decisions, and no more than I have for Roe versus Wade or for Dred Scott. And I think there are bad Supreme Court decisions as well. I think they should be resisted, and I think they should be fought against tooth and nail to the very end. And as far as this goes, our values are such that you look at the organizations that come before us. There are organizations that's goals are to advance the interests of the Republican Party of Texas. Those are organizations tend to be improved. There are other organizations that come in to advance their particular agenda and wish to bring the Republican Party along with them. The National Rifle Association would be such a thing. They're not interested in advancing the Republican Party. They're interested in defending the Second Amendment, and they think Republicans can come along, and those Republicans do. When it comes to things like Iran pattern, what they appear to is not to advance the Republican Party, whether it's some lip service to that extent, but what they're really interested is to gain the approval of the Republican Party for their reform and trade lifestyles. So therefore, that is those groups that have been traditionally rejected. And I think as a private organization, we continue to do so. So hence a rule like this makes a great deal of sense to me. I'm not happy with the word strict. I think I can support the amendment on the bottom. It says also supposed to be by a roll call vote. Why should they not be by a roll call vote? Are we willing to stand for our values or not? One of the things I have become increasingly disgusted with is the idea that some Republicans that we must advance rights of freedom to surrender, and that we can somehow capitulate our way to victory. And I find neither of those actually viable. And so I would maintain we should do this as according to the Chris McDonald rule, and perhaps with that last amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Okay, so we've had a lot of debate on what's a very complex motion. I might suggest to the committee that try to make more of it than seeing. Okay, so right now the motion on the floor again is for the first, I guess, all the words straight. So you have the floor to talk about straight.
the ayes have it. So now on the substitute. As amended. That's not amended. As amended. Okay. So, anything else on the amendments? Is there a motion? Mr. McCarty? Yes, sir. Regarding speak on this amendment for just a moment. Yes, sir. Speaking for Mr. McDonald, and then let's define what it is to be a conservative practically. We use that word a lot. We hear a lot of campaign trails and what does it really mean? To conserve something presupposes the fact that it is a certain standard, a certain moral, fixed moral that we're starting from. To conserve means to preserve, retain, protect, maintain, safeguard, and defend something. The ultimate root is this: we compromise our moral fixed points to accomplish terms agreement in opposition to our moral fixed point. If we don't hold one, if we allow this party to relegate God's moral standard to the trash can, in the interest of self-preservation, we're going to lose the protection from that counterfeit offend. That counterfeit moral standards is not worthy of being followed. It comes down to if we want to offend, we have to change those those or not in alignment with our core principles, our platform, our very existence, or would we rather violate our own principles, our party, and end up defending God himself who formed our principles from his own standards. No matter what direction this body chooses to go, there should never be a legitimization of that which is contrary to our platform and our principles. Another member of the party represents the Republican Party today, like the Democrats in the 60s. It's because there's a big Indian dialect. If you're not familiar with that, and it's a constitutionally way. We are a moral fixed point. The only way to go down, if we don't hold the line, we're going to bend our principles and our bedrock. We continuously toward them. If we continue to slide left, compromise here, compromise there, then quite honestly, we have no legitimate authority to claim to be conservative, because that's a progressive leftist thing. We're not actually conservative what God has blessed us with. John Adams said that this Constitution was created for moral and religious people, and it is wholly inadequate to the government of any country. And we dishonor the memory of those who fought and bled and died to give us our nation and our freedoms, because they created all that based on the God that presumably most of us believe in. We need to keep this, we need to keep it strong, we need to keep our principles, and never surrender. I'm in favor of this amendment because it brings clarity to it, and it also goes both directions.
Jerry, and the Lord would also like to speak.
Let's see what's going on. Let's go first.
Senate District 13. I just want to add to this conversation that attack on the freedom of speech and thought, an attack on freedom of religion and thought. Now we're being attacked on the right to assemble, and broken that is the right to self-regulate us. And we're really just advocating the whole thing and not fighting. And so I'm very much in favor of Mr. McDonald's language here, because it lines up with our right to assemble and our right to self-regulate.
Mr. Miller, I know that I may have taken more on one side than the other, and I'm absolutely required to alternate on debate only on testimony. But if there's anyone who wants to speak against the amendment, you feel free to say. Mr. Chairman, call the question. Okay, thank you, Mr. Townsend. The question has been called on the McDonald substitute, on adopting the substitute as amended. I want to understand that the voters on calling the question on the substitute, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those say no. The question is called. Now the motion is on substitution of Chris McDonald language. All those in favor, raise hands. All those opposed, raise hands. The substitute is adopted. The original goes away. Keeping the title and not the name. Mr. Collins? Calls in the motion, previous question on the substitute as substituted, and on the 47 as substituted. Any objections to the vote? Okay, so we vote on the substitute, vote on the substitute. Now it's that language again. Now we vote on the previous language. Now it's been substituted. Okay, all those in favor? Let's take a vote. I just don't want to all those in favor, raise hands. All those opposed, raise hands. Motion carries. All right, anything else on 37? 37. We're on to 38. I like that response. She wants to come on.
Mr. Chair, in the past, it's already mentioned that we have that during the presidential election, we weren't allowed to touch the this thing's potentially get these arms and bills and all that stuff. But some do be good right a little bit. I'm sorry. Okay. In the past, the election year, the presidential election year, this committee was told we were not allowed to touch 38 and 39 because it essentially upset the RNC rules on the presidential election right now. And we're going to RNC, we were going to be married. So I suggest also that the TV would not, it just skip over 38 and 39. If we have the evidence to that, we hold that out for the next 2 years.
Okay, so I can't buy 2 years from now, but I can take a motion for us to skip 38 and 39 for now. I'm with Mr. with the point of order. Understood. I have a question at this time. Is there a rationale that may not make sense to us in RPT, but that the RNC has instructed RPT past presidential years that you shouldn't touch the role until after the presidential election is done, based on requirements for not changing the rules affecting delegates and the voting in? I know that was a very long question. Mr. Chair. And just try to seek RPT counsel after they've been real busy this week. But I can see the opinion for them if that's the committee's wish to touch 38 and 39. Alternatively, if the committee's wish to speak over those for this year, I would be open to that, Mr. Barzal.
Thank you, Dr. Bush, for the clarity. Did anybody have any changes they wanted to make, please?
Yes. Actually, Ms. Chamberlain, I have a proposal.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, is there a motion?
Mr. Larson,
Mr. Larson. Yes. Thank the chair, please. Speak directly to the RNC rules. Yes, I would like to hear that. Because President, the RNC rules was adopted 4 years ago. And what they insisted on doing was reviewing each state's rules for selecting delegates and creating the cutoff each year, each election year for that review to be complete. So you have to submit each state or territory to submit its rules for selecting national delegates to the RNC by the cutoff date each year. I don't know what it is for this year, but it was in the fall. It's traditionally been in the fall. And if the rules, the state rules, do not comport with the RNC rules, the RNC can punish that delegation by reducing the delegate count. And we run into this before under Chairman Ministerial. We altered our rules for some delegates we had a proposal that he believed complied with the RDC rules on how to select delegates. And we got rules on them that we saw Chairman Minister Texas officials do not comply to the must change, which necessitated an emergency session of the SRBC to refer rules back. So that's why there's been tremendous reluctance to fill with Rule 39 during the presidential election. Thank you, Mr. Larson. I got a communication that is on my digital background. I have a communication already with no objection. Part of a letter from June 4th, 2015 to then Chairman Meckler and National Committee Woman Tony Shield and Committee and Dr. Walker. Is there any objection to reading this relevant to this discussion? So this followed the change that we made to rule on the SRC and the general counsel advice regards this correspondence services official verification pursuant to Rule 17 of the Rules of the Republican Party, National Party Rules, in accordance with Rule 38.9C of the Rules of the Republican Party, Texas, and the Chairman of the Republican National Committee has determined that Rule 38.9A of the Texas Party Rules is in violation of National Party Rules. Given this determination, it's my understanding that pursuant to Rule 38.9C of the Texas Party Rules, that all at-large delegates will be allocated proportionally based on the March 3rd, 2016 presidential primary results outlined in Rule 38.9B and Rule 38.9A has been operative. Please let me know if you have any questions. So the change we made to those rules, and the RNC said is inoperative. So we're very hesitant to make changes, especially in the election year.
Okay, but if we don't,
I will make the motion just made and see what it is and see where we go. So it's been really beautiful.
I want to push the button. Okay, so I want to do this.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can text the email on the screen.
Yes.
I'm going to take the motion to postpone indefinitely. So that's where we are. The motion to postpone indefinitely is debatable.
Can I speak in defense? Quite frankly, this is a morass. And we can spend hours and hours and hours on this offense here. And I'm seriously concerned, as we all are, about putting in the supplemental rules to govern a process that has never before occurred. So I urge everyone to table this, so we can move on to something that is much more pressing and more urgent than supplemental rules.
Any other discussion on the motion to postpone indefinitely?
Yes, I'm not in favor of this. But I do get your point, Mr. Miller, about our time constraints. Do we need to get to the supplemental rules? However, I brought this up 2 years ago. I will pick it up again. I will pick it up again and again and again and again and again.
It's not going to be in one year with less issue with it.
2 years ago was
so if we get a letter, get some sort of communication from INC members or from RBT Council, I would definitely entertain a motion to bring this back. Thank you.
Can we request a statement from our RNC people explaining this particular issue? Video these days?
Is someone willing to facilitate that?
I will be one of the elements. I like to have those two.
It was great. I'll put this in to read from them.
Okay, I texted Robin the language that was in grant, and I said they want to have grant language virtual through without order. And that's what we did. Robin Armstrong said that is an absolute no-no. That is out of order, and we would lose our entire delegation if it will not apply to this convention.
Ms. Hickman, with that in mind, are we ready for the question on the motion to postpone? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to postpone indefinitely, raise hands. All those opposed, raise hands. And the motion passes. So, thank you. And we're back. For those following the game in town and the convention is called this. For the information between polls and close. The floor is open for a motion to debate. Recess for tonight. So, not really about this, but it's technically, that's what SRC meeting that came out, but, okay, so, Mr. Tatum, just a second, what is the question for the committee, for the chair?
Is there any way we can get to where we go with the next motion is we have to talk about it later, as opposed to spending hours? So what I'm saying is, once we get to a motion, then we can take care of it, and we can talk about that. So, that makes sense. Yeah. I think I said before, I got to accept the next motion. I move that we, to say this, that we table for now this further consideration of the rules, of the RPT rules at present, so we can move on with this supplemental rules. Okay, so I haven't gotten the red motion yet. I will take this motion and then we can get the red motion. So a motion to place on the table the general
take up other business. Okay, that's been moved, seconded, all those in favor of motion to table general rules for now, take up other business, say aye. Aye, all those opposed say no. Okay, we will proceed. Any further motion to take up other business? And Greg, any more representatives on our motion? It's the second time that we have that hour, which was last time. 8:30 p.m. Any objection? All right, we stand is 8:79, and we'll be at 8:30.
Ramsey, what is it from the one number of the world convention? Giving you the, yeah. What did you tell me? So it's what Ramsey. Oh, Ramsey. Yeah, he was pretty touched. That was what I was hoping. Make people, We're SREC fans. So there are 3 of them in existence. There's the 2 SREC, and there's the former SREC that people are not SREC. So I'm giving that to Josh now that. I want to know who's winning.
Yeah, but look how weird they're doing their
I'm looking at local first. She's got that good state.
No, this is
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, why? Very cool. Multiple times with different results.
Of course, yeah, I mean, it's like they just make up anything they want.
And that's not even like
Just make up anything they want.
Yeah, that would be good. That's sad. Yes.
Paris.
Sad that we have to even care about
I
that,
know,
right?
right?
Like,
I
really?
couldn't even believe this is like a comprehensive.
Yeah, I voted for him. I voted for you. Voted.
We didn't have any runoffs in ours.
Kathleen Wall is winning Harris County.
It's
Kathleen Wall is winning Harris County on early vote.
It was
Terry Adams is winning Harris County on early vote. Joe Dana's got 54%.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ridgeway
is
leading.
Like more people, one of them being in.
I think that's going to be
To try to be like, stop it. Like, we need to have like some rules which actually was functioning.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Jack and I invited to his house. So how's the
ball going?
It's breaking up the results weird. I don't have a concern.
So what are you looking at? Oh, Harris.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to head downstairs.
Okay.
So,
I mean, that's the only place to go, right?
I'm gonna exhaust our menu.
I know.
I mean, I'll just eat dessert.
Yeah. I think I've had a Caesar salad there twice now. I'm like, oh, I gotta try something else.
a block away.
Hey, listen to this, Fernando.
So there's this like grocery store, but they have like all kinds of stuff. It's a block. See, it's a block this way and a block this way, and it's right in front of the mall.
Are they
open? Call? They are open.
Okay.
What's the place? Yeah, what's it called?
Because I just thought the mall was right in front.
I know Gary's like trying to go to like the mall the other day.
So you know what I was doing here? We got this shit done. You made his motion, I was going to draw a dog. You.
So just search the shops.
Oh, no, the shops
at Houston.
Okay.
It's right across the street. You can get across the street from here. It's 2 blocks from here. Which way?
Running
The west side. Oh, we'll take your jacket. Still 100 degrees.
Maybe 10 or 11.
I was wondering if I should get coffee or not since we're going to midnight.
Hold on, I just got an email from Chris Howe. Let's see what.
Can I refresh?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you may.
Where else? You know, I wear
Did
neckties.
you email me or you already put
No,
it
I
in
haven't
the
yet.
folder, didn't you?
I'm backed up, so. Chris Howe is us how some of the schematics of how the online system works.
Guys, you can get dirty.
I don't care. I got plenty of suits.
Okay, so where did you say this place was?
Oh yeah. Yeah, this is what this house is. Schematic of how it's supposed to work.
Wall Street Journal looked at it. Had a draft that the Energy Department had about price controls. It was just
Kathleen calls up according to
so they printed the price controls explained. The price controls make no sense. They always fail. Always.
We'll get one.
Are we going to work?
Why is it all broken up like this?
Yeah, in a minute. I need to catch up on the communication. We may cross the street, Fernando, Fabinho, and I. Okay.
This is really close. Sessions
You have a dog in that one?
Yeah, that's my district.
May I ask who you? I don't know.
Probably Sweet. Let's come here to turn it off.
All right, I still owe you a document.
Yes. If you just email it to me, that's sufficient. I'll get it over.
Oh no, I'm sitting here. No, I got
Everything going all right today?
Yeah, audio is perfect. No problems at all. Once in a while you get a scratchy one, but I think it's user. Yeah, it's user error. It may go. Not gonna lie, it may go 10, 11, maybe even 1:45. Josh left the room. I lost my hotspot.
And then you guys are doing it. Sorry.
Oh,
you
that's
guys
what
doing it
happened.
tomorrow too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, 8 a.m. start.
8 a.m. start. Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, sir. It's all day.
All day.
Good.
Indeed.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, with the committee, you never know. You never know when someone's going to adjourn or.
And then, do you know what Thursday's looking like? Because that's still like 2 days still with everything. Yes, sir. Thanks so much.
I didn't believe permit committees are meeting in person.
No, I don't think they are. What I need to ask, I need to talk to staff and figure out what I need to do with respect to my hotel, because are y'all staying here? Like, when I make a committee room? Yeah, right?
We are prepared.
You're basically dropping it off. Yeah, you know what it's like. So Chris Howard just sends me this schematic.
Yeah, are you going to try out that little
I guess so.
place?
This is the schematic of how the voting works. You have to make rules out of that? That's all we've got?
That's all I've got. That's the thing they're in this.
I'll think about that.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Can't wait to make rules for that. Cool.
I'm glad this is a time that I'm glad I just get to sit here and just type stuff.
You might regret that when we change our minds like 12 times.
No, usually when y'all do that, I'll just sit there and I'll
Just
like,
wait
Does
until-
anyone have an actual? I want to make a big poster and be like,
Is there
what's
actual
the
motion?
language?
Yeah.
What is the language?
Make a
You
motion.
don't have permission to.
I need to have two signs. One says make an actual motion, the other says what's the language. So like, I want to do this and this and this. I vote to do this, and I'm like,
And I think sometimes on 2-9,
say what?
you don't want to cut people off too much, but yeah, you're tempted to.
My dad, some I forgot to set the timer
Well, you can estimate. You can put a minute 30 in. If they've been talking for 4, it's clear that they're right. Yeah, they've been. I mean, people get antsy with Ramsey. He was actually justified. I like it when it's resonating.
Do you know her number? Did you call her?
I left it earlier.
Do you have a battery issue or can I die?
No, but I just don't like to do it.
I just don't feel like carrying.
I'm leaving it here. Somebody.
I don't know.
Steal my laptop. I'm like, oh man,
I'm leaving the cord though.
yeah, I think there'd be enough people just hanging out.
Just kind of hang around.
Yeah, exactly.
Over here snooping around our stuff like that. That would be suspicious.
She might just take my bag. I can do some stuff.
Did you see Flynn? Did you see Flynn?
Did I see him?
Hey, I'm out of my 2000. I got to pull out my 2002 rules, Kathy. Did you see that? When I was looking to see when the thing flipped.
It's worse than I have got all the stuff you bring. Okay, so just dropped that on the floor and I realized that there was something on roll 20 I wanted to do and I forgot to give it to y'all in time.
We'll be back on rolls.
Okay, so may I slip this at the bottom of your stack?
Yeah. All right, almost.
Okay.
Are you gonna eat? Do you want to eat with us?
I want to see. I need to. Yeah, I'll come eat with you.
Okay.
I actually need this stuff.
I mean, I really do have enough pizza. I don't want it. Yeah. She's so right. I had 2 weeks to go with this. On one hand, I went, you know what? He's strict in here because I'm from Mexico. All that time. Some people want to get shot. Some people come to convention. No. And that's kind of, not really, but, well, and it's not just our KTV, it's not just, it's not just. Yeah, but I mean, that's not ready to show up. And, you know, That's when I go shopping. See, honestly, when a big commitment. Well, I mean, I've always said hello. Well, I've got a scooter I want to go for a hike. And a while ago, I went down to the third floor to go say hi to friends, and I couldn't walk that far. I had to turn and come back to the scooter. I did bring some napkins so we had lights.
there's so much of it that I just don't want to make a mess of it. So that's me with the name of faculty that was about further than, so that would be the same. And the other ones have that further.
they've seen his name, you know, he's in there, he should be. Thank you.
was from Kerosene, I get out of there, it's 4 hours, here it is 4 a.m. And I got lifts, man, I don't know how long that one. Right, we got those meetings, the general session starts at 9. Come on. Nobody in Houston is simply in one no pollution, all the stars you want. I got all the things you want to do. I might be and roll on my steroid. I pulled it up today, average wind speed today on my weather station was 25. Yeah, you are destined for that. I stepped out and pushed out a half of it. It wasn't working. I saw myself at the door. I stepped out on the patio and I just did that thing another day. I went airborne. It's 60 hours a week. Over inside the gym, one of the gyms was trying it down, I get back to my life, it's so pretty. One side, and I come back in, I was wearing this.
Posts that to cut out of the trees, they had to come in above the trees.
Anyway,
We're all
Thank you. 15 minutes ago. we have, we're going to work late tonight, more than likely. So nothing's already late, I suppose. Yes, I think we have to be out around 11:25. So you guys are pretty. There's a time certain. So we're going to start looking at the supplementals. We have some general principles, and I think I'll already those to you. What we do not have is suggestion rules. So what I'm going to ask somebody to do is consider the 2016 and 2018 supplementals that I marked up. I don't know, Mr. Townsend, I think I emailed out to you the whole slew of emails. The rest of the committee would have got that about a week ago. If you don't have it, if we can direct Ashley to resend it. This thank you would have been the brief that I sent you. Well, like when you said the friend out there, you're wrong, the billing process is 5 emails, that should be accurate for you. So it's called 2016 and 2018 supplemental. I believe is the name of the document.
I renamed it the supplemental rules working document.
Is that in the written document?
Correct.
All right, so that's what we're going to work on. And thanks. And we're going to get everything else. We'll get that out. Okay, so floor is clear. And I'll look for a motion to, I guess, potential options for this is I guess we can do them one by one. We can't really take the whole group of them because I put 2016 and 2018 together. So I think it might make better sense for some large together.
Yeah, I would think that motion should be one.
Which motion are you suggesting?
I would move to consider the 2016 and 2018 documents sequentially.
Okay, so we're going to take them rule by rule. And what I'd like the committee to do is to be able to identify things that we can work on and things that we cannot yet work on. That's thinking.
Can essence we just adopt these rules so we're not pulling a federal level kind of pattern?
Yeah, this is so the language is not to the committee.
Okay. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm not pulling something here.
Well, not that I think you're pulling something. I was just.
Okay, we're going to pull something. Is it pretty honest about I'm going to pull something? But then I can't bring up myself. Let's stop. Okay, so let's get going. Any other questions on the process before we get started? Okay, we're going to look at rule 1. Josh, we're between rule 1. Oh, which one? The rule that sorry, it's not controversial. Give me 1 second here. I've got too many things open. Okay, where's the second? Where's it? Sandy, from up 30 seconds here. I'm going to find it in the dots. I'm going to use the live doc, so I'm able to edit it. Obviously, get right out. Okay, so let's look up here. My apologies.
It's been renamed, so. supplemental rules and applications.
Okay, any discussion on Rule 1? We are going to adopt Rule 1 without objection. Rule 2, we've got follow-up, we have a building.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we delete Rule 2. I mean, we are assuming.
So second, to delete Rule 2. Process actually, do you want to create a third one that's the 2020? No. It's like copy the rule and say 2020 for the beginning of it, and that way we know it's 2020. Yeah, you want to do another color? Or just say adopted. But I think you kind of need a third one because we got 2016 and 2018. Does that make sense? You want to pop them in one by one into the live doc and just put everything from the live doc out.
How are we going to have it set up here?
So you-
Or editing? We just want to copy from here, decide which one we want, and paste it into the new doc?
I think that's a good way to do it.
Decide which of the two we want.
Yeah, or we may have new rules entirely, or old rules will go away.
So we're going to be using actively two live docs. How are you online?
We'll make one of them one. So pull all the text from the one that you got live docs, put it in some other document that we're just working with, and then put them into the live doc one by one.
So I just cut this.
Okay, so Ms. Stegler has a motion and it's been seconded to delete Rule 2. Is there any discussion on that? Mr. Benjamin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm running ST16. Wondering if we have an indication what this PDFs or GIFs or other sites we posted on the common area sections to chat.
So, how's that working with you? Just, you know, Mr. Benjamin, if you have like if you post up a link to a document, is that what we're talking about? Mr. Benjamin or like Mr. Russo? I'll refer to Mr. Russo.
Okay, so things in. So consider we can change the background, change it, you can add anything, so you can put a sign, you can put anything you want to it. So the question is, you want to the groundwork, you could put a signage, vote for them,
Your background, that would be the same as carried in the email. That would be the same as carried inside the office. I'm talking about posting things in common use areas like the chat. What if I wanted to put a logo for like a resource committee or something? Would that fall under your deletion or your requirement?
Well, I'm just throwing this up to say I'm not sure that we should be so hasty to delete Rule 2, but instead see if there's a digital equivalent to it. So I'm asking the committee to ponder what knowledge we have of our use and service, whether this is something that we ought to be doing.
So, point, if we do with sidebars, we have to break up rooms. We have a common area waiting room, and that could be a place where, as not be too much work, probably have a more than waiting area. Could that be possible? And of course, like you said, chat areas, that would be, I guess that would be the common area for us. But probably completed. But the breakout rooms, if they do a breakout room like the teaching convention, if they design it, they're going to be in a separate breakout room, like the teaching SD is in a separate breakout room, and then a common area which would be your general floor, then there would be a plan, which we don't know if that's a local plan or how they're going to do it, right?
Essentially, everybody's working, essentially everybody's going to be in the same room, and if we vote, everybody's going to vote, and based on what precinct they were in, what SD they were in, or what CD they were in, if they were a delegate or an alternate, it's going to vote appropriately. You won't have, go ahead, I'm going to say, and then on top of that, your strength of your Senate district will be voted based on the calculation that they have. So we don't have to pay anything. The votes actually should be a lot easier because even the alternates, we're not going to have to say separate alternates and delegates because in the voting process, each person has a number and they are an alternate. Or even the alternates are actually listed in order of how they were given. So if you have a delegation of 50 and only 45 delegates vote, but you have 10 alternates, the first 5 alternates fill that 50. Okay, and that's what it's going to be for the whole convention, and you don't have to do any of that calculation. It's what you have to do before.
Did that answer your question, Mr. Anderson?
I'm going to tell you the bandwidth is going to be like that. It doesn't logically make sense the way we think. I don't know how does anyone acknowledge alternates to a room and delegates. It's almost going to be only delegates. I don't know. I don't know how that's going to be physically possible.
We are discussing the technology here. Let's talk about the rules. I think we could get a little bit off the rules too. Some of the technology discussions are going to be germane, but let's keep it tight. I'd like Mr. Flynn, you have something? Ms. Hudke, and then we'll come back to Mr. Norcroft.
Mr. Denny's point about signs versus profile pictures versus putting stuff in chat. Not only do we have our usual rules here about signs being displayed, we also have a rule about distributing literature. So we're allowed to distribute literature on the chairs. Are we allowed to distribute literature in the jackets?
And there's an RPG rule relevant to distribution of literature.
Right. And so this is one of those situations where we're not going to have a very good distinction between science versus literature.
Let me get Mr. Barcroft and then Ms. Stigler. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak in favor of the strike in this language, and I think it's too difficult to put us back on track. As far as anyone's profile pictures or backgrounds, it's either different than someone wearing a Jack Barcroft or State Chair hat, t-shirt, etc. As far as your Barcroft, don't you let her start. I'm not going to speak. So here's the deal. So the photos, that's just First Amendment rights. As far as the chat, you can control the use of that chat. Define the use of the chat later on in the rules. So this would mean I speak in favor of the credits. Thank you, Mr. Barcroft.
I just want to remind everybody, right now there's a much further floor to strike number 2. It's been seconded. That's the motion on the floor. We're talking about all this stuff, but all these ideas, that's all wonderful. You're wasting everybody's time trying to get all these ideas, give us some language. So if you have some language to amend the motion, give us an amendment, or give us some language. But talking for 30 minutes over something that is so consensus-y seems like we're wasting our time.
All right, so are you ready for the question? Rule number 2.
Yes.
To strike rule number 2 is the motion before you. All those in favor of striking rule number 2 say aye. Aye. Those say no. All right, we're moving on. Rule 3. What you got, Eddie? Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald.
Chris McDonald, SC6, and then Rule 3, delegates and the end of that, we'll try to delegates and alternates to stop Chelsea signing to the Zoom platform. Just putting their registered first name, last name, congressional district, and state citizen district.
Mr. Chairman, any issues to our right on how many documents we work. Taking right now, my details.
Give her a quick way to search your emails.
It's in the same folder. You were accessing everything else.
So, do you have access to the Google folder, Ms. Ray?
Mr. Chairman,
Did someone assist me with that, Ms. Higley?
you sent an email on July the 7th at 5:03 p.m.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Higley. Okay, so the motion is, we have on the screen is reflected now. Not yet.
Delegates and alternates. So put it in between delegates and alternates. Strike yes and all others. After shall sign into the Zoom platform with their registered first name, last name, congressional district, comma, Senate district, period.
Is there a second?
Second. And
It's not right. At the risk of getting us off track again, when you sign in and you put a name on Zoom, and you display all of those information, if someone has a longer name, would all of that fit in a place visible to other viewers? Mr. Flynn, do you know?
Well, one of the things I wanted to just make an amendment to move the Senate district and CD ahead of the name, so that it's soon going to put this order. So you don't have that sign.
Is there any objection to that? Any non-objection? No objection.
And you probably just, if you wanted to, you could do the caucus name, or meeting as national CD, and for meeting as state, that's SD.
What is rules on the how do you know in general?
Both will be signed in for each one. One signed in, it's all in the rooms with the same sign in.
yeah, you'll have that social document, right? Question? I believe that's associated with the IP at that point, is that correct? Donna?
Ms. Kent, do you have that one running still?
I was just, I was just verify that it's associated with the IP address for whatever document you sign in on. CPSD will be associated with the right of when you're in, is that right?
Ms. Thompson?
So when we sign it on our Zoom, we have, when you created Leslie Thomas, so we can distinguish between city by congressional district.
Should we put an example in there just for, so that people are able to like, what we were rules from caucus chairs, you know, we would repeat our rules, to be able to insert their delegates. Should we put an example of Bugs Bunny in there, blah, 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 just be whatever?
I think so.
Yeah.
They should all be, uniform, because it's easy to sort. 23 from the 23.
It'll have to be.
be suggested, sir, for example, we would have open parentheses, CD 01, SD 01, comma, first
Bugs Bunny.
last. Or, yeah, Bugs Bunny.
You have a preferred cartoon character?
First, last, so people won't make fun of us.
Who's our preferred cartoon character?
Mickey Mouse.
Captain America.
Captain America. Okay. Any objection to Captain America? So we'll put, let's put a parentheses, e.g., quote, E period, G period, quote, and then the rest of that. Close parentheses. They may, I didn't hear you, Ms. Thomas.
I think you should take the parentheses out, the quotations off because someone may do that.
You are right. So how do you, yeah, let's take them off.
You do colon, put in the italics.
And then
Just put it on a separate line.
Cat people don't use the grammar.
Or we could say, for example, colon, and then sort of indent it, italicize it. Can we do that without objection? Okay, anything else on rule 1? Rule 3. Mr. Tate.
As I understand it, for logging in for sections, it's going to be a standard Zoom setup. Right? There's not custom software. Only the custom software, the third-party software is for voting. Is that correct?
I don't have data on customization within Zoom. I do know that the voting is through a separate platform, yes.
Which would be my concern about this, and my question is we're requiring people to fill out a form and say information that's not going to be on the screen. When you log into Zoom, you have 2 fields. Or actually, I think it's 1 field. It's a name field.
I believe so.
So how are you going to teach people, 6,000 people, to say your name needs to be your full name plus your CD plus your SD?
When some of them may not even know that information.
Correct. And then if you're going to have a rule, then how do you enforce the rule?
Well, the old rule was only enforceable to the extent that you could tell someone where's your badge, which is also kind of a circular reference to RPT rule that we saw earlier today. Is this, perhaps the committee may consider this to be a digital equivalent of show us your badge under the Sergeant at Arms, convention officers. Maybe it's something completely different that doesn't fall under that provision, Ms. Hagler, and then Ms. Hedke.
Okay, Kathy Hagler, C21. First, I would ask the question, does a delegate or alternate have to have already registered for the convention in order to participate in the virtual convention? And I'm asking that question because when you registered, you got a number that's a 7-digit number, which will tell everybody your name, your SD, your CD, your county, everything they need to know about you when you register. So I'm wondering if we could just use that number when they sign in. But did you have to register in order to participate in the virtual convention?
Yes.
Committee's hand these moments around. Yeah, and then give them in there.
Because your confirmation has that number right at the top.
Right. But I don't know if that's tied to the.
If it is, it's going to bring everything else in. And then that makes sure they all got registered.
So we're doing something wrong right now. and we have a bunch of questions on how voting, et cetera, is going to be. It would be best to get in here and have that reading.
It gives them the opportunity
Have criteria.
and again, in order to,
While we're getting technical assistance from RPT, if you all would start glancing through the other rules and flagging your personal thoughts, that would be helpful. I kind of work them over. So let's do like 2 or 3 minutes of homework without objection, and then we'll come back so that we're using our time well.
Talking about a very small number of people that would actually go up that weren't actually filling a delegate spot. A small number of people. I mean, we're going to have to do this. That's definitely going to have to happen. We won't go through things one way or the other.
we have 2.5 hours.
That's what I think. So you guys are going to make the motion, let everybody talk about it.
So we set, do you all have an opinion as to setting Rule 3 aside and coming back to it so we can keep going, or do you guys want to do homework for a little bit?
Yeah.
All those in favor of, well, is there a motion to set 3 aside? Motion table.
Move the table, rule number 3.
Okay, is there objection? Any objection? Okay, actually, if we could mark table under 3, we'll proceed to 4. So, Mr. McDonald.
Chris McDonald, SC6, move to amend by stating an alternate seated for an absent delegate must be certified by the third party as determined by Republican Party basis.
Do you want? Is that the whole rule? Is that how you're gonna? Did you want to pull the language from one of the old 4s, or just the language that you stated?
Just what I stated.
Okay, so we're going to create a new. I don't know if you want to just.
And if anyone on this floor knows the name of that third party that we hired, please insert here.
Yeah, we can do that.
An alternate seated for an absent delegate must be certified by. Does someone remember the name of the third party? No.
Message post, meeting post.
That's the voting platform. There's another. Yeah. Can you help us out, Josh?
Can you help, Mr. McDonald? Can you help Ashley with your language, please? Oh, so it's gone. Could we put the old one in the file, and that would allow you to go back and forth? Yeah, let's see if we can upload the whole one.
Just so we can at least access it.
Yeah, so it's the back and forth. I'll upload it while you work on it. Okay, at a suggestion of Mr. Marnie, I've uploaded the document that went away, the 2016 plus 2018 combined with the blue and black. I've uploaded that to the committee folder. Again, it's called 2018 and 2016 supplemental something.
I'm confused because the one I was working on was already in there.
Let me rename it then.
It's 2016-2018 supplemental rules.
So let me call it combined, and
There's
you
some-
see it at the beginning.
I know that's
There's like people in it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I was wrong.
It wasn't second.
It has been seconded, so it's off the table now.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Barcroft?
I want to know if you're ready for 40.
I think I was going to recognize Mr. Flynn on number 3 if you'll hang on. Mr. Flynn.
All right, this is going to sound odd, but I'm going to say it, and we'll discuss it later. Okay, alternates shall have the same privileges to make motions, point of information, point of orders as delegates. No. You're going to have to hear me out.
You're about right.
Okay, do I have a second? Second. Okay. Here's the thing. We're talking about a small portion of people that can actually approach the mic or get in there and talk. Okay? The computer will the only way we can segregate these people is when we actually vote. So they may vote, and if their delegate section is full, that's what I was talking about earlier, and the alternates weren't full for their delegation, then anybody else that votes is gone. It doesn't count. The reason why that's important, because that's the thing that we get things done with. The other item of this is Zoom. Zoom doesn't have the ability for us to put people in a waiting room until a delegate leaves. So we just put them all in the same room and give them the same authority. They just don't have voting authority. There's no other way to do it. We're going to have to do it this way. As distasteful as that is, it's a small portion of people that might exploit the problem. But there's no other. We don't have the technology to separate.
And Mr. Chairman, I would argue that that's helpful. It gives more people an experience. If there's no other way, we should just grit our teeth and go on. It gives more people the experience.
Point of clarification.
Ms. Taylor?
This was S18. Clarification, we're talking about Rule 3, is that correct? About the wearing your badges?
No. You're
Number we on 4? I'm with you.
I'm mistaken. It's 4.
Okay. You said 3.
I did. I was mistaken.
Okay.
My apologies.
I'm good.
Okay. Well, Mr. Flynn, would you repeat the language for the secretary?
Alternates shall have the same privileges to make motions, point of information, and point of orders as delegates.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay.
Well, I need them.
Mr. Barcroft?
Mr. Chairman, I've got a suggestion. I think it may be, well, it's a suggestion that's confirmed. All right. When we log into Zoom, we set our name. Jack Barcroft, DEL24. Or Jack Barcroft, ALT24. You think that would make a difference at all and or be useful?
I think that may be helpful. We have to revisit that other rule. If we dispose of this, I will hear a motion to go back. And then I had a hand. Is that acceptable? Let's go to Ms. Hinkler, and then I saw something somewhere on here. Mr. Russo, Mr. Spear, and then Mr. Tate. All right, so Ms. Hinkler, you're up.
SD21, Kathy Hangler. I would rise to speak against. I don't know what software they got, but there is absolutely no way we can have every alternate and every delegate able to speak in these meetings. I realize we've got 9,200 people that would be. It's already going to be bad enough with the seated delegates, so I don't mind if an alternate gets seated in a delegate slot and they talk, that's the way it's supposed to be, but it's the same thing as this committee not being a committee of 36, is whoever wants to walk in the door, they're part of the committee too. I mean, you can't do that. There's a reason why some people do alternates. Maybe they've got 30 delegates and 30 alternates, and they've got 60 good people, so they had to figure out what to do. But there's other people who've got 30 good delegates, and then they've got some other people that they did not want to participate in the convention. That's why they're an alternate. And I don't want those alternates able to come and testify in these meetings and add to all the technical confusion. We've got to find a way to keep them from testifying until they're seated. That's what we do in our conventions.
Thank you, Ms. Hagler. Mr. Russo.
I use this in my courtroom and I do breakout rooms.
Right.
I hate that. I just used to be loud. But I do this in the courtroom. We use Zoom when we break out the rooms. You can break it out into delegates and alternates. The technology is in Zoom and you can do that. And I think you can allow who you want in and give those permissions coming in and out. The ability is there. So I feel like there is an ability to make this more functional.
Theoretically, the public chairman should be the one doing that.
Hang on, Mr. McDonald.
So, Mr. Chairman, Daniel Harris before. If I understand, the problem is not that we don't know who the alternates or delegates are. Obviously, we know that. The problem is that
you'd be surprised when some people submitted their lists. I saw some of those.
I think the problem is that the computer knows when the alternate has become a delegate, but the alternate himself does not know. And the ST chairman has no way of knowing. So the only way you can look, we would all love to be able to have it be where, like it is in a normal convention. We would all love that. But the technology is what's limiting us here, because we just are under, circumstances that make it so it's impossible. I think we would all love to do that. Mr. Chairman, you're starting Ms. Hackworth, we would all love that. I think the issue is we're running into technology limits that say, I mean, for literally if let's say a delegate logs off, right? Now an alternate, in the middle of the convention, now an alternate is seated. The only way you can know that when it's all remote is by means of the technology itself. And we cannot police that. There's no way to police it. So you have to give, so even though the alternates might be voting, they will not be counted unless the delegates have dropped away, so the delegate from which their sign has dropped out or logged off or whatever. And there's no way to know it. And I say, hey, you can make lemons out of lemonade, and Mr. Flynn can correct me if I'm incorrect, but if more people participate and they feel like they're contributing, even if their vote doesn't count, let's make lemons out of lemonade and move on.
Because I know a lot of people, thank you, Mr. Guerra, a lot of people wanted to be recognized. I saw a bunch of hands at different times, so I think I had Mr. Tate, do you want to be recognized? And then I had, let me figure out who's up on deck, so they don't have to keep their hands up here. So Tate, and then I think I saw Marnie, and then Opperman, Hedke. Sometimes it's unfair because I see people at different times, so I'm doing my best here, and then Markov. Anyone else want to get in there? Hang on.
Where it says who may testify. Address the convention at any convention other than a precinct convention, no other person other than a delegate shall address the convention or caucus.
Okay, so Ms. Hagler brings to our attention, I'll let her read the text of RPT 25, number part 3.
It says, addressing the convention at any convention other than a precinct convention, no person other than a Republican Party of Texas official, member of the SRC, or delegate shall address the convention or caucus of the convention without the permission of the chairman or the general consent of the convention or caucus of the convention. There's also another rule in 14 that allows delegates and alternates to testify to committees, but specifically for the convention, no alternates.
Question for somebody. Does anybody know if, and I see Mr. Holcomb there, we were having some questions, I don't know, do you have are you going to be able to stay and take some questions from us?
I'm here to serve, Mr. Chairman.
That is wonderful. We have tons of questions. So I guess first among them is, do we believe that we're going to want to ask for a roll call at the beginning of each caucus as we would in a physical caucus? Do you know anything on that, Mr. Holcomb?
So I might not be here very long. So when it comes to the voting portion of this entire online system, that is the one portion that I am not overseeing. I am about where you are at right now, waiting for that to come into my possession so that we can create the training for that as well. So I don't know currently as we are building the script, it is without roll call, but that is subject to the rules that y'all decide here.
You can't write the rules if we don't know what to do, and then
I'm going to tell you,
y'all can't write that script unless you know the rules.
You will have the ability to have a roll call if you wish.
Chairman?
So that it would be up to the purview of this committee to decide if we would like a roll call on the meeting. Is that your
Certainly, you
understanding,
can have a roll call, yes, sir.
Chairman?
Thank you. Kind of,
Point of information?
Ms. Kent?
Yes, can we table this until we get that information from Mr. Holcomb?
You may. That's in order. Do we want to write some boilerplate and just throw in some brackets, Mr. Earl?
I have a question, and maybe it's for Mr. Holcomb. Normally, a roll call is super onerous. It's weighted and all of that. Will the technology make a roll call vote super simple? Because the computer already knows.
I'm going to say I think so. I do think that there's going to be a credentialing process that will allow for that. Or you're going to get if I understand it correctly, you will have an encryption code key that only you will be able to use and only you will be able to get into the meeting. And therefore, the only way that you would be able to vote is with that key.
So it almost, what you're saying, it almost sounds like every vote will be a roll call vote.
No, because...
So if I nominated my caucus, I want to nominate Terry Holcomb for permanent dinner committee or something. That's going to be secret ballot, so I need to determine do I need to determine who my voting body is, or that's already, the meeting post will figure that out?
It is my understanding the meeting...
What if I want to nominate Terry Holcomb for permanent dinner committee, and I'm an alternate, and I don't know what my status is at the time that I want to make that motion, that nomination. So maybe the permanent chairs have to know how many alternates are seated at any one time, perhaps. Like maybe I'm on the bubble. Maybe I've seen that there were 17 delegates less than what I know my allocation is in my county or my SD. And I'm number 18, and I'm thinking, hey, I really want to nominate Mr. Holcomb. Can I do that, or am I breaking RPT 25C, whatever, is that correct? 23s? 25 number 3, thank you. So I guess that's what we're trying to work through here as a committee.
That is a question that I'm going to carry out here.
Do we have other questions already? Should we get Mr. Holcomb some paper for a list, or do you want us to send you a list?
That would be helpful, sure.
Is there someone on the committee who can maintain a list of these questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Who's
Jack Barcroft.
Mr. Barcroft.
I do want you to know that I have sent off an email to staff and party officials asking if anybody from the working group that came up with the contingency plan and vetted the technology tools are accessible to join us in our committee room tonight.
Well, welcome and urged. Thank you. So I know we're kind of off I'll get back to our list of people in a second. I'm kind of dealing with stuff on the fly, so that the queue is still active. I've still got you on my piece of paper. Does someone have, go ahead.
It's germane to what we're talking about. This is something I do every day. I teach and train people around the U.S. every single day virtually. The technology is there. We do have the ways to separate, to monitor. We can ask them to do things. We can and everything else. The point is, you cannot enforce it. It's not going to be something that's enforceable. So we're not going to be able to force them to put all the digits in their name. We're not going to be able to force them to put their code there. We're not going to be able to go through and enforce everything. We're going to have to trust the redundancies on the back end with the voting tabulations from the credentials committee, things like that. So our rules will be brief and short up front to address this, because we cannot put them into a box, because you're going to have non-compliance. You're going to have enough issues just getting them to vote.
Yeah, people that aren't comfortable with the technology, having them enter into Captain America.
Exactly.
Right. Okay, so let's try to get back to the queue, unless you had something that is germane to Mr. Holmes or Mr. Liccardi.
Craig Liccardi, SD1. We could create a rule or a modifier or whatever to where if the way that they have their name, SD, delegate, alternate, whatever, however that looks, if it's not there, they're not able to be recognized. So if they don't have DEL, Craig Liccardi, SD1, CD1, then you don't get recognized. You have to follow the formatting in order to be valid as a participant.
I guess, first of all, a little bit, I'm concerned that, okay, maybe you have delegates that are just barely comfortable with the technology, and because they haven't done that, like, now you disenfranchise them for their, not being experienced with the platform. So,
could that be part of the training that they receive, is how to click on your drop down and change your name to looking up correct?
Mr. Holt, I'll get you Mr. Tate in a minute, and Ms. Patrick, and then we still have that queue that's waiting, but Mr. Holcomb, do you know anything about?
We have
Mr.
training.
Liccardi's question?
So we have training going out tonight. It'll be basic login, basic download, and basic how to use the chat box, how to use the different symbols to do different things in Team Committee. That's going out tonight. If we're talking about creating training on how to put a name in so that you get recognized, I would highly discourage this committee from taking up such a rule. The control mechanisms really need to be around who votes and who makes motions. So that's why I would recommend y'all focus your attention. This is going to be complicated enough. I'm not saying this body couldn't. If you did, I would find a way to get that training out.
Well, that's what I'm saying. This is only connected
Well,
to
but
the
information, Mr. Chairman. Chris McDonald.
Yes, Mr. McDonald.
I have a capability.
As it currently stands, does the platform have a way in which one can timestamp who would be at the mic in order to the chairman to recognize who's in order?
I'll direct the question to Mr. Holcomb.
It's going to work the same way it works for you and your SRDC meeting, Mr. McDonald. It does not. You're going to have a hand. When you push a button, it's going to put you in order that you push the button.
I always thought that the hands were in order. I thought the people that would wait at the
That's what I just said.
They are. So you can visually see the timestamp, but you can see who's next.
But if you ever push a second button, as y'all have experienced,
and I can't see out of that.
And that is going to be the thing.
I was waiting to speak, kind of like what's happened now that I've got multiple, like we kind of lost control of the trying to be fair and call people in order, because
doesn't that already happen? How many of us have stood at the mic all general session and
someone makes a motion that kills whatever. Someone makes a motion that, yeah, exactly. So, maybe we're overthinking this a little bit, but we are trying to respect the delegates' rights here. Okay, so hang on, let me get, I did sort of break my role, and I know we're talking about four or five different topics here. I see you, Ms. Patrick. I did sort of promise Tate, Marnie, Offerman, Hedke, Barcroft, and then we'll do Patrick, and was there anyone else in the media? Okay, so we're doing the queue now, so I've got Thomas in the queue. Let's start with Mr. Tate.
I thought we were debating rule number 4. I think it's an inevitable item. We keep coming back to names in Zoom. If y'all would come to look at Zoom on my computer, I wanted to point out your name in Zoom is dictated by the name you put on your computer. This is my business computer. It's tied to a bunch of other software. I'm not going to change the name on this computer to say CD24, SD10, Fred Tate, because this is my business computer and I've got
But
stuff
you can change your name in the meeting, right?
It doesn't do it that way. It's connected to the name that's assigned to the laptop foundationally in this computer. I'd be happy to show it to you.
Okay, I'll take your word for it, Mr. Tate. You have more experience in it than I do. Mr. Barney, did you want to speak on anything that's... So we do need to get back to the rule, but you're recognized. Any update on the call?
Mike? Sorry, I got off track in all of the discussions. What I was going to talk about is, I don't know how we legally word this, Josh, because the redundancies in the Credentials Committee are going to have to determine who's seated and when for those votes. So how do we do it? Can we even put seated in this phraseology here to make that word?
That's the whole thing. That's the beauty of it. Is that when you vote, right? If you are not seated, your vote doesn't count. That's the whole. That's the beauty of it.
Right. If I have 32 delegates and 32 alternates, and so I've got 64 seated participants in this Zoom meeting.
Yes.
Technically, they're seated. From what I've heard, and I don't know the details, but it's going to take and give the votes in order of receipt to your full vote count. So I don't know how they're going to differentiate between I'm taking these 32 versus these 32. They're not. They're going to take the first 32.
You've got a priority, okay? And there are delegates that are prioritized. And then however the list of your alternates are listed, okay, that's the first.
So that's all including the registration number.
Yes.
Okay. All right. That resolves my concern because the redundancy is built in there.
Right.
Okay.
Mr. Offerman, did you have something?
I withdraw.
Thank you, Mr. Offerman. What's that?
Can we add some sort of generic phrasing to pretty much each of these saying subject to limitations of technology? Would that make people feel more comfortable about how these are playing out?
The motion is certainly in order. I mean, we're taking it in serious kind of casually right now. But
It'd be pretty much a clerical thing to just add it after each one.
could we do it as a rule on its own that rules blah 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 through blah blah blah?
I think that's an excellent idea.
Will you?
So moved.
Will you? Okay. We've got a motion on the floor, so let's. I know we had a lot of questions from Mr. Holcomb, and then we're trying to do technology with Mr. Barcroft. You have something relevant to that,
Mr. Chairman.
You're next up anyway. Go ahead.
What that language on the screen is extremely scary to me. So, here's the deal. Remember, we're using two different platforms. Zoom for audio and video, and then Pulse for voting. We create the credentials and logins for both platforms. Delegates will receive their login information for both platforms. Alternates could receive their login information for Zoom, but not Pulse until, quote, seated and confirmed by the caucus chair and or county chair, and at which time be provided login credentials for the voting platform. How about that?
Is that technically feasible?
No.
Of course it's technically feasible.
It's technically
Mr.
feasible.
Barney, microphone.
It is technically feasible. However, it is a logistical nightmare to implement, especially in a short time frame, to write the code and to keep up and to monitor. As soon as a delegate falls off, now we have to add another one. Now we have to do another one. We're already going to have real-time monitoring in the chat, looking for promotions, looking for this, looking for that. It's going to require extra participation from the county chairs and knowing if somebody makes a motion out of order or things like that. And in my opinion, I don't think we have a way to technically do it on the technology side.
Mr. Flynn wanted to respond to Mr. Barney's point. Did I hear a point of order from Mr. Barcroft?
Not a point of order, but
Here's the thing: is that
Mr. Flynn,
in order to do what you're saying, we would have to have multiple hosts. Okay, and then that's what the Zoom has hosts that have the authority to throw somebody in the lobby. Okay, there's a lobby function, and pull them out of the function. But you're gonna have a host to be able to bring them in and out based on somebody going to the bathroom.
No. I'm not. Everybody can be in Zoom. Especially if we use a naming nomenclature, okay? That clearly identifies who's who, delegates versus alternates. But why are we trying to hold this virtual solution to a higher standard than what we do in reality? The chair is not always informed when some delegate gets up and leaves the room and goes to the bathroom. Therefore, an alternate is just not automatically swooped in there to fill the slot. The chair has to be, the caucus chair, the accounting caucus chair, has to be informed that delegate number one is leaving. Therefore, that chair has to have time to go find alternate number one, ask them to set in, etc., etc. That takes about the same amount of time as communicating back and forth to the moderator in order to switch delegate with that. You know what I mean?
Yes, but we're talking about how many caucus chairmen are there? We're talking about 240 for each county, and then add that multiplier with the SDs. Everybody's going to have the host privileges.
If we're trying to replicate an in-person convention, at least as far as logistically, yes.
Point of information. Yes, Sandy Kent, SD18. The way Rule 4 has been in the past used from just my simple reading. And we are trying to have something that gives us the grace to be ready for any contingency that Mr. Holcomb might come up with. What if we just, is it appropriate to submit different language at this time?
Yeah, we've got a motion on the floor, and I'd be willing to see alternate language.
I will make a motion to submit all delegates and alternates will be considered in the order they have been assigned in the digital platform being used.
Can you repeat that? I have all delegates and all.
Considered.
Hold on.
There's a phrasing of that.
They have been assigned and the digital platform used. We've already submitted our forms. We've already all submitted E and F, so that's already been assigned. That can be put into whatever platform.
I apologize. I just confused.
Just like that. It's very simple.
That's it?
Yeah.
Just estimates.
Well, actually,
Mr. Glenn, did you have a question for Ms. Kent?
actually, they will be assigned based upon their alternate status in the list order they were received by the state, not the digital. It'll be when they put in, the alternates will have a record as to which number they were in the list.
Exactly.
Could we reference back to the convention rolls that were sent up?
Yes.
So perhaps if Ms. Kinta may suggest here, and then you can see if you like it, and we can see if we can do it without objection. All delegates and alternates will be considered in the order.
Mr. Chairman, for information, question considered for what?
For being seated. That's Rule 1.
Is that you, Mr. Inge?
Yes, sir.
Give me a minute here. I'm looking for how we set up delegate lists and how they're referred to. I know it's called Exhibit E and F when you send it to the state, your list of delegates.
Point of information.
Hang on, Ms. Thomas.
Alternate report list.
Yeah, I know. I sent it. So I'm looking at Rule 26, seating of alternates. RPT 26A and B. A says alternates shall be seated for absent delegates in the order listed in the minutes of the convention electing them. However, if instructions are provided by the convention electing such alternates, said instructions shall be followed in the seating of alternates. B. Voting in caucuses, alternates shall be admitted to all district or precinct caucuses. However, they shall not vote or be provided any privileges of a delegate unless seated for an absent delegate. So maybe, let's see, how can we conform the language that you're suggesting, Ms. Kin, to the language in 26?
With what I believe I heard from Mr. Flynn, it automatically, if a delegate is not there for the vote, number one alternate vote will be counted.
Correct. So it's being assigned and it's already thrown into the software, and there's kind of no way to dispute how that was put in. So if the order shown is incorrect, then
there's nothing to really do about that way.
When they get credentials, they have to know what your alternates
point of order, Ms. Hinkler?
Well, the problem with that, may I testify?
You may.
The only thing is the rule says that you take the alternates in the order they were submitted unless the supplemental rules of that convention said otherwise. And there are several counties who pair their alternates like we do at the national convention. So it's a presumption that's going to be overridden whenever there's supplemental rules or
Right, we need to consider a way to make sure that we're respecting us, like my resolution, just as an example, in Harris 15, we had pieces of 4 congressional districts, and so the resolution that we passed actually says alternates shall be seated in the order listed from the same congressional district. We just make clear that you're pulling CD2 number 1, you're pulling CD18 number 1, and as Ms. Hinkler says, you can have even more complicated. When the chairman of my nominations committee before me had a real complicated rule, and at our first convention that I was responsible for seating alternates. It was the last time we had an in-person convention in Houston, and good old days. And I remember, if I had a missing delegate from precinct 324, I had to find alternate number 1 from that same precinct. So I had lots of people who were indicated by number 1. I've seen other people's delegate lists that reflect those sorts of complexities based on a resolution that was passed to seat alternates. So the only people really who may know would be the caucus chair, or whoever the caucus chair has designated to seat the alternates. My former, I'll get to you, Mr. Markoff, in just a second. Like my former SD caucus chair said, Virgil, you're in charge of seating alternates. So there'd be a roll call vote, we start counting heads and applying our rules. So I don't know how we overcome the assumption of what we've been told of the technology that they're just going to put them in his order, and then you have you have 6 people called number 1, and there's more to it than just a simple numerical.
That's in the system. It'll pair on it. So when one's missing, the other one fills that spot.
Can you say that on the right way, Mr. Flynn?
The system, the voting system, will take into account all those different rules from all the different places, so that if a particular delegate's not there, this delegate or this alternate takes the spot. So that technology exists, and that's within the parameters of what we're going to be voting on, how they vote.
I think did I have Mr. Barcroft, did I have you in line?
Mr. Chairman, Jack Barcroft, SD 24. I'm here to table rule number 4 until which time we can come back with more knowledge of and understanding of the actual platforms, in hopes that we can knock out some low-hanging fruit and revisit it later.
Motion's been made to table. Is there a second? All those in favor of tabling 4 until we have more information, raise hands.
Mr. Chairman.
All those opposed, raise hands. Okay, we're going to table 4. Mr. Barcroft.
Mr. Chairman, I have submitted language via email to Ashley in regards to rule number 5 for everyone.
Okay, we'll pull that up. Do you have the language? Maybe you could read it, Mr. Barcroft, and at least get us thinking about it while we pull it up.
The subject line is rule number 5, and I'd say it's pretty involved in strikeouts, new language. It It's in our inbox, subject line, rule number 5.
Okay, we're scrolling down.
Okay, so
you want to take it in pieces, Mr. Barcroft?
Yes, sir.
Do you think it's better done divided, or would you prefer to take it as a whole?
We can divide.
Mr. Ramsey has to divide the question. So. Did I call you Mr. Ramsey? Mr. Flynn?
So,
long day. Because I know Ramsey talked about it all. Okay, so I'm going to do it piece by piece. I'll let you offer it piece by piece.
Friendly clarification, I'll have to change 2018 to 2020, obviously.
Sure.
The substantive changes, well, do we
Yeah, let's do A. Let's do A.
A.
Let's do A. Without objection.
If we strike the language that says in writing and duplicate with electronically.
Writing, yeah, writing and duplicate.
To all the
Yeah, no, just that one, just that. Oh, in writing and in duplicate. Just replace that with electronic.
Can we put an email address there?
Yes.
Yeah. But we need to reference where it is. We don't know where it is yet.
Two and a blank.
I'm not about to put Josh.
I so would it be working to use an intake tool on a spreadsheet?
Okay, so there's an amendment to Mr. Barcroft's motion. Any discussion on the amendment?
Discussion.
Ms. Thomas?
Can we put a blank here for an email address? RPT secretary?
Would you, well, let me ask the secretary happens to be on the committee. Do you think that there would be a web form, or do you think it would be an email?
Yeah, just insert reference here.
Yeah,
electronic reference here.
Any objection to that? On the secondary amendment, kind of. Okay, no objection. Put a bracket and just say.
Should you come after secretary?
Do you have any rules about brackets in it?
We're going to have one. I got one that's coming.
We'll put it in the right place.
After secretary?
Yeah, that's fine. You can say reference here. Because it might say something like by electronic mail, by web form submission, something like that. Is that reflecting what you think may happen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we're on the amendment. Any objection to the amendment? Okay, now we're back to Barcroft A as amended. And Mr. Barcroft, I believe we cut you off, so if you wanted to resume the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I just move we accept this amendment to A.
Great. Any more discussion on A? All right. All those in favor of A, say aye. Aye. All those say no. On to B.
On B, the substantive changes you can see are in red, and I actually like the language from A more than what I wrote in mine. So instead of via email, I'd rather change that to electronically. In the third one down, or anywhere it says via email, because electronically covers a wide swath of different things. Obviously, I did strike out in the staff room to 11 at the Henry R.
Could we say digitally without objection?
Yes.
On both references? Okay, without objection, we'll change by email to digitally.
Is correct, I believe, via? Take that out too?
Yes. So it'll just read digitally now.
Are you going to change A as well?
Yes, someone just made that point. Yeah, let's do that without objection and then come back to B.
Mr. Chair?
No objection, we're changing digitally. Ms. Headkey.
We have James Dickey on the line.
Excellent.
Could he testify before this committee address?
Without objection.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you're on speaker in front of the mic.
Mr. Chairman, you're recognized.
So my understanding is that the point that you all are all currently working on the temporary rules, and that the question we have before you is how to deal with the main portion of seating and unseating buildings, the alternate buildings. And as best I can tell, you have 3 options. And I'm not sure that the third, in fact, even is an option, but you'll need to think about it. But the first option is you work it just like you would an in-person meeting. All alternates stay in the waiting room of the Zoom session, and every caucus chair for every county within an SD takes a look, sees how many delegates are in the meeting, and allows them to the meeting, and they're named a co-host, so they have the ability in Zoom to let into the meeting the appropriate delegates, the appropriate alternate delegates, and then those delegates are seated by that action, and they are able to participate in the meeting just as every other delegate and seated alternate is able to participate. That's option number 1. It's the closest replicant to an in-person meeting that requires fairly constant monitoring of the caucus chair. And having been a caucus chair last meeting prior to conventions, I can relate that what it does. It requires nearly constant monitoring. That's option number 1. Option number 2 is to decide that the specific year when the total number of submitted alternates and delegates was 9,225, and our limit was 9,000 delegates, that the potential downside of possibly hearing a motion or a trade item from alternate number 17 out of 22 who might not have been seated because there might have only been 14 of them seated at the given moment when alternate number 17 wants to address the body, that the downside of that is just not worth worrying about when you're talking about 3% of the total population. And you're only talking about hearing from motions. And so you have a temporary rule that says, this time, in this situation, we will choose to expand the rights of addressing the body to all alternate delegates who are present in the meeting, whether or not they might have otherwise officially been seated. That's option number 2. Option number 3, which I am now positive is a right that you can take away. Option number 3 is to say, we will assume that no alternate is ever seated, and we will give none of the alternates any right to ever address the body, even if they would have been seated. I'm not sure that's actually an option. But as far as I can tell, those are your only 3 options, and God bless you. You know, I look forward to seeing what you submit to the SRC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can I ask a question of our chair?
Yes.
Is he still on the phone?
Yes.
Is there any way that we can get somebody in here, or can we expect any sort of example or recommended rules for this stuff? Or do we have to basically all come up with stuff when most of us have no idea what the capabilities or limitations of these platforms are?
Anyone who in the last 4 months used Zoom is familiar with the platform, and all of the testing of the book is via Zoom.
Mr. Barcroft, did you have something?
Only if the chairman regains signal. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, one of the things I proposed earlier was that, and I need to know if this is possible. Delegates will require a login to Zoom and a login to the Pulse voting solution. Can alternates be given a login to Zoom but not Pulse unless they are seated?
Actually, that's the part that's not necessary. While the Zoom has no customization in it for us, it would allow the software to automatically seat and unseat alternates, meeting Pulse doesn't. So, meeting 4, because of the way the integration works with meeting Pulse, no special actions area in the rules or otherwise for meeting Pulse. Delegates will vote and alternates will vote, but alternates votes will only count if they are high enough in the list of alternates that their vote can count because we see them. It's automatic.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, committee. Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Holman.
We've changed the word digital, we've changed it to digital, and that's a friendly amendment.
Yeah, we'll start with that. Okay.
The next edit will be the last sentence I added in red. It says, and confirm receipt of said resolutions via email. But of course, if we're submitting digitally.
Yeah, if there's a web form, I think, like Google Forms that I've seen, it says your form has been submitted.
So I will personally delete that red sentence and confirm receipt of said resolutions via email.
You want to delete the whole thing or just?
Well, the period would be after permanent committee.
Gotcha. Without objection.
And as far as I can tell, that completes or perfects me.
All right. Anyone else have anything on B? Okay. So let's adopt B or not adopt B. All those in favor of adopting? Is this timely?
Yes, it's about alternate. I think at this point, 30 minutes is too short. I think we need to do for an hour for our first time. At least, instead of 30 minutes, at least 60 minutes.
But you could recommend that. I might suggest that there may be a schedule that.
Not later.
As needed.
Oh, as needed.
Yeah, I think there's got to be a hard time because. So wait, this is happening after the first meeting or after the permanent committees have started? What's the trigger again on C? It'd be
30 minutes prior to the permanent committee.
Yeah, that's a hard deadline. So I don't understand, Mr. Russo. Do you just like an earlier deadline?
I think at this point.
So, okay, if the permanent committees were scheduled to meet at, I don't know, say noon, they'd have to turn stuff in by 11:30 is how I read that.
No later than.
No later than that.
No, right, so they can turn it in by 11:15 or 11, but not at 11:35. Okay. You want to withdraw that or you want to push forward with that?
I just think that with the first time I heard him drop, because this is the first time we're doing it, I think giving an extra 30 minutes is prudent. But
actually, it gives it 30 minutes less, doesn't it?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Well, I was
only 30 minutes for being set out. Yeah.
I mean, the convention secretary may like that because it cuts it off sooner, but immaterial doesn't have any objection to it.
It's hard. You get much better 30 minutes.
All right. I stand corrected on that.
Okay, so no motion there. Thank you. Okay, we're on B back again. Did someone have something? Mr.
Mr. Barr, you're good?
Move to accept it.
All right, ready for the vote. All those in favor of accepting B as it is now, say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. We got a B. Good job. Mr. Barcroft, you're recognized for C.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. The first change we're going to make is change the word email to digitally.
Can we do that without objection?
Yeah, to get it conveyed or sent or something goes earlier
And I would personally delete that last sentence in red talking about emails received back and forth because that's no.
Did I hear Mr. Inge asking for a verb?
Yeah, something needs to be added besides.
Do you have a verb suggestion, Mr. Barcroft? Shall be
submitted platform and legislative priority amendments.
Submitted, delivered, sent. What do you like?
Sent. Submitted.
Submitted. Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, regarding SB1, same thing in B.
Yeah, could you read it for
I agree.
Any objection? Thank you. All right, back to C, Mr. Barcroft.
And I would personally delete that last sentence because it's no longer applicable.
Without objection. Great. Anyone have anything else? Grammar's good. We like it. We'll put a period without objection. All right, let's move to vote. All those in favor of C as amended, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no.
Mr. Chair,
you're recognized.
She has in her inbox rule number 6, amendment. I would like to submit my amendments for rule number 6.
Okay, we'll get that up. It's our lights, colored Lincoln Lights business, isn't it?
And just a matter of housekeeping, we may have accidentally left the word electronically instead of digitally up there in A.
Yeah, let's check that before we hit 6. Just curious, how many of you follow the live doc while we're working? Just show hands.
It's not updating live, but it's not updating. It is now.
Are you guys looking at the combined that's in the folder, the blue and black, or are you looking? Oh, it's an internet.
It's nothing.
Ashley suggests that that's an internet issue, and that that's nothing she can
I've
do
already
about.
tried.
There's a grammatical error on one of them that says by instead of via.
Where is it, Mr. Russo?
It is next to Secretary of the Convention by email.
Where is it?
B. And the sentence says resolution shall be.
Read the whole sentence and then tell us where it is.
The resolution shall be filed with the Secretary of the Convention by email, according to the documents. I'm blind with that up there, so if it's up there.
No, you're not updating. That's gone.
Okay.
Back to you, Mr. Barcroft.
So, number 6 talks about us going to those lovely stands with the microphones and the different lights and convincing the Sergeant at Arms that we're actually going to say something appropriate and germane. But this time we're going to replace going to the microphones with raising their hand in Zoom. So the first substantive change is go to a microphone is stricken, raise their hand in Zoom is added. At each microphone is stricken, in Zoom is added. There shall be control panels containing 3 is struck out, 5 is added. Then there's a bunch of stuff struck out. Interaction options. They shall be coded for interrupting motions, go slower. Motion, raise hand. Favor, green check mark. Against, red X.
1 second, Mr. Barcroft, if I may interrupt. What do you mean by coded for? Is there a way to rename the titles of those indicators?
Oh, coded for, they shall be coded for. They were originally talking about the lights.
Right.
White means this, yellow means that, red means that. I just kept the word coded.
Oh, got it. You just pulled it
Yeah,
from
not
that.
coded.
Yes.
Coding.
Yeah, okay, that's how I read it. I read it as the second coding.
That was the original language I just left in here. We can
Like
change
coding.
different words.
Someone's gonna code it.
But this
Learning code.
this kind of replicates what we've been doing in the SREC via our Zoom meetings.
Right.
The only way it's not matching what we've been doing in Zoom 100% as we've been using both go slower and go faster to indicate a point of order or a point of inquiry. So would you like to add that? I'm asking the body if y'all would like to replicate what we do in SREC completely, or is this good enough?
I mean, I guess I'll weigh in on that. You know, clearly there are some tradition to the lights. So the people who like to go to the Microphone State Convention, who have familiarity with that, they may find comfort in, like, hey, we are doing this the same way. On the other hand, we could argue that, you know, the SREC has used a slightly different assignment, and it's worked. We figured out what works a little better in the platform. So
yeah, but every time we do that, though, and
we seem like we're modifying our own, like, our stated role on, like, what the
information turns out they say, oh no, I have a point of order. So we always get them mixed up, so maybe just...
And then inevitably someone changes the indicator and then they draw in line and then there's hard feelings. Ms. Hagler.
Mr. Chairman, while we're discussing these motions, I think it's important that we have an option to abstain, because a lot of times people don't want to vote for something or against something, they just want to abstain, and normally you would just be quiet.
But in an indicator way?
Well, I'm saying that in this case, if I choose to abstain just by not clicking anything, I'm basically giving my vote to an alternate. And so we need to have some kind of indicator that we can click on to intentionally abstain from.
The indicator, hang on one second, Mr. Flynn. The lack of an indicator is the lack of any of those four lights being thrown up. Right? Mr. Flynn, did you have something on that?
To her concern, if somebody voted or chose not to vote for the three options, then if they didn't vote, then the alternate who did vote would take her spot. She wants a spot that says there's three options, but the fourth option is abstain, so that she could vote abstention, so that the alternate would not be able to vote. And I just spoke to Chairman Dickey, and he said he's going to, it's going to be the Kathy Hagler button.
Point of information.
But it will be an abstention button for every single button.
Point of information, now that I'm thinking about it. Are we logging in to polls and voting, or are we using the buttons like the green check mark and the red X and those translate?
Yeah, I thought this was in debate.
It's a separate thing.
So the stating that the microphone is replicated in Meeting Pulse and not in Zoom?
No. The Zoom is
why are we talking about Meeting Pulse portion of it then? I think people are conflating voting versus recognition.
I'm just saying that it's no longer a problem.
Hang on, Mr. Townsend, let me get a little progress here. Mr. McCarty, I've seen your hands. Ms. Hagler, does that... I'm confused, but you may not be.
As long as they say there's going to be an option that I can choose to abstain so that no one else gets to vote on my behalf, I'm happy.
Mr. Chairman.
Barkoff, and then I'll come to this side.
Oh, I didn't say anything, but I will use this opportunity since I've been recognized to say, I don't understand if we click an interaction button in Zoom and it registers it in Pulse as a vote. No? So we have Zoom and Pulse, just like we did when we were trying it out earlier. Okay, and when we're voting in Pulse.
Right, because the function of an indicator light is kind of tantamount to the standing of the microphone people at state convention.
So I've got two things. Number one,
continue.
The green check mark and the red X are not applicable because we are not voting in Zoom. And number two, in every single vote that is done through the polls, you will have option A, option B to vote on, and I would say option C, abstain.
I mean, are we doing any sort of voting
in Zoom, like sort of consent vote? Like all those in favor say aye kind of vote?
It won't be necessary. It won't be necessary. He could do the ayes and nays.
Let me get Townsend, McCarty, Wright, in that order, Mr. Townsend.
I'm kind of confused with why anybody would want to abstain from any vote. You are a delegate from your precinct, and your precinct...
Point of order.
State your point.
We have the right as a delegate to abstain from a vote, period. And the people elect us because they understand that we have those rights.
Point of order, that's not a point of order.
The more recent point of order is well taken. The other point of order goes away based on the more recent point of order. And we're back to Mr. Townsend.
Thank you, sir. I mean, as delegates, that's what we're here to do, is the business of the precincts to the state convention. Right?
I don't know that your concern is germane to this rule, and maybe makes it be germane to a different rule. Mr. Liccardi?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greg Liccardi, SD1. So, in Zoom, my understanding is that the conduct of our convention, the caucus business, taking motions from the floor, being recognized to speak, being recognized to make nominations, etc. Those are the things. And then when we raise our hand to, we do a count of for and against, that's what the Zoom red and green is for. However, when we take a nomination for John Schmuckatelli for XYZ position, whatever, that's when Meeting Pulse will email each individual person their own individualized link. You click the link in your email, and it takes you to a page where you then cast your vote each time. So this is how I understand it from my guru, who's investigated the company and been through all their website, one side down the other. So voting for the chairman race, voting for national delegate, voting for RNC committee man and committee woman, our SREC, all the positions that are going to require a vote. That's what it is. That's what Meeting Pulse is designed to address. Zoom is strictly for lack of a better word, the mundane business of getting through the convention.
Right. I think I have Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, will you yield to Mr. Flynn?
Just correcting what he was thinking. Okay, the yes and no check and X marks are only to say if you're in order to say you're going to be in favor of something, to speak, or against something, to speak, not vote. It has nothing to do with voting. Okay.
So there is a need for the red and green. It sounds like that's the equivalent of standing at the mic and saying you're a proponent or you're an opponent. Right. Mr. Wright, are you ready? You want a second? You want us to go to someone else? Going once? Going twice?
Well, okay. Dwayne Wright, SD3. I emailed a solution based on conversation with Terry Holcomb and our prior conversation with the chairman. So the full understanding is all interaction is Zoom, all voting is the other platform. And so I've submitted my proposal for Rule 4 in writing and duplicate because I emailed it twice.
Not a duplicate.
I can just hit the button.
Please don't.
Point of order, can we call the question on Rule 6 before we go to Rule 4 again?
Yeah, is that opening up Rule 4, Mr. Wright?
Sure. That's Rule 4, but yeah, sure, the business. I just wanted to let everybody know that we had something.
Yeah, so I'll have the motion renewed immediately after our disposal of the current motion, without objection.
But we have the lower and faster button appropriate. We got the interrupting motion.
Yeah, interrupting is go slower.
Go faster is point of information.
Is go faster point of information in your schematic, Mr. Barcroft? Because I guess there's a fifth option, right?
Well, interrupting motions, period, is go slower. Non-interrupting.
So we're not going to assign go faster.
Well, that's what we do in SRC, but everybody was confused. So if you have a motion, interrupt.
I mean, you've got a fifth button. You want to use the fifth button, but then again, that breaks that tradition that we've had. So if the body wants to break the normal 4 light deal.
Oh, I will ask, just poll the room to clarify, should we add the words speak in favor or speak against, so they know it's not a voting option, but an indication option?
That would be an excellent suggestion. So, Mr. Chair, can we do that without objection?
Yes.
Done without objection.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Dunning.
Point of information, Randy Dunning, SD60. In the first paragraph, it says, to speak on any matter that requires recognition, the delegate shall raise their hand in Zoom. Then we have the descriptions of the things, go slower, raise hand, whichever. Shall we then say seek acknowledgement in Zoom?
You're proposing words different from what's up there?
Yes.
Let's scroll up and do a strike and replace. Repeat your...
So I move, instead of raise their hand in Zoom, seek acknowledgement in Zoom.
Second.
Can we do this without objection?
No.
Okay, so we've got an amendment, secondary, I guess we've disposed of the other amendment, so it's a fresh amendment. Mr. Dunning, would you like to speak to your motion?
Well, I just see there's a little bit of confusion, because it's the same confusion we see in SREC. People don't use the other buttons. Everybody always uses the raise their hand. And so if you say that at the beginning, raise your hand, you just programmed everybody who's read the rule that raise your hand is what you do for everything. So seek acknowledgement in Zoom indicates what you're trying to do. And then how you do get that acknowledgement are these 4 options below.
Okay, Ms. Henke, did you want to speak against?
I'm kind of reaching a point where I think we need to keep everything at about a 3rd grade level, sir. And I don't know how you can dumb this down anymore, but I'm going to suggest that we find a way to do it.
Mr. Chairman?
Who's our audience for the supplementals? Just a question for the committee. Yeah, kind of the SREC and the caucus chairs. How many?
I've been watching these SREC meetings.
You're special, Ms. Henke. You're a super delegate. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I think. Well, that's up to the committee. We can decide how precise or simple we want to make the language. That's up to you guys. So, Mr. Barcroft.
Mr. Chairman, Jack Barcroft, SD24. I can't believe the words that are about to coming out of my mouth. But I agree with Committeeman Dunning's amendment and his logic behind it. Why hard code raise your hand when you know that raise your hand is only one of the 4 options? This makes perfect sense, and I appreciate the amendment.
Hey, I think we agree more than we disagree as not only members of this committee, but as Republicans. I would suggest that we're unified on a lot of things, and sometimes we focus on the division, but we are all on the same team, and we're gonna get our Republicans elected and keep this state Republican.
I have had formal training in user interface.
And that comes down to rule discussions too. All right, thank you, Mr. Barcroft. Does anyone seek recognition? Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald, SD6, I move to amend my substitution language submitted in the Word working document to Ms. Ashley.
Okay, we'll take that up just as soon as we get it. Is there a second on what we think will be Mr. McDonald's motion? Okay, so we'll go ahead and start discussing it. You can save some time here, and we'll get it up just as soon as we can.
Proceed. Yes, Mr. Barcroft has done a great job of stating how it's being done right now in the SREC meeting. However, with us doing that way has exposed some challenges in that anytime you enable another button, it lowers your place in line. You lose your place in the line because the timer resets. So it's my proposal here that all of these points and recognitions be done via the chat room by the codes that you'll soon see on TV, because those things are time stamped, and it would be clear that who would be in order. There's also further recognition, as you'll see listed, on use of the buttons, so that essentially you'll type into the chat point of order, or POO, point of information, or POI, make a motion, or move to amend, or amend for short. To speak in favor, you would enable the green yes button. To speak against, you would enable the red no button.
We'll get to in a minute, Mr. Barcroft. I do have a.
It was.
Did it come to the Word document? I put it in the working document chat.
Call of Duty.
Chat.
In the chat?
No.
Yeah, the working.
You put it in the chat.
I put it in the working document chat is what they instructed me to do over here as the fastest way for you to get it to the document. There you go.
So just copy it under a McDonald's substitute.
Or you couldn't load user. Are we replacing 5?
This is 6. This is McDonald's substitute to 6. I'm seeing some hands. Let me let Mr. McDonald speak to his, and then I'll come to Offerman and Barcroft.
Did it come to the
I see you, Mr.
the screen now? Okay.
This is what you sent me.
Yes, it appears to be correct there on the screen. Speaking in favor to this, the experience is that we do lose our places in line. This makes a time log of those documents in the chat, and obviously it will be.
Do you want to call it the group box, or do you have? I don't know what to call it.
It's called chat in Zoom.
Your rule proposal says group box. I was just wondering what that is.
Okay, let me.
Mr. Chairman, just amend that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Mark. Yeah, we did that without objection.
Yeah, that's probably what I meant. Thank you.
Without objection.
My fingers are typing faster than my brain. The group chat box.
Probably two between Zion and Zion.
And to desire and after desire insert word and.
Have you had an opportunity, Mr. McDonald, to speak to the whole thing, or we're just getting the technical, getting it up there all right?
I'm sufficient having spoken.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mr. Offerman, did you have something, and then Mr. Barcroft next?
Yeah, I like the point that Amy made about keeping it at a third grade level. Do we need to add the group chat room in Zoom?
That's how
How it's used versus how it will be perceived.
We can do that. We can do that without objections here, adding the words in Zoom.
Oh, we're going to Zoom?
Any objection? Okay, so we'll add the words in Zoom. Mr. Barcroft and then Mr. Hand.
Mr. Chairman, Jack Barcroft, SD24. Speaking about a third grade level, what's easier than clicking a picture of something that represents emotion versus typing something manually into a chat that is going to be blatantly misused, and people's activities and actions are going to be lost in the mere spam of comments. I speak against this entire substitution and hope that the body strikes it down and goes back to the original one.
Do we have any anticipation of when, because this is under the section in general session, do we have any conception of how many comments there might be in the chat in the general session?
I looked at the chats last night with the SREC, it was a disaster.
Okay, I got you, Mr. Barkoff, already. Mr. N.
Yeah, I want to answer your last question. Yes, Peyton ST12. I looked at the chats on the SREC meeting, I think it's last night, and the type of comments and the stuff going on, it was a disaster. It was pretty childish. So many of your comments are childish, and I don't see how you would keep track of it if you've got thousands of these things running through there as people making comments. If that's where that somebody's having to go to find them, they will get lost. The other comment I was really going to raise my hand on earlier was that if you're really thinking logic and following, I think 5 should be the order of 5 should be replaced with 6, so that you go straight from talking about privileges and make a motion, how you do that. If you're going thought process, from when you first start talking before about making the motion, next I think obviously how to do it. And that's, so I think you got to switch 5 and 6 order.
Thank you. Mr. Benning.
Thank you, Rand Fleming, SD16. I speak against the substitution because I have watched the chats on the SREC meetings, and when you have a bunch of people putting in stuff, it rolls like a train. I mean, it is a torrent of data. And I have tried re-scrolling and trying to figure out what's happening, and I think it's untenable. I really do. I think the icons, even with their limitations, are the only way to do this in any kind of a sane fashion. And if you're indecisive in clicking all the different buttons, you're just moving to the back of the line like someone who doesn't know what they're doing at the mic. So we should make the indication that, you know, when you push the button, make sure you push the one you want to push. So I speak against the substitution. I think that will be absolute and utter chaos.
Thank you, Mr. Dunning. Mr. Barr. Okay, so we've got a motion to call the question on, I guess, let me clarify. So we've got a substitute on the floor. Is it to call the question on the substitute? And then on the motion to substitute? Okay, so the motion is on previous question on the substitute. All those in favor of voting on the substitute say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. That lacks 2/3, so we'll continue discussion on the substitute. Ms. Thomas.
I rise in support of the substitute motion because it is the most transparent. Everyone can see in the chat box who is up next and what's going on. It more closely mirrors what happens in real life. You get the chatter, you get the sense of what's going on. And am I saying something wrong? Okay. So, and anyway, that's what I appreciate. Because I am but challenged. Because I see I can't tell you how many times I've dropped off the half line because I pushed the wrong button, or anyway, the chat I can follow, and the chat is more community oriented. And if you push the button, you don't know who's. I guess only the chairman knows, or the host knows who goes in order. So I speak in favor of the chat.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. I'll get you in just a minute, Mr. Barcroft. I have 3 announcements. So this is general announcements for the committee. Ms. Bechtold has suggested that she's having a little trouble since there's a flurry of submissions. If you could text your amendments only to her email, that the text for the amendments is be sent to her email, not to her not to her personal account, not to her chat. So please send it to A Bechtold, ABECKTOLD at Texas, GOP, Texas spelled out, GOP.org. That is the only place that It'll facilitate faster putting up of amendments. Thank you. Number 2, you want good news or bad news? Good news. Dr. Robin Armstrong will bring us breakfast tomorrow morning. Thank you, Dr. Armstrong, if you're listening. First committee I served on, I think Dr. Armstrong was vice chair, or running for vice chair for the first time. He brought us all our credentials in committees, and he knows how to make committees happen. Great guy. Third announcement, buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. SRAC pre-convention meeting, Wednesday, July 15th. Location change online, time change, 2 p.m. Central. SRAC meeting was going to be 4 o'clock to 2 p.m. That has consequences for the 32 of us.
Mr. Chair, does this mean that we vacate the room at 11:45 and hold a protest police committee meeting on the corner outside? That's our business, 2 o'clock on Friday?
It's still on. It's pretty steamy outside. We walked to the restaurant 3 blocks down and it was closed. That's why I was getting it. Okay, back to what we're on, remain on McDonald's substitute to Corolla. I recognize Mr. Marco. Okay. As far as the CAC is concerned, at some point we should have a different person to see therefore, you lose the quote transparency that you see right here. And once again, I still say that coming in the background is much easier to press the home for than record what I like to call organic feeling failure. And I know that we had to chat right now in SRAC meetings. Do we have any knowledge of whether you could have any reason even to expect that that would be shut down? Mr. Martin?
And if we're going to have potentially 300 hosts on this Zoom call, there's absolutely a high probability of chat being logged, things being changed, things being clicked that should be clicked if we don't have host privileges. So I would say the probability of that is a lot greater than it was with the SRAC meetings. So I wouldn't even go down this one before, so I can't make it now, but I'll come back and even say, let's simplify this and just make it raising of the hands.
So you want to make some of that, that's when we get through. So thank you, Mr. Ryan, we get Mr. Thomas, and Mr. Richard, Mr. Thomas.
I want to have a clarification. Is every single delegate from the house was just for the chair?
It's our understanding, correct, somebody who knows that it will be state chairman, board staff, and office chairs, and I guess the county chairs, or the county chairs of the county conventions be involved too, to be able to see their delegates. All of that people.
That's if we don't, if we separate the powers, create a lobby, create alternates and delegates. If we don't have that, then it will just be a specific group of people, like the chair and staff. And then whenever somebody goes to the chat function, then those people just chat with people that are opposed. And if you've got 300, hosts also have the ability to view everybody. And so, part of the stuff that we were having was, I could unmute somebody, and then my counterpart would mute them back. And so we're doing that. And the person thinks that we're muting them on purpose. And that was kind of stressful. So you don't know. So we think of that with 300 people.
Then you get Josh Flynn is a wide open chat box.
I would rather that be a private thing.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn, for your comments on that. Mr. Hoffman, do you have something on? Oh, Mr. Dunn, thank you. Oh, sorry. directly to use credit.
I think we've got 4 online convention rules, and the only one that had anything about raising hands was the North Carolina Democrat Convention, and it had star 9 option and raising. Those are the only 2 options we got.
What was the star 9?
Star 9 is just how they said to be recognized. You know, I raise a hand. Star 9, you can find the raising hand function. Star 9.
They kept it super simple. What were the other conventions that you saw this curiosity?
What's that?
What were the other conventions that you researched?
The other states have done online conventions like that. Missouri Democrats, Indiana Republican Convention, and Utah Republican Convention. For the destination, I'm just telling you, they have their So I think that information you want to read was not about to look it up here in just a second. But all 4 only allow delegates, just for information.
No way to use this. Looking at the other tonight, and waiting to talk about this. That's correct.
Okay. Folks, we've got over 4,000 people signed up for this thing. I don't know if anybody ever saw that commercial about the new online company that came on and they got their first click, and then the next click, and then the next click. And soon it was an avalanche of clicks. That's what's going to happen here. That's what's going to happen here. And when you look at things like the chat network, it is going to grow as fast and fast as you see. It will be a blur. To go back and try and it's constantly updating. So you're trying to go back, it's pushing itself back up because it's constantly updating. That's how these things work. I mean, it's very nice and transparent when there's 5 of you chatting with each other on some kind of text messaging or personal messaging system. But when you've got thousands of people trying to be acknowledged, it is going to be a torrent of data. So the ICAPIC system is probably going to be the best system you're going to have to be able to manage this thing. As far as what the Democrats use, the star 9 and hands up, that is star 9 hands up, don't shoot. But they're not a participatory convention like that. I mean, if you look at Democratic conventions, they are completely different. They do not have any participatory you can't, if you go to a Democratic convention, I've talked to people who go to this state's Democratic convention, and if you challenge leadership, you can drag out the local guy and beat up by SAIU. It's not like our convention, so we need to be very, very careful. We don't make ourselves into a corner with getting something where we can be buried in an avalanche of data and not recover from it.
So we're on the whole. Yeah, we're on the commitment to different whole between this entity and then this leader. So I think back to one. What do you have more? Thank you, Mr. Wright, for your sense of humor. Thank you, committee members, for having a sense of humor. This is wonderful. Serious meetings can be kind of like commission. Ms. Hengler, Mr. Wright, back on.
Yes, I'm going to go through this chaos in here. And I'm going to echo Mr. Dunning. I did call the Democratic Party and ask them about what it was like as a delegate to participate in a convention. They did not really have delegates making anything. It was an online survey. You clicked yes or no, and that was pretty much it. So, and average.
I'm glad here that Texas is amazing, and I think this committee, just as a rule, needs to consider what a beautiful thing it is that we have participatory conventions. It's manifest. And the result is amazing. It's a collaborative ability to have. all their rights, even in the fray of 9,000 people. It's a beautiful thing in my view.
And I'm going to urge everybody here to call the Democratic Party of Texas and speak to them yourself. They called me back and let me talk to them a long time. I was kind of shocked at how much they just flat out told me that what you did and did not do.
Thank you, Ms. Hickey, Ms. Taylor, Mr. White.
I just want to echo what Mr. Dunning said as a personal testimony. While the SRC was doing their meeting, and some folks were watching on Facebook, I was watching on the YouTube channel, and there were between 700 and 900 people there, and it was literally, like you said, somebody was rolling 2 sentences of comment, you couldn't even read it that fast, it was scrolling so fast. And this is going to be probably 5 times that much, so I think it's
What's the question? I can't see. Mr. White, you got it. Whatever you want. Tonight, it seems that you're asking now is 2 things instead of just 1. Is this an initial function? Okay. Well, I've got an addition to that one once we get out of the 2 situation. But also, I submitted the rule for stuff. I just wanted to remind you that I have a solution for rule 4 in its entirety. Still in the way you're in. Okay, are we ready to, Ms. Thomas's amendment to 6 of the substitute proceed?
just real quick, just to, when you're understanding, when you talk about the percent of the check was really fast, we're understanding there are people there, you're watching people, you're talking to one another, you're paying attention to that, and the chat was really fast. If they're talking, so there's 2 ways that you can get information. So don't pay attention to the people who are talking, and there are participants, and they don't make a side comment, maybe, but they're really paying attention to the faces that are talking.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Is the committee ready for the question? All those in favor of voting on substitute say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Sufficient 2/3. Okay, so we're voting on the motion to substitute for y'all language in Rule 6, supplemental rule as amended. All those in favor, raise hands. This is motion to substitute. Okay, count, keep it on. Vote, all those opposed, raise hands. Motion fails on 13. Back on the original. Mr. Chairman, I'm now you're recognized. 20-3. The amendment I have substituted all the conversation that we've been seeing over and over again about chat log management. And I would add in the section 1 sentence. Chat log management will be the responsibility of the caucus chair and assigned hosts. Basically, I have control of log management. Previous language will be the responsibility of the caucus chair and assigned hosts. Chat log management will be the responsibility of the caucus chair and assigned hosts. And assigned hosts. We can expand change whatever, but this basically says you in real time can make adjustments. Hang on just a second. So the date of, I think we're still under the date of the general session. Let's verify that. I don't know that we made that motion, but 1 through 1 through 12 or 1 through 13, depending on the numbering each year. here, that was the general session, so, before we forget, let's make sure it's at the very beginning, at the top of 411, and we provide it out to our community change stuff.
It's still applicable. There's a copy here with the state here,
What's the second stage here? Or the convention chairman, that would be better, in case it puts the gavel to somebody else. Yeah, let's, put it out that direction.
Certifications are also the office chairs, and they are also the
Are they going to be in Zoom general session? Chat posts or something?
I believe that's what they said.
Mr. Quinn, do you have any information on that?
we decided to host, that's our rules. We had 300 hosts. We could have at least a dozen hosts.
I would suggest to this committee that that's not anything in our working to define who should be hosts.
With that, point of information, Cynthia SBOT, as the chairman of Washington County Republic Art Convention at our headquarters, can I ask you a host? And therefore, I will need to tell you.
Yeah, I would say that create a host, Mr. Wright, do you have information on that?
Right here is a prime example. When we say assigned host, we can define assigned host right here on this sentence. We say assigned host will be, and then direct our duties to those assigned hosts, right? It's the office chairs or however we like to define that.
Yeah, I think it might be helpful if this committee could find different people, but certainly if we're advised, we've got sort of incomplete guidance. If we give our own guidance, then, we're giving our best guidance. So, let's make sure we're on task. Let's get the amendment out there, and use the amendment correctly reflected. All the information. Hang on 1 second, Mr. McDonald. Mr. Wright.
Well, I think we're going to change topics to committees.
Yeah, we're doing, so without election, convention chair. Okay, then without election, I'm gonna, is yours a quick one? Because I know Mr. Wright and Mr. Ball some talks, so let's get Mr. Ball and Mr. Ball.
Mr. Bell, this is just point of information. Mr. Chairman, are you aware that there will be volunteers that already have bonds available in this digital format and can be assigned to the monitor and of course the quorum of the chat rooms?
I have no data on that. Does someone have any data on that? Someone's writing our questions. That would be the news committee, Mr. Chairman. We could power our role, yes, not the right rules of the convention. Okay. Okay.
We just saw last night, started at ours, and somebody from the meeting. So that's apparently doable.
So, hang on to that. We did have an amendment. I think that's not to me. I want to take Mr. Barr, and then we'll come back to that amendment. Whoever wants to make it after Mr. Barr.
Mr. Chairman, I see you provide further address the concern. Further address the concern of folks losing their place in line with all of the other options. I would suggest the amendment to move to speak in favor and speak against to be moved down to rule number 7. That's what we put. So at that time, this was my preference. And then only have a hand raise option here in both states. And at that point, that person will be able to address whatever is in the concern. Or we create a viewpoint information. If it's a motion, it'll be a motion.
I'm wondering whether we need to preserve or against if there's another role that requires alternating. And I'll let Mr. Barnes go to that. That's only my only impediment to that. The 7 does have a form of favor or against.
Well, I know that's my point. Is this gives the speaker the opportunity 7, that's the one where you close, so the host will know. The host will know that this particular person is going to be for whatever motion. And whoever put red in there, in the order they put it, because the host will know the first 4 that it's going to be for. The first 4 greens that come up, those are the 4 that are going to be speaking in favor. The first 4 reds or X's that come up, understood those are going to be the first 4 that are going to speak against. Mr. Chairman, that makes sense.
Hold on, sorry, I got lost and getting a little tired. You made an amendment as far or?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if it makes sense, I'm amending Rule 6.
So we're good, that's another amendment to Rule 7, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes.
I'm seriously going to talk about this. Is the issue that interrupting, if you know the difference between interrupting motions and regular motion, because they have precedents under Robert's rules, so they can't be the same?
Unless the chair is just calling out and identifying that out there for me. But if it's interrupting, so sometimes the chair, needs to know.
Yeah, the chair can't know, so Mr. Barr.
That's part of Mr. Barr. So you can't have a remedy.
So the trouble is, I think I would love it for the way you're talking about. I think the issue is that under Robert's Rules of Order, some of those are interrupting, so they come before. You can't have a universal symbol for a motion, for interpreting motions and regular motions, because the chair has to know which kind it is in order to follow Robert's rules. It's not just yes or favor and against, right? He has to get to a different indication for interpreting motion versus the regular motion, because Robert's rules will prescribe that one takes precedence over the other. Yeah, I'll withdraw the motion. That's it. I was trying to present
I think Mr. Barr is right. The next Mr. Chairman call. Did we adopt my opinions? It's still on the floor. We did it. Secretary, another, just a little bit ago.
Because we got these things to amend by inserting language at the very beginning of the amendment, just wanted the word chatbot. So starting there, the chat function shall not be disabled, period.
So basically you're saying,
so
You're not continuing, that we did insert before, and now I'm typing language at the very end of the original amendment.
Oh, those lines.
Yeah, you got it, you're perfect. Now you'll just go to the very end after poses.
So,
and sergeants of all arms. So that
if I take these several names that are, when I take these together, is there any connection? What's
If you state that it shall not be disabled, what is the host, what is the reason that this doesn't mean? Some kind of
they could disable that one person, but not the whole function, or they could cause the removal of that person from the system.
So, yeah, it doesn't block the ability that you have a demographic that blocking information somehow. They can still move around. They're not properly credentialed.
information clarity, maybe inserting the word potentially disabled. Because we're going to determine how many posts we have. We're going to determine how many posts we have for the one who's there. If we accidentally disable it, we as a convention are now abolishing our own rules, even if it was accidentally done incorrectly.
I'll accept it intentionally.
That affection. I'm going to take Mr. Offerman and Mr. Vanderlyn and Mr. Barkoff. flexible. Do we need a separate paragraph designating chat room discipline? Would the committee like to separate chat room stuff? Well, let's get the language a little bit separate. I think I would opt it off for me that way. And again, because I know that we're too deep in this, and it's, I don't want people to get more confused, and I don't want to get called out. So, I think I said I was going to eat Ms. Vanderland, and then we'll come back to Mr. Markoff, Ms. Vanderland.
Okay, first of all, about language that shall not be disabled. That's not the issue. The issue is that the traffic will be so heavy it will crash the system. So if you have people get their ear on exactly, but it's still going to crash the system. Yes, we're going to make the caucus chairs go in the chat room. And if I hunt from her over X number of delegates and her alternates, etc., so forth, I don't have time to monitor the chat room.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderland. Mr. Markoff. And one of the amendments, the one that we're looking at, is supposed to be amendment, and Mr. Markoff.
I speak against the amendment because these are some sort of final statements, like there's never a reason to overlap with it. And plus, I just emailed Ashley the webpage to the Zoom feature that will demonstrate that an individual cannot be muted in chat. Unlike audio, that chat is either no one hostily, everyone publicly, or everyone publicly and privately, or all participants, or no one, or all panelists and attendees. There is no option to let nobody else take an individual in the Zoom room and allow others to talk.
So are you suggesting that part of it is out of work because it's impossible?
Yes.
Tell me the words that you would suggest or that we should make it in order.
The entire sentence, the change. Okay, the chat function shall not be disabled. Well, when you can't disable it, nobody will talk except their host. And Sergeant at Arms, that's fine, but Sergeant at Arms will have the same abilities as the host. Either mute all in the chat or mute none in the chat. So the chat feature shall not be disabled. Doesn't achieve the goal.
I'm not sure that I understand if there's an answer to my question there, which is, can we delete words to make this consistent with what we have to Mr. Markoff? Are there words that we can delete that would fix this in your opinion? Mr. Chairman. I know Mr. Markoff brought up a point about what's possible and impossible to do, and I followed you about 3/4 of the way through, and then I thought maybe you were going to suggest words that
I speak against the amendment because...
Oh, you're just speaking against the amendment because
the software does not allow functionality to use an individual in chat without...
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like we're on a point of order based on something you know is a technical problem. Okay, so you're just arguing go against. Mr. Wright, do you have something on that?
Yes, sir. It says chat log management. It doesn't say you want me to use that
This has been a broad statement purposely to allow some leeway in a virtual meeting for the people who are hosting to have something in the rules that says, hey, it's okay for you to use the chat box. If we wanted to find it further in alignment with Zoom, absolutely. But this broad statement just opens up possibilities.
Thank you, Mr. White. Oh, you ready for the question? I'll answer the point of view. I'll answer the second.
I understand that you want to keep it broad, but one of the reasons that you've been here all day and all this today is because we also have to watch for protecting the rights of the delegates to participate. So we can pass this if you want, but we don't want to give people an opportunity to run roughshod over the convention, even virtually. So if we're going to do this, and we've got everybody in the world watching us do this, we better make sure that we don't have a bunch of people getting really angry because they were absolutely trampled on. And I would also ask you to have a delegate that would like to testify if we can listen to him for a couple minutes.
Without objection, 2 minutes.
My name is Eric Blake, SB 22, Ellis County. I speak in opposition to this amendment. I think that the chat function will work best if only the host can speak. If the host can say the current rule, the current topic under discussion is, and go vote on it. I think you will get a lot better participation from the audience by saying, don't chat, pay attention, and only the host can tell you what you're doing. But you guys have to say that. You have to say how the chat function will be either blocked for everybody, blocked for everybody except the host, or wide open. I think wide open is a mistake. As somebody who has participated on Zoom meetings with lots of people, it gets out of hand.
Thank you. Let's proceed. Anything else? Are we ready for the vote on 6? And I guess I have an amendment.
We're voting on the amendment.
Yeah, let's, is someone moving the previous question?
Wait, so are we voting on the whole thing, or was there still an amendment that was pending?
Gentleman's correct. There's 2 motions pending. There's the amendment and the debate.
I have one amendment.
Okay, so let's take a vote on the amendment without objection. All those in favor of the amendment, raise hands.
For clarification.
The amendment is the addition of chat function and all the highlighted words are chat function through sergeants at arms.
But actually, Mr. Chairman, that was an additional. Right.
So we had an amendment.
Okay.
You piggybacked on my.
It was piggybacked. Okay, so the amendment, my apologies, amendment is chat function shall not be disabled. All those in favor of, and we're adding those words, correct? Whose amendment was that? It had been a while and I lost track of it. Okay. Motion is chat function shall not be disabled. Addition of those words. All those in favor raise hands. And all those opposed raise hands. And motion fails. Back to 6 as it was before. Mr. Trevino, you had an amendment?
Point of order.
Who speaks? Mr. Mark.
Jack Barker, SB 24. Chairman, I believe, and Sergeant at Arms was another part of the piggyback.
Okay, so there was a technical error in that vote. Without objection, I'm going to go back to the vote since I misspoke on what the vote was. So the amendment on the vote is the addition of chat function shall not be disabled plus the words and sergeants at arms at the end. Is that correct? Are we capturing this amendment correctly? So that is the vote. All those in favor of the amendment to add, raise your hands, please. All those opposed, raise your hands, please. Motion fails. And Chair recognizes Mr. Trevino for another amendment.
All right, Mr. Chairman. So just right before that, I would move to strike, there's half a sentence that's left over there to bring interrupted motion to the attention of the chair. That's all it says.
Yes, thank you, David Remedy.
just to delete it. Can we do that without objection?
Yes.
And it's deleted. Thanks for notes.
Mr. Chairman, Craig McCarty, SD1.
Alrighty.
I would like to make a motion that we add sergeants at arms at the end of what is in red, along with the proper grammatical punctuation.
I guess we sort of treaded over some of that water game, but I think it is different because, so I'll roll that over. Second.
The reason I say that is because if we're going to have this chat on Sergeant at Arms, which I believe in another rule can appoint an assistant, that assistant could be the person who is responsible for managing the chat room, and that's all they do is just manage it and make sure that any spam that starts going on, that they have the option to get in there and eject that person. Somebody's going in and put a bunch of garbage and just blowing the thing up. Sergeant Arms should be able to help manage that chat room along with the convention chair.
And without objection, since we got a lot of hands in there, let's A, comma B, comma C on that last sentence. Is that, can we do that without objection? Okay. Without objection. Okay. We are on now 6 as amended. Anybody else? Going once.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Dunning.
Just a slight grammatical thing. It says convention chair and assigned host and sergeant at arms. You probably should say convention chair, comma, convention chair, comma, assigned host.
Just did that.
Challenges their own.
Yay for the Osher comma.
It's another thing, I have that.
Okay. Ms. Hagler.
An amendment, I don't know at what place, maybe at the end, we need to say that the chat log should be maintained as a permanent record of the convention.
No, we're back to 6 normal.
Mine wasn't adopted.
The chat log should be
Oh, yes, the gentlelady's motion is not in order just yet. I will recognize you after we dispose of. So we're on the addition of Sergeant at Arms, and only the addition of Sergeant at Arms. Are we ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Ms. Hagler, you're recognized.
After sergeant at arms that we just adopted, period, we will say the chat log should be maintained.
Shall be
maintained as a permanent record of the convention. That's it.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is a point of order.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Vanderwerf.
Did I miss this chat log management will be the responsibility of the convention chair? Did we vote on that?
Yes, we did. Okay, so we're back to Ms. Hagler's. Do you want to speak to that?
I don't think we voted on.
Mr. Ewert.
Sorry, Mr. Daniel, you're asking for. I don't think we voted on the addition of chat room log management. I think that's the original motion, and now we're to it, aren't we? I don't think we voted on that.
Oh, yes.
So, yeah, so Jerry, Mrs. Bannerman is correct. We've not voted on that yet.
The point is well taken. We're back to the amendment. I know, Ms. Hagler we're just shutting you out of the chat room here. But we were 1 deep again, we're 2, and then we're 1, and then we're 2, and then we're 1. Okay, the motion before you is chat log management will be the responsibility of the convention chair, assigned hosts, and sergeant at arms. Amendments as amended. All ready for the question? All those in favor?
Wait, what are we voting on? Just the
addition of that sentence in full, just the sentence. Yes, chat log management will be the shall. I can't read.
Shall.
We just did that. That confused me. We voted on the sergeant at arms additions, right?
Yes, we did.
Committee shall not meet after 11 p.m. or after the chair makes 2 mistakes on knowing how deep we are in amendments. Whichever comes first.
Okay, so we're on the amendment as amended. Are we ready? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No!
Ayes have it. Ms. Hagler, you are finally in order with your motion.
I believe it's already on the screen, and I guess before I speak, I need a second.
Is there a second? Ms. Hagler, continue.
It's just that the convention always has to have some form of permanent record, and if the chat log is scrolling, somehow they need to catch all that data for anything that might happen during the convention. Let's just say we end up in litigation. That would never happen with our convention, would it? We need to have a permanent record of everything that transpired.
Thank you, Ms. Hagler. Anyone to speak against? At this point, Mr. Wright, then Mr. Russo. Is that your hand up, Mr. Tate, or he's tired? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I know that the Zoom platform, you can export the chat log, you can email it to all the recipients. The question I have is if you're disconnected mid-meeting, do you still have that ability to do that?
From a participant end, so I've logged chats from Zoom just by copying and pasting the text into another file, like I've done that in recent SRC meetings, just so I can go back and follow what happened, or weird like that. But
if you disconnect and come back, though, can you
and if the meeting was ended, like it's gone for the user, so if you didn't capture it at the right time, like, I think it is gone. I don't know, to your specific question, I don't have an answer. I don't know if any of the members do. Mr. Licardi, do you have a quick answer to that?
What I would suggest is that the Stars Red Arms assistant or whoever's managing that chat, that they periodically copy and paste it over to a Word document and just keep it running. And that way, if something does happen, you may lose some or small results.
So kind of two things here. Like, yes, I think we have an ability to obligate someone to do that in our rules. Second, I think we have a right to designate who that should be. Let me think of whether this is germane. If you can work it into that sentence, I'll take it as a secondary.
One thing for you, Mr.
Yeah, Mr. York.
Danny, Mr. Ford. The question becomes, if you make it the Sergeant at Arms, he's supposed to simultaneously be helping to be a moderator, so to speak, of the chat, and he's supposed to be keeping track of all the stuff. And if he accidentally gets logged off because he's got bad Wi-Fi or something, now we violated the rules of the convention. I mean, it's...
Although not intentionally. Right, I see the point.
But we say shall be maintained, so...
We'll just make Alcy our Sergeant at Arms, and, we'll just put it all on her today, and she's kept up and
for all the
soldiered on. So, could the committee express some thanks for our committee clerk?
Thank you.
Okay, so we're looking on a secondary amendment. I'll recognize Mr. McCarty if he's got one. If not, we'll let me get a lot of hands.
Frank Barney, do you want the chat clause contains the current record of the convention by the Sergeant at Arms or his designee, comma?
Did I see your hand, Mr. Marty? I'll get you in the morning. Did I see you, Mr. Barker? I'll get you in the morning.
By his
I have a point of information.
All you gotta do is print it at the end of the meeting, the secretary can do this. No, at the very end of the meeting, you can do it.
Hang on, let's go one at a time here. So, does someone have a question for the secretary of the convention, or?
Mr. Chair, can I defer and let Mr. McDonald finish out this motion, or is that against the rules?
I'll allow Mr. McDonald. I know Mr. Barcroft has something that may be interrupting. Ms. Henke has something that may be interrupting. Let me get McDonald so we get the motion down.
He was here before me. He was waiting.
Okay, so let me do, and I know Mr. Barcroft was Rick Wade and Mr. Barney too. Let me take Henke, Barcroft, McDonald, Marty.
You want me to go ahead and finish out this motion then?
Sure.
Okay.
The general election contains per record of convention, sergeant at arms, comma, the secretary, comma, or a chair's designee.
And to be clear, this is a secondary to Ms. Hagler's primary. Is this correct? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Who seeks recognition?
telling us D16 just has
is
some
it-
information on
is
the
it good for
chat.
cutting the line?
Just found some information that there is an auto-save function in chat.
Oh, thank you. That is excellent information. Does that affect any of the people whose hands are up?
I'm gonna say, after every vote with the SREC, I auto-save in the chat. And when I came back to do the minutes, I took that chat section right after a vote and moved it into an Excel spreadsheet.
And they're timestamped, is that correct?
And they're timestamped.
Okay, so let me get Ms. Headkey, and then we'll go down the line.
Considering that we are on Rule 6 of 26, and most of our discussion is based on people not knowing these platforms, if we can, I just found out that we can have our RPT parliamentarian and messaging consultant Faith Bessie here for at least a couple hours in the morning to walk us through this stuff, and we can get through this stuff a lot faster. Is there any way to table this until 8 o'clock in the morning?
I think we're close on this one. Would you be willing to get us, if we can get through this in a few minutes, will you renew your motion?
I've only got
Oh, here's the bad news on that, Mr. Flynn. Who showed me the text? No, the stay in the room until Brandon says you can stay in the room. Whose text was that?
Oh, actually, I just got the phone with Kyle, Mr. Chairman. He didn't expect anybody's going to kick us out tonight at all.
You know, that's up to the committee. I'm not leaning on you one way or the other.
I would suggest that if we're going to have expert advisors here in the morning to walk us through this, that we table this till the morning after this motion, and tonight finish up our regular rules that we
And Ms.
that we
Headkey,
are
this is
on.
from Chris and Faith.
Chris and
What's
Faith.
the timestamp on that? Because I have one from Chris that says his being here was conditional on something.
I'm
11:08.
just talking with Faith. She says she'll stay as long as she needs to, but she would plan for a couple hours for him.
Like how recent was that information?
Like in the last 5 to 10 minutes.
Great. Okay, so yours supersedes mine. And Mr. Barcroft, you're next in line.
Mr. Chairman, Jack Barcroft, SD24, maybe it's the late hour that's getting to us, but once again, we're trying to replace a virtual convention and replace reality of a normal convention. Typically, isn't this the responsibility and duties of a caucus secretary to be given?
This is a general session.
General session?
This one was under
Party secretary or convention secretary.
Correct.
Who has the custody of the chat log and is responsible for distribution.
So you're suggesting that the chair says he is out of order, or what do you?
Well, it's not out of order because it is just innovating and building upon what is standard. I don't know why we wouldn't just keep the custody of the law with the convention secretary as usual.
Okay, that's a valid point. So would you therefore suggest voting down the amendment, or I guess this is
I'll
too
retain
deep
the
now.
discretion of the body. I'm just trying to point out something.
Okay. And we are too deep, right? Ms. Hagler, something pressing before she'll recognize the next person in line.
I would just ask the person who made the amendment to consider striking, just pick one. That's 3 people, just pick one. So we know who it is we're appointing.
Can we do that without objection? Is it Mr. McDonald, whose amendment was secondary? Mr. McCarty? Do you have a preference on the 3? I think the 3 is kind of complicated myself. If you've got a preference, see if we can do this without objection.
Sorry.
Of the 3 types of people designated as being custody and custodians of the chat, do you have a preference? You want to pick one?
Just pick one. The designee of the caucus chair.
The chair's designee? Oh, yeah, there's no caucus in the convention. The convention chair's designee. Okay, is there any objection to it?
No.
Okay, so thanks for the suggestion, Ms. Hagler. I've got, I think I've got Mr. Marty on board.
I've got an amendment, so I have to wait till we're
You gotta wait till we're 1 deep. Okay, Mr. McDonald, do you have something pertinent? Okay, so we're back to amendment as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor of, what's new here again?
The underline. Wait, so.
Wait, what was your amendment, Ms. Hagler?
My amendment was the chat line shall be maintained as a permanent record of the convention.
Okay, so we are voting on the additional secondary amendment to add by the convention chairs designee, capital C, capital C. All those in favor of the secondary amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Ayes have it. Back to the amendment as amended. All those in favor of the amendment as amended. All the road stuff that's close around there. Actually, some last sentence in red. Say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Ayes have it. It was 3 or 4 no's there. Okay, so we are back to 6 as amended. We're 1 deep. Mr. Marty, you're recognized.
Since we are covering chat here, we can always break it out. Sorry, that's hard to see. We can always break it out later. I know we've discussed maybe creating an entire section for chat, but I absolutely agree with testimony that we heard earlier that the chat should be limited to hosts. And instead of the general audience, you're talking about potential 9,000 attendees chatting at the same time. And if it's going to be maintained for permanent record, we have possible liability and culpability and exposure there. So.
Okay, so what was the specific?
So the specific amendment would be to chat will be limited to the authorized or approved hosts. We use some of the language talking about who's going to be assigned.
Authorized chat will be limited.
So we can just.
Chat will be limited to the authorized or approved hosts, is that correct?
Right.
Host will be plural. And then out of that, the authorized. Is that accurate, Mr. Martin? You got it?
That looks good. Open to suggestions, but that looks good.
Thank you, Mr. Marty. Ms. Thomas.
I speak in opposition. Thank you. It's redundant. The chat line management will be the responsibility of the convention chair. He already has control. So, you can do that if you want.
Okay. Anyone else to talk on it?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Offerman?
It's hard to balance when you're changing systems to actually find a balance between learning and instruction. In this case, I would favor this amendment because it gives instruction.
Thank you. Mr. Russo, is that a on or is that a?
No, that's, I want to be recognized.
You're recognized.
I feel that the chat line. I motion to strike chat log and make it just the video as a permanent record.
Not in order just yet. Wait for this in second. Okay, back to chat will be limited to the authorized or approved hosts. Any more discussion on that?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Hagelin?
Can we find out who approves the approved post? What is the approved post? Does that need to be, I'm asking, does it need to be defined?
Chat will be limited to hosts authorized or approved by the convention chair. Is that acceptable to you, Mr. Marty?
I believe that's the word we used previously. Was that Rule 5 where we listed something similar? So.
Yeah, can we find it?
See if I can update my document.
Ashley, would you mind scrolling up just to see if there's parallel wording in 5, please?
I don't know if mine's not a thing or if I'm not seeing it, but yes, I would say by the convention chair or by the rules, because we don't want, again, everyone has a way to speak by raising their hand, so limiting in chat is not disenfranchising, which I don't like the term, but.
So, just suggested phrasing, I had better one a second ago and it went away in my head. Chat will be limited to participants. Wait, hold on.
The authorized or approved hosts as designated by the.
I think we had it like less passive voice.
Convention chair.
We had it more active voicey earlier. Is that the chat itself or the control of the chat?
Chat itself.
Okay, so.
I want chat disabled for the 9,000 participants because they will be able to raise their hands and stand in the microphone just as if we were at convention.
Understood. So
versus
chat.
Yelling and screaming in chat.
The intent here is chat will be limited to the authorized, to hosts authorized or approved by the convention chair.
For assigned hosts.
Yeah, we did use assigned host in the previous sentence. Are you okay with us copying the adjective from the assigned host? Let's do that without objection. Ms. Taylor, no, nothing? You're jumping off here. So we're changing approved to assigned without objection.
I would also add the word functionality after chat at the beginning of the sentence.
Chat functionality will be limited to the authorized or assigned hosts.
Or, I mean, open ears.
Yeah, we're towards the.
Participation, a better word, instead of functionality, because everybody should be able to see it.
What was your use on the second word?
Participation.
That's a better word, without objection. All right, I think we got ourselves an amendment here. This is a primary amendment on its own, am I correct?
Yes.
Stands on its own, ready for the question, any debate, Ms. Patrick, do you have something?
Just a thought, limited could kind of go either way. I'm just wondering if we want to say chat participation will be.
We'll change the will to shall, by the way, any objection?
Restricted.
No objection, we'll change the will to a shall.
Reserved for. Reserved for.
Reserved to.
Okay, whatever.
Okay, so, she's ready, we got up something for her.
Yeah, it don't finish my first one.
Okay, we got two quick amendments for you, Ashley. We're changing, what were they again? Oh, will is going to be shall. That was said without objection, and we're changing limited to reserved to.
Probably don't need chat shall be limited, shall be reserved to authorized or approved hosts.
Yeah, I'm mutual on that one, so we'll do that without objection. All right, so we got ourselves. Whose was this? This was Wayne's.
What?
The amendment? No, this was Mr. Marty's. Thank you. Okay, are we ready for the question on the amendment as amended? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
All those in favor raise hands.
Yes.
And those opposed raise hands. Seven. 8. The ayes have it. You know are loud. Point of inquiry. If you're doing this, coming close to the mic.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. LaCarty.
Since we passed this amendment that is going to limit the chat room function to only authorize or sign hosts, there's no reason for the sergeant at arms or secretary or designee to maintain the chat anymore because no one will have the ability to participate.
Not necessarily.
General session.
I mean, if the concern is having part of some permanent record, they may not use this much, but I mean, you can make a motion to strike and I'll hear the motion. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Sandy Kent, STAT, just in the past, about 3 or 4 minutes, we've all mumbled our words and lost our words. Since we have experts coming in the morning, can we stop now and go to bed?
I move that we recess until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Would the committee indulge? Hang on. Would the committee indulge if we're close on this one? Can we get through it?
We're not close.
You don't think we're close?
We're not close, we might be.
Okay. Mr. Russo's got something new. But note to self, Mr. Russo first in the AM with something new.
And then 4.
And then 4, that was yours, Mr. Wright?
I'll have a motion.
Right, back to 4. What you got, Ms. Headkey?
I will have a motion when we're done with this.
What's
I want
this?
to table this and pick up the rest of our general rules and knock them out tonight.
No. There's going to be a motion to go to sleep. Someone said, Ms. Headkey.
I know.
We
don't got time to sleep.
Well, then you vote down the motion. Sleep is for the week. So we've got an undebatable motion to recess made by Ms. Vanderlyn. It is seconded. It is undebatable. Well, I guess we can't go earlier than what's on the schedule, so thank goodness. We can't go earlier than what's on the schedule. All right, all those in favor of adjourning until 8 a.m., say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Are you serious? Okay, let's close. The no's are louder, but let's do this right. Raise hands on motion to...
We have a quorum.
Yeah, we got a quorum. They're about to head out the room. If they leave, then they're... Okay, let's vote. So recess, raise hands till 8 in the morning. All those opposed, raise hands. You guys are loud. All right, so we are in recess till 8 tomorrow morning. Thank you so much for slugging through it. I will see you bright and early. Ready to work. 8 a.m. Okay.